Good evening. Welcome to a brand new episode of Late Night Exhale. I'm your host, Ali, and welcome to the Finn's Tailgate. I'm here with Culler. How's it going, Culler?
I'm pretty good. How about yourself?
Pretty good, man. I like the blue, looking kind of fresh there. I like that. I like that shirt.
Yeah, it's my Route 66 shirt.
Oh, nice, man. You ever do Route 66?
Oh, I've been up and down it a couple different states.
Doesn't it start in Illinois and go all the way across to California?
Yep, all the way through St. Louis.
That's a dream road trip for me. I'd love to go all those restaurants and cool, weird stops along the way. There's even such a thing. I believe there's like a Cadillac ranch where it's nothing but old Cadillacs, stuff like that. I love that kind of stuff, man. That stuff's pretty cool. Anyway, we'd like to invite everyone to a great show tonight. It's going to be a really good, fun time. We have a lot to talk about. Before we get started, I'd like to do the rundown. So we'd like to welcome everybody. We got Tonk 7 on Tuesdays, TMI Tuesdays with Culler and Tonk. Some good content. Check them out. Then you got Culler Commentary, the Finn's Tailgate, 9 p.m. on Thursdays. And then we got Late Night Exhale with myself and Culler at 10 p.m. on Saturdays usually. And then we also have every other day of the week at 10, we got TFTG with Captain, El Capitan. And don't forget our great partner with Fanatics. Get your great gear, all your sports teams, everything from NFL, NBA, MLS, and everything else. We got some great merch back there. You can get sweatshirts, flip-flops, yoga pants, tank tops, hats that come in different colors, by the way. And this awesome flag, which as soon as I get paid, I'm ordering this flag. Definitely am. And also, we got something new. We got memberships now, right? We got members?
Yeah, we do. And we want to give a special shout out to the few members that have shown support and joined us. We got Shake Money and Chef Jew at the very top level of VIP, TFTG VIPs. Thanks for them. Shout out to Chef Jew and Shake Money. We also got, we got Matt Trunk, part of the Familia. That's the Familia tier. Familia.
Yeah, so for people that don't know, we have 3 tiers.
Yep.
I believe it's Amigos, Familia, and then there's a VIP tier. Is that correct?
Yep. And then we got coming in as our number 1 amigo, been with us from the start. Color Commentary's first subscriber, Joe Levesque. Appreciate that.
That's awesome.
Thanks to all the guys and gals, whatever level you're at. Thanks to all those who are at the hit the like button level and share it and tell everybody about us. We appreciate all the support everybody gives.
Yeah, and we really do appreciate it, guys. All you got to do is hit the join button at the page. It'll say join, or even I believe when you go to do like super chat and stuff like that, it also has the option to join. And we appreciate it. Appreciate everyone rocking the TFTG family everywhere. And it's only going to help us grow with, all the stuff everyone puts into the show. We put it all right back into it. None of us make any money. So, I mean, anything we get is going into this, and we're still behind the 8 ball, but it's all to make a better product, more entertainment, more shows, more things, and giveaways, all kinds of good stuff, guys.
And to start with, you get to use the awesome TFTG emojis at the different tiers. Like for instance, if you look at Shake Money sporting the TFTG shield in his chat handle there.
That's
for
actually
example.
pretty cool.
It's looking good, man. It's like it looks good on you, Shake.
And we have all different colors of shields as you'd go along months at a time, all that good stuff. And guys, we just really appreciate it. It means a lot to us to know that we can take this and move it higher up. So I appreciate it. I know Culler does, and so does Ali.
And if you give an extra couple thank yous, you might be able to sport a Color Commentary emoji too. But we'll see if we can get that in the works.
I'm sure I can get
thank yous.
I'm sure I can get HB to work that out, Culler. I think I can. All right, guys, I'll get back here.
All right, and
it'll be the plebeian logo. It's free. You just got to say thank you to Color Commentary. You'll get to sport it.
Definitely. And if you also just feel like supporting the channel and you don't really want to be a member, that's fine. We also accept Cash App or Venmo. Just look up the Finn's Tailgate, and you're very welcome to donate. You don't have to, but it definitely helps the team. Definitely. All right, Color. So how was your week? How was your weekend?
Oh, weekend was good. Week's been kind of uneventful, but
Yeah, I've been out of town. I took my daughter to Disney World again. And then we ended up, as a whole family, we ended up at Typhoon Lagoon, which is the water park that's open right now in Disney. And I got sunburned to a crisp, man. It's unbelievable. I lathered up in suntan lotion and everything, and I burned. I don't know what happened. It's pretty bad.
So been in Florida this long and you still burn, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it was. It's like I feel like I got alligator skin, where it kind of like dries up, and you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about, right? So, but anyway, let's get on with the show. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. First off, I got to come clean about something. So I want to say it was about a week or two ago, after the Miami Heat lost to the Boston Celtics. I believed in the Celtics through and through, and I felt that they could really put on a show and come away with a championship win against the Golden State Warriors. Well, lo and behold, I was wrong. Congratulations to the Golden State Warriors. I was wrong. Everyone else was right. It was very interesting. I really thought the Celtics had it in them to actually win. They came out swinging the very first game and right in Golden State's home stadium and took them to the house. You know what I mean? I thought they had all the momentum, but I was wrong. Anyway, Steve,
are you trying to say you're about to eat some crow on TV? Are you gonna like?
I'm eating crow as we speak right now. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I was wrong. You guys were right. Anybody that doubted me, good. You got one on me. Good job. So
check that out, Ali.
Moss Sports Talk became a YouTube. Oh, thank you very much. Moss Sports Talk. Congratulations, become a member. We definitely appreciate you. Everyone, give Moss Sports, applause.
Yeah, appreciate that, Moss.
Definitely, I think
That's grabbing the bull by the horns right there.
that's what I'm gonna give him.
Hell yeah, that was a perfect time for the cheer thing, dude. I love it. That was good. Thank you, Moss. We love you, buddy.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Hey, everybody, be like Moss.
Definitely be like Moss. So I wanted to say a few things about it. So Stephen Curry is the 2022 Bill Russell NBA Finals MVP winner after leading the Golden State Warriors to their 4th championship in 8 years. So in 8 years, 50% of the time they won the championship. Pretty interesting.
That's crazy.
That is pretty crazy. Imagine if the Dolphins were doing that in the next 8 years. I could retire a happy man, to be honest, if that happens.
Well, you see what all that imagining got for John Lennon, right?
That's true. Definitely.
God, I'm terrible. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be negative.
No, it's all good, man. It's all good. To be honest, bro, don't ever say you're sorry for being negative, because if it weren't for negative people that are positive like myself wouldn't have anything to do.
Yeah, but that was egregiously negative.
That's true. It is what it is. But anyway, this is Curry's first Finals MVP award, one in which he was unanimously selected. So unanimous voted he was the MVP. No one voted against him. And it showed during the game. I swear this guy was like the Terminator of 3-point shots. He would just throw it, not even looking, and it'd go in, not even hitting the rim. It was like perfect, like laser guided 3-point shot after 3-point shot. It was unbelievable. He earned it by averaging 31 points, 5 assists, and 6 rebounds. Now, here's some good statistic for you, Culler. I'm going to inquire about your Miami Hurricane knowledge.
Uh-oh.
Are you ready? No?
Who's the Hurricane?
Pardon me?
Who's the Hurricane?
Well, I will give you this. So that is not the leading record for most average points during the finals. I mean, that's pretty good, but I believe the person that has the record averaged 36.2 points per game, something like that. And he happens to be a Miami Hurricane. Do you know who that Hurricane is? He's an NBA Hall of Famer.
Brian something. Bob Rivers.
What was the name? Excuse me, what was the question?
NBA Hall of Famer holds the record for most points per game average during the NBA Finals.
Bill.
Well, I think you're going to tell me that now. It's what's his name?
Who?
God bless it, Culler. A kid from Golden State.
No, it's not Seth Curry. If that's
okay, then
thinking.
It's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
No, did Kareem play for the Hurricanes? I don't think he did.
Oh, I thought you were saying in the NBA.
No, it's a Hurricane.
He's a former NBA Hall of Famer. Well, he's an NBA Hall of Famer.
Oh, I didn't hear that part, that it was a Hurricane.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's a Hurricane.
Oh.
Rick Barry.
Exactly. You got
Patrick
it.
got it in chat, man.
Yeah. He
Patrick's
holds the
real
record. I just thought you would love that because it's a hurricane. You know what I'm saying? Because you got that thing with the Hurricanes having their hands in every championship.
Oh yeah. And there's a record in the NBA. Whoever talks about records in the NBA like that, and a little Rick Barry, Miami Hurricane.
Definitely. But anyway, congratulations to the Golden State Warriors. I got to give it up to them. Hard fight. I'm a Laker fan, so for me, we weren't in it. You know,
Bob from accounting. Tony Pepperoni says Bob from accounting.
Have you seen my red stapler, by the way? That's a great movie. If anybody hasn't seen it yet, The Office, or not The Office. God, what was it called? Yeah, it was called The Office, wasn't it? No,
or Office Space.
Office Space. Yes, Office Space. I was watching The Office with my daughter the other night. She's a big fan. She got me into watching it. So, all right, let's see what else we got, Color. Before I get started with my main topic, you got anything special? Any Miami Hurricane related? Anything?
Not right off the top of my head, other than that, we're nearing, everybody, the talk about building a stadium for the Hurricanes has been ramping up again, and everybody's drawing sides. I'm in favor of it. I think it'd be nice to have our own home again.
Yeah, definitely. I understand with that.
Apparently there's a lot of logistics involved in getting the student body over to the Hard Rock.
Do they have please, I apologize in advance. I've never been to the University of Miami, so I'm not really sure what their campus looks like. Do they have the space to build a stadium there? I mean, do they have the land and everything, or is it going to be located separate to the campus?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they've already got a place planned out for it. I mean, it's basically a small city there.
Yeah, I'm just curious because I know from more recent sports franchises, trying to buy land and getting approval to put up a stadium is like fighting a world war in some cases. I mean, which we'll get into later on in the show. I'll actually talk about a little bit about.
Do you have any guesses on that, on Shake Money's joke there?
What does a beer drinker and necrophiliac have in common? I don't know. Why don't you tell us, Shake Money?
I'm sure he will.
Now I kind of want to wait for this joke. I was going to get into our own subject.
Hurry up and type, Shake. Waiting on you.
I've heard this
holding up the whole show.
You're holding up the show, man.
Take your time, Shake. You got membership leeway.
That's right. Yeah,
that's right.
Shake gets membership leeway, bro.
Shake and bake.
All right. Anyway, let's get to the first subject of the day here. So congratulations to the city of Miami getting selected as one of the cities.
Oh man. Oh, that's brutal.
Oh, did he answer? Dude. Dude. Okay. That's a good one.
What's up, Joe?
What's up, man?
Yeah, that was pretty dry there, Shake. Cold, but dry.
Yeah, it's funny. All right, so let's on to Miami 2026. You posted that earlier. Yes. So congratulations to the city of Miami being selected to host, be part of the hosting cities of the 2026 World Cup. All right. It's a really big deal. Now, before I really talk about what did I miss now? Is it going on in the chat?
Oh, I was just giving the Euro clap.
Oh, Euro clap. That's funny stuff. I want to actually tell people what the World Cup is before we get into the discussion. So just bear with me 1 second. I had what I was looking for. Here we go. So the FIFA World Cup, often simply called the World Cup, is an international association football competition contested by senior men's and women's, I have to make sure I say that, national teams of members of the Federation International de Football Association, better known as FIFA. The sport's global governing body. That's what FIFA is. The championship has been awarded every 4 years, just like the Olympics, since the inaugural tournament in 1930, except in 1942 and 1946 for obvious reasons due to the Second World War. That's very obvious. Interesting fact. 1934, I want to say it was. Let me just verify that real quick. I believe it was 1934, and I will tell you. Yes. Yes, I believe it was 1934, and let me just verify that real quick. Do you know what the highest I'm sorry, I'm losing my train of thought because of that joke that Shake Money said earlier. Do you know what the
Have a
best?
beer.
Yeah, about to. Do you know what the greatest finish that the United States soccer team, men's national soccer team, has finished in a World Cup?
Semifinals.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That is correct. Semifinals is the correct answer. They finished in third place, actually. And that was in either 1930 or 34. I have to go back and look. But that is historical. That is amazing. Several times till like 1950, they were able to actually finish out of the stages, which I'll explain here momentarily. And then they will eventually, they didn't actually get into the World Cup for several years after 1950 until I believe it was 1990. They got back in.
Well, I got a trivia question for you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Who is the only country that's ever won the World Championship of American football?
The only country?
America.
America. The Dallas Cowboys. It's Texas. Texas won it. No, I'm just kidding. Is that right?
What did you say?
I don't know. You got me, dude.
The Republic of Texas. Yeah.
Republic of Texas. That's right. I knew that's where it was going because Texas is, Dallas is America's team, as they say. So.
Oh, good for you.
No, it was just to poke fun at everybody who's like, well, America's never won a World Cup. Yeah, how many other countries have ever won the American football world championship?
That's true. That is definitely true. Let me go back to where I was trying to read. I apologize. So, just so you guys know about this tournament, this is how big this tournament is. So, essentially, what happens is the current format involves qualification phase, which takes place over a proceeding of 3 years. So 3 years before the actual World Cup is played, a qualification tournament is played throughout each continent. So 6 continents have a massive tournament between its countries to see who will represent those continents. The tournament phase essentially includes 32 teams, which would be in the final that would be coming here to the Americas, which is actually this year out of previous years. It's not a singular country that's hosting it. It's actually Mexico, United States, and Canada. So that is very interesting. So we're going to be sharing the host. Now, the host nations always get to be in the final automatically. They auto qualify. So that's going to be pretty interesting. Now, essentially what happens is during the World Cup, which is about 15 days long, the first stage is the group stages. The 32 teams will be divided up into groups of 4, sometimes 5, and they'll play out a game against each person once. Each win is 3 points. A tie is 1 point. Losing, you get no points. The top 2 teams from each group move on to the knockout stage, which it'll be basically a do-or-die tournament. Now, this is why this is important. What if I told you that the World Cup would be not only important to the city of Miami, but to the Dolphins? What would you say to that, Culler?
I'd have to ask you how.
Okay. I'm glad you asked. So
I was hoping that was the right answer.
I'm glad you asked. So do you know what the average the average amount of revenue that is built up per Super Bowl, for example? You know how much money they make during a Super Bowl normally?
500 million.
Roughly. I mean, it depends. It depends on where it's being located. I believe I've read somewhere that Los Angeles, for the last Super Bowl, they brought in a revenue of about $480 million. All right, that's a lot of money, in comparison. Now, when it comes to the economics of the World Cup, a lot of money is involved. There's a lot of spending, but there's a lot of money to be made. To give you an example, and I'm going to go over the last time that we hosted the World Cup, which was 1994 here in the United States. And I'm going to compare it to as we get along to the different World Cups to see where money goes with this. So essentially in 1994, the total economic profit, this was amongst all cities that hosted games in the United States for the World Cup, because we were our own host. We didn't have a shared hosting. And Miami was not included at that time. They had about a profit about $623 million for the tournament, right? That seems like a lot of money, 623. That same year, the Super Bowl only accounted for $182 million. So that same year in 1994. Moving forward, we'll move to 2002. 98, I didn't really have a lot of information. It was held in France. For 2002, in the 2002 World Cup, several other advantages were discovered when the host was split between Japan and Korea. This was the first time the tournament had been hosted by two countries, with 32 matches being played in each country, with a grand total of 64 matches. That's how many soccer games were played over 2 weeks. With about 3 million spectators live, spectator ticket sales were $1.2 billion alone. That was just ticket sales.
Across two countries?
Across two countries. Each country expanded their 20 soccer facilities with a total investment of $4.7 billion.
Wow.
Yes.
That's crazy.
It was predicted prior to 2002 World Cup that the England's team's absence cost the economy, sorry, I can't speak tonight, $4.7 billion in lost output, or about 3% of their GDP. So that was kind of interesting. They're saying because England wasn't in it, they were going to lose a lot of money. In 2006, in Germany, was hosted in Germany. I would have loved to be there, especially during Oktoberfest. That would have been amazing. They made about $3 billion more in retail, such as jerseys and other paraphernalia regarding the cup. Lastly, a reported 500,000 new jobs were yielded in preparation for the tournament.
Wow.
This impact sends ripples through it. Yes, this sends ripples through the economy. Now, here's something interesting. Moving forward, as we move forward several years, we'll go to 2014 when Brazil hosted. Brazil is actually considered pretty much the best in the world. They're actually favored to win the up-and-coming World Cup for 2022, which is actually going to be played during the last week of November. That last 2 weeks of November. Because of where it's being located. It's actually going to be in Qatar, or some people say Carter. I say Qatar. It's because of the heat and everything. They're playing it during the winter to try to tame the temperatures and everything. So that'll be very interesting. But
wait though, isn't the winter down there the summer?
I'm not sure, but it's been told to me, and I've read that the reason is that they moved it to our winter is because that was the coolest time of the year. That's basically what it was stated. So
well, if they moved it to our winter, it would be their summer.
Yeah, I don't know why they did that then. If that's the case, I don't think. I think Qatar may be the same as us. I think they have the same temperature, not temperature, but weather. For the different
pretty sure the southern hemisphere is opposite.
Look that up for me, Color, while I talk about this, and we'll come back to that.
Well, I mean, it's like 5th grade science. Not really much I need to look up.
Okay. Well, I don't know what. I've never been there, so I can't really tell you.
No, I'm saying the southern below the equator is the seasons are opposite as to above the equator. So if it's winter here, it's summer below the equator.
Yeah, I understand.
I mean, that's just, basic science, earth science.
I understand.
Whereas how far is Brazil below the equator? Pretty good ways, right? So yeah, it would be opposite. So if it's like snowing in Washington D.C., it's going to be hot and sunny in Brazil, in Rio.
Yeah, but we're talking about Qatar though. Is Qatar the same? Like,
oh no, I'm sorry. I thought you were still talking Brazil.
No, Brazil is what
right
next.
Yeah,
next
Qatar. I think we looked up Qatar already. Qatar is well above the equator. Yeah, they're gonna have seasons like ours.
Yeah,
we had this discussion before. It was and yeah, we looked up Qatar. It's well above the equator.
Yeah, so I think that's why they have a. I think that's why they moved it to November. So it's
yeah. So they're winter. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Brazil, thank you for bringing that up. In 2014, the FIFA World Cup was hosted in Brazil. The decision was based on location and close evaluation through various economical models. After years of unnecessary construction, eminent domain, and countless protests, Brazil was found to be in worse state than before. Unfortunately, the costs of the tournament totaled 11.6 billion. That's how much they spent on the tournament.
What did you say?
It was the most expensive World Cup to date.
Wow.
Until it was surpassed in 2018 FIFA World Cup, which cost an estimated of $14.2 billion.
Boo! Boo! Muck! Boo! Boo!
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
FIFA was expected to spend $2 billion on staging the finals. So they were only expecting to spend $2 billion. They spent $14.2 billion. And its greatest single expense being the $576 million prize money that goes to the winner. That was the most expensive thing that was purchased.
I need to feel, Jerry! Show me the money! Jerry, you better yell! Show me the money!
Yeah, that's right. Show me the money. So that just gives you some thought process of how much money is going to be in.
So how's that going to benefit the Dolphins?
We're getting there. I'm just building up. I'm trying to explain to you how much money is involved.
Oh, I got you.
And you can see why, where, and when. So why is it important to the Miami Dolphins? Well, let's go over that. So one thing about these amount of money it costs to stage these tournaments is you have jersey sales, you have people from all over the world, and I'm talking about every country. Even if their team isn't in it, they're coming to watch and fill up your stadiums, right? You're going to have every media outlet from all over Asia, South America, Europe, Canada, Mexico, Central America, everywhere here in Miami. They're going to have eyes wide open all over the Miami Dolphins Hard Rock Stadium. Another interesting fact is how much these ticket costs. Do you know how much these ticket costs, Culler?
I can't even imagine.
Well, let's actually look that up. I actually have that listed here. Just bear with me 1 second. Sorry, I had it up. It closed by itself. So they're saying, depending on what match you want to watch, so like if you want to watch the opening match, group play, round of 16, quarterfinals, and semifinals. Now, the prices I'm going to give you are for people here in the US. if you are usually from a different country, and they generally allot so many tickets to that country, and then they sell them based on a certain average going rate that they feel that they're worth. I don't know the exact science, but I will tell you they're a lot higher than what you think. So the lowest you'll be able to get opening match day game tickets for is about $54.85. That's the lowest possible. Do you always get it for that amount? No. In 1994, when we tried to get tickets were about $300 for nosebleeders.
Wow.
That's how that was from Ticketmaster. That's
Damn!
from a regular person on, that's
Like, you a ticket to every single game or something?
That is correct. They do need tickets for every game that they want to watch. So some people just come for the opening stage, which is called the group stages. Some people come, the group stages and the quarterfinals and the semifinals, and they want to watch
So
the whole
$300 you get to watch every single game in that seat. They can be viewed from that seat.
No, that's for a single game.
Oh, okay.
That's per ticket, single game. Group play.
Damn.
So on average, if you're watching the opening match is the first game played in the tournament. Group play would be your whatever team you're supporting. Let's say you're a US fan.
Right on.
Let's say you're a US fan, that you would be watching them play in this for 2022. They're grouped with England, Iran. Yes, there's some political stuff going on there. They're also grouped with Wales, I believe, and was it England, Iran, Wales? Yes, that's who they're grouped with, and if you're going to watch each US play each one of those teams, you're going to be paying approximately about $219 a game. So quarterfinals, they jump up to about $425. This is for US people that are here, by the way, just so you know that. Because like I said, when you go overseas, the tickets are a lot more. I know from the last World Cup, for foreign countries that were in the host nation, they were paying anywhere in the upwards of $1,800 per ticket. So that's just in ticket sales. Then you have people, like I said, people from all media outlets, people from all over the world coming to watch the Dolphins and seeing what type of outfit we're running here. And what does that do? That builds prestige. The Dolphins want to put on a show that shows that they're not just a NFL team, but they're a world franchise. That's essentially what the Miami Dolphins want to do. And with that is going to be coming more TV deals, more t-shirt sales, more jersey sales. Captain, and I know we've talked to you about it, there's a point where the NFL is eventually going to become an international football league. There's big rumor, or they may have announced it. I think and correct me if I'm wrong, but there's talks of us playing in Brazil next year. Is that right? Has that been confirmed? Do we know? Anybody in the chat?
I don't know if it was confirmed, but I'm pretty sure.
Big rumor. It's big rumor that we're going to be playing in Brazil next year. All right. And that goes along with why there was someone from Brazil, a soccer player, that actually announced our draft pick for this year's draft.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So that's another thing. So as I said before, Brazil is a big time soccer team worldwide. They have a massive fan base. There's a huge Brazilian community here in Florida, and they're going to have eyes wide open. They're going to come here and see what we do. And that is going to create more opportunities for us as a franchise. Now, with that comes more money.
We need to get some of that some of them dirty boxers over here for our offensive line. You know what I
mean? With that also creates the pressure on the front office to make sure that they're bringing in the talent to stay competitive.
I'm sure all them MMA guys down in Brazil can parlay that into some type of useful NFL skill. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? Imagine all that Muay Thai or all that grappling on the fence for an offensive lineman. You know what I mean?
definitely. And you know, soccer or football as they call it, um, yeah, on a world stage, it's not about what you have done for us because we always reference like the 1972 Dolphins. It's about what are you doing for me now? Each year the teams do stuff every year in and out to get better and better and better. In Brazil World Cup that we talked about, Germany, for example, 3 years ahead of time, they build state of the art facility in Brazil to train their players where it was going to be located to get used to the environment, right? You don't see NFL teams doing that, like where they build it. Well, we did here locally, but you don't see us, owning a facility in Los Angeles, when we go to play Los Angeles teams. Or
No,
let's
but
say,
Dallas practices in California.
oh yeah, that is true. That is true. And I think I think during the summer some of the teams do move to different states to have practices and some training camp, kind of like baseball does, when baseball comes down here. That's something that they do. And especially if we do go international, let's say we have an England team and a Germany team and even a Brazilian team. Let's say we expanded that far. I could see us building facilities there so we could practice there, ahead of time rather than having this, jet lag team that comes there and you know what I mean, and plays one game and then they're out. You know what I'm saying? I could see that happening. But that's why it's important. The money is going to talk. Mr. Ross has invested a lot of money in setting up, U.S. sports betting. And what they want to do is they want to take that to an international level. Captain brought it up backstage. We talked about F1 and what that brings to us. Yes, it is not directly related to the Dolphins, but the indirect relation is the fact it's going to force the Dolphins or the organization to continue to bring in talent, to continue to stay competitive and relevant. All right, because that's what the world media feeds off of, not what you have done for us, but what are you doing now? So that's something to think about. So what do you think about that, Culler? Do you have any thoughts on the Dolphins and, how they could be impacted by, bringing a World Cup? I mean, they're saying that the Miami alone is estimated to make over $400 million, the city of Miami, just for having the couple games here for the first stage. They could even get a knockout round game or a final could be played in Miami. That's still up in the air. That's still, being, what they call that, they're trying to put in for that.
Right. I mean, I don't know. I think that what's going to help the Dolphins is winning, to be honest with
you. And that's actually what my point is that
seems like everybody wants to bring in a bunch of fans that don't understand football so they can keep pulling the wool over everybody's eyes,
But here's the Culler, while I respect you, at the same time, don't say that the Brazilian fans don't know football.
Right? I'm not saying they don't know football. I'm just saying there's enough American fans that don't know football. You're going to have a whole lot more. You're going to have all their people that don't know football too.
This is true.
Are you stupid or something?
Stupid is, stupid does, sir.
Interesting fact, Brazil is actually, outside of the United States, they're number 3 for the most NFL fans. They have over 23.5 million NFL fans there. And most of them are actually Dolphin fans, to be honest. Because, they, as I said, we have a huge Brazilian community here.
Yeah, it's like Mexico is the Raiders and Brazil is the Dolphins.
Yeah, and for some reason, the Jaguars always go to England. I don't know.
It's the logo. It's the mascot.
If you ever go to a game in England, surprisingly, it's like a colorful sea of all different teams. Like people wear whatever team, you don't see like just Jaguar jerseys. You see everything. In fact, they even have a big Miami following there. In fact, we have some friends of the family, right? The TFTG have some people that
Oh
we
yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah,
Shout out to them.
Kadeem holding down the fort over in England.
What's the name of their show? Don't they have a show?
Go Time Dolphins.
Yeah, check them out. Look
Kadeem
them up.
Simmons and Charlie Touche.
Mm-hmm.
Across the pond and around the world.
Yeah,
Check them out. They're good.
What my point is that I feel that it's going to force the Dolphins to stay competitive. It's going to force them to spend the money that they need to stay relevant and continue to have the focus of making playoffs continuously. Now, can we do that now? We're getting there. We have a team that's starting to be built properly. There are some still areas of concern, which we'll get into. But I think this type of environment is going to force the Dolphins to show the best product that they have to offer from top to bottom. So that's basically what I was saying and why it's important to them. With that being said, do you want to drop the link and actually we can maybe talk to some of our people that we have in the chat about what they think about this?
Hold on, I gotta figure out how to get my. Oh, there it is. My link's not show up. There it is. My link is not showing up. I don't know why.
Boo! Boo!
I'm gonna need to get Cap to drop it. It's not showing up in my URL.
Cap, are you there?
Yeah, what are you trying to pull up?
Drop the link.
Oh, all right.
Oh, by the way, go ahead. Go ahead, Culler. I was gonna say something, but go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna ask: is the same thing in effect as it was last night?
The banning people?
Yes.
Oh, that's. I suppose that's always in effect. I'm not sure. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Looks like it is.
There we go.
All right.
Bryson, how's it going, man?
Guys,
Pretty good. So, what do you think? Do you think that the World Cup will have an effect on the Dolphins? Do you think they should? Do you think it'll entice them to stay competitive and put up a world-class product? What do you think?
I think that it's not just the World Cup. I think it's just sports in general. I think Miami, I think we've always been pretty dominant in basketball, like growing up. I mean, I'm young. I'll be 24 tomorrow, actually.
Oh,
So I'm still young,
congratulations.
but
Happy birthday, man.
appreciate it, man. But yeah, I think Ross just sees that like Miami is just such a beautiful city that people want to visit, and sports is like just huge in our culture, and growing like all sports is, I think they're doing it for money, one reason, and just bringing fans, like the F1 event I just watched, that was awesome. So yeah, I do think it'll bring more attention on it, especially if it's like centered around the Hard Rock, because there's like a ton of people that's gonna grab. And the end goal obviously is to get eyes on the Dolphins. Now, will it make them play better on Sunday? I don't know. I mean, I think that really falls on a functional front office, which we've lacked for a very, very long time. But I do believe that it will help grow the fan base. That's for sure.
All right, that's fair enough. I'm gonna move over to Shake Money. How's it going, Shake Money?
Give me 1 second.
No problem. Bryson, I'm gonna give you a follow-up question.
Okay.
I understand that you said that you feel you don't know if it will make them play better. Do you think it will maybe entice the Dolphins to continuously bring in talent like they have this past season or past free agency, this free agency that we're currently on?
Yeah, well, I think bringing in the pieces that we brought in, I think it's going to make those veteran players be interested in coming here. Because, like, if they see what McDaniel is setting up, I mean, Teron Armstead, I really do believe, wanted to come here because he saw what we're building. So as well as Tyreek Hill. And so like when you're adding these pieces, like I really do believe that, you know, these veteran players are going to want to come here. And I mean, look at the Rams, look at the Bucks. I mean, when you bring in veteran talent that knows how to win and you put the pieces together, you win games. And that's just, I think that's the future. I think draft picks, like building a team through the draft right now, like I'm not saying that's not a way to win. Obviously the Bengals got to the Super Bowl doing that. But if you look at like recent, like building these dynasty teams, or like it's almost like basketball where it's like you bring in these big people into big contracts to try to build this just massive, like the Rams roster last year's was just disgusting. And then you look at it this year and they add Allen Robinson, and you know, it's just the way they're moving, it's just I don't feel like adding young talent is the future. I think I mean, teams are obviously going to do it. I'm not saying
Hey,
that.
you know,
but
you make an interesting point there, Bryson, and bringing up the Rams as well. I think a lot of the urgency that Kroenke felt in getting the Rams to LA had to do with a lot of that. Like this idea, we always say that, you know, you got to find ways to entice players to want to come play in your city. And let's face it, were they going to get somebody like Odell or the guy you just mentioned? Were they going to get these people in St. Louis? Well, they weren't. For 12, 15 years, they weren't getting those stars to come to St. Louis. You know what I mean? So
and Miami can be that destination because guess what? We ain't got state tax, and California definitely does.
Well,
you
and to Ali's point, if there's something going on in Miami, like World Cup, where it's bringing in so many eyes.
Yeah.
Okay, these football players, these guys that want to build their brand, they want their brand in front of those eyes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's something, that's a whole nother point, Culler, that I thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, so like for example, and I'm not saying he's going to be traded here or coming here. I'm just using him as an example because I know he has a clothing brand. Deebo Samuels has his own clothing brand. He can put it in front of those people's eyes here in Miami when they come, and that will set up contracts for players. And that's why players will want to come here, because it's an international destination and there's going to be a lot more market availability.
But they also don't want to look like frauds. So there has to be a certain amount of winning product to come to. Like
that's why,
that's why we've had trouble getting people coming, because you could have already exploited Miami with your brand all these years. It's just, well, when you lose and you suck, that doesn't really, it just makes you a fraud, look like a guy that's just simping everybody, you know?
Yeah, I understand. Shake Money, man. What's up? What's up? How you doing?
What's going on? I'm about to enjoy a cold one.
Okay. Well, thank you. You had my thoughts out of my head at that time. So what do you think? What do you think the World Cup will have any impact on the Dolphins? Positive, negative? Do you think it'll entice them to stay more competitive and want to be more relevant now rather than in the past?
No, because let's be honest. We've had a lot more than that than World Cup. We have the Kentucky Derby. I mean, the Florida Derbies here. We have other events.
Well, hold on 1 second. Hold that thought real quick. So you mentioned what event? What was it called?
The Florida Derby.
The Florida Derby.
That's horse racing.
We
have golf. We have a race car. So to be honest with you, Florida's had these big events, and it still hasn't made a big.
You also got a zillion things for people to do that don't cost any money, like water skiing and going to the beaches and nightlife. You know what I mean?
True. But in the other flip side of it, though, is that those events that you mentioned. Now, F1, I know, is a pretty big international sport that people take part in. Masters, I don't know how, what the people, how many people view that, but we mentioned, and let me bring this up here. I mentioned earlier.
The PGA National is pretty much headquartered in Florida.
Yeah.
For the most part.
The thing is that you want to compare viewers not just that are going to be at the game, but also viewing on TV versus the viewers of the events you guys are talking about. We're talking about the entire globe versus maybe a couple 100 million, maybe, I mean, I don't know what the exact numbers is, so that's why I'm asking. Like, for example, give me 1 second, I'm bringing it up. So
I think what Shake is trying to say, Holly,
Mhm.
I think I know where you're getting at, and what
Mhm.
Shake is really trying to say is it's every bit as likely for that stuff to help those other things as it is to help Miami Dolphins.
Okay. All right. I see your point. But just to give you what I was trying to say is that, to give you an example, is that more than 1.1 billion people tuned in over 90 minutes per game in 2018's World Cup, for example, to give you an example. So I don't know how many people watch the Masters. I don't know how many people watch F1.
But that, again, that's why I don't want you to be, go down the wrong, like be arguing against the wrong point. I think Shake's saying that when those viewers you're talking about get here, they're going to have choices. When World Cup's not on, they're going to have choices between all the stuff we enjoy in Miami and Miami Dolphins football. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
What incentive do they have to start watching the Dolphins just because they became South Florida sports fans through the avenue of World Cup soccer? You see what I'm saying?
No, but
those people could just as likely want to go to the beach as become Dolphin fans.
Mm-hmm. That is definitely true. And the other part of it is that, as you said, someone mentioned it's going to become an international destination, which it already is. But I also think it's going to take it to a new level. And
I mean, you'll get some residuals, I'm sure, but to Shake Money's point, it's not necessarily like a, I get what you're saying, Ollie, but you're looking at it like viewers of sports, and the city of Miami will benefit from the influx of World Cup soccer and the viewership and all that.
Stephen Ross's bottom line,
and the Dolphin, and everybody will benefit. But I'm saying, how much of that pie of South Florida benefit will go to the Dolphins? That's really the question.
Yeah, but I don't think
Money's point, that already is a competition. There's already a competition between the Dolphins football and going to the zoo, for instance.
My point of it was, it's not what the city of Miami is going to create during that 14 or 15-day turnaround time. I'm talking about the future market that the Dolphins could be involved in, the future income that could be gained, the future.
Well, if you're talking about multi-international partnerships where, there's the infrastructure to play soccer here, and that means we're going to be reciprocative infrastructures built to have American football over there. That's a different argument. You know what I mean?
This league, like it or not, is going to be moving in the international direction. That's my whole point.
Right. I can see how it would help. Like,
I feel that
ties would already be forming between Miami and an international community.
That's what I'm trying to say, is that this gives the Dolphins a leg up once that continuing movement.
Fair enough. Sounds like we just nailed down the heart of it. You know what I mean?
Well,
exactly.
You got to remember that Shad Khan, the owner of the Jaguars, also owns a Premier League team.
Yeah. Yep.
They already have.
I will say though, like, I have a lot of family that lives in the Tampa Bay area, that were really big college football fans. And as soon as the Bucs started winning and Tom Brady went to Tampa, they're all diehard fans now. You know what I'm saying? So I think, and my point to that is, once we start winning and once we start showing like we're a real deal, I mean, the Bucs are a real deal team in the NFC. If we can show that in the AFC, I think we'll build the
that's kind of the point I'm making, Ali. Is that's really what's going to get the Dolphins up, is winning.
like being in from South Florida, there's a ton of casual Dolphin fans that don't really pay attention, but they would start paying attention and claiming the Dolphins as their team if they
and to
started
that
winning.
point, Ali, I'd like you to maybe do a deep dive one time for your own, just to bring the numbers to us one day. How many of those, when you cite the number of fans worldwide for World Cup soccer and all that, I'd like to see the percentage of those fans that root for a winning country. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure you have a lot of fans from Zimbabwe, but I bet Zimbabwe's numbers don't match the losing Miami Dolphins numbers. You see what I'm saying?
I'll have to look into the
in isolation
of that. However, I will say that
the point is winning brings the fans, and that's what brings the fans to World Cup soccer. These teams we're talking about, England, Italy, all these winners, Brazil, they all have fans because they're winners.
And that's kind of where I was getting with that, is that if we're going to be moving into the international district of all this, I feel that it's going to force the Dolphins to start making decisions that it's going to force them to be competitive and do whatever they can to win.
That's a fair point.
Because
the money will have to get
fans, you're right, Culler. European fans specifically, we're talking about Europe specifically, and I'm pretty sure it's the same for South American and Central American as well. In Canada, they're about winning. It's about winning. If you're not winning, you're nothing, right?
Agreed. Yeah.
And that's the truth behind it. And
the
there is no room for mediocre.
Sometimes they don't win. But they're consistent. They're all like the Miami Dolphins in the respect that they can hang their hat on an era of greatness. You know what I mean? All of them can. England, Brazil, Italy, France, all of them can hang their hat on some point in time. They were the one. So they all got fans for that because they're winners.
And I like Moss Sports comment. He says, Ali, it's simple. Nothing comes close to the World Cup for viewership. And that's the absolute truth. There's nothing that's watched more than the World Cup. So, and I can actually bring up the statistical numbers. If you give me a few moments, I could do that. But if we're not going to get into it, more people watch that more than anything.
Oh, yeah. It's one of the biggest sports events.
I held off earlier because I knew that Crypto would be around eventually to be able to personally thank him for the 5 spot earlier. Appreciate the donation, Crypto. And appreciate the sentiment.
No problem. Be aware of the dead cat bounce.
What's going on?
Oh, I'm ready for it this time. There ain't no way I ain't getting in when it hit. I just need you to tell me when the floors happen, bro. That's all I need you to tell me.
Right.
It's truly the floor. Now they're talking sub 19K. I don't know if we've hit the floor yet, bro.
So I'd like to welcome Crypto.
The dead cat bounces in. So the floor is coming soon, Culler. Don't worry. I'll let you know.
And Jordy,
I ain't missing this go around though. I tell you that much.
Jordy is Tony
exactly.
Right? Is that right?
You notice what's in my avatar, right?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, man. Is like, I hope it goes all the way to 1. But the problem, the thing of it is
right.
that because the thing of it is that no matter what people say about it, it has a purpose. It will rebound. Even if it doesn't come back to the soaring heights that it was, there's going to be a point where it's smart to get back in. And 6 months from now, we're going to be all over again saying, man, I wish I'd have got in when it was $1. You know what I mean? Just like everybody else did this last time it go around. You know what I mean?
Right.
So let me ask the rest of the panel here. So Jordy, the first, we'll start with you because you've been here for a little bit. What are your thoughts? Do you think that the World Cup will affect the Dolphins in any way, positive, negative? What are your thoughts?
It's going to have absolutely no bearing whatsoever on the organization. It'll help hotels, restaurants, no differently than a Super Bowl, but it's not going to have any relevance on the organization.
Do you think that the World Cup could create partnerships, future partnerships for the Dolphins?
Well, for Ross, not for the Dolphins.
Well, he is the organization. So I mean, that technically it would be for the Dolphins anyway. One way or another, the money will still flow through us somehow.
Well, the dough will flow invariably so long as Ross owns the team. He's one of the richest owners.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We've went over that before. It doesn't always translate into success, as we've seen with him and Daniel Snyder and some other people. But it's. I mean, it's great that they're going to have some World Cup games, but so are other cities, including in Canada. Toronto's going to have at least one.
Oh, yeah.
I just don't think it'll. I don't think it'll have any bearing on the Dolphins. I mean, there's a salary cap too. They can only spend so much money. I suppose if there wasn't a cap, and it creates partnerships, and therefore Ross gets even more money, he'd probably put, like, I can see this owner literally putting like $400 million into the team because he's that obsessed with winning. He really wants to win, Ross. Okay.
I wouldn't mind
for
that. I don't know about
all
you
his
guys.
faults, I must say, I don't know if I've said this before, for all of Ross's faults, we got to thank him for getting partners and stuff, keeping this team in Miami for the next 20 to 30 years, because we basically got a new stadium. And this is why Ross was averse to Oakland moving. He didn't support. He was the only owner that told Mark Davis and the NFL to go F themselves. And good for him. He said, no, keep the team in Oakland. Mark Davis wanted to move the team. They should have kept the Raiders in Oakland, or at least California. Look at, San Jose. Okay, there was a proposal for a stadium in San Jose. They wanted to move the team. I think Ross, he's not as bad as some people think he is. I'm not going off topic. I'm just saying.
Hey, Jordy,
I tend to agree with that assessment, Jordan.
What did you say, Shay?
Let me talk about something real quick off of what he says. I remember when Jordan he did both that the Oakland, from leaving Oakland. And the quote he said when I read the article, he said is, if you're an NFL owner, you should have deep pockets. And I agree with that 100%. I think they wanted to go to Las Vegas because they wanted a free stadium. And Rob was like, no, dude, you're a billionaire. You should be paying for your own stadium.
That's true.
It's just it's disheartening as a fan of the NFL, okay, for such an illustrious organization like the Raiders to move out of California. I mean, keep the team at least in the state. And look at some of their fans. I know this is funny, but it's true. How are they going to go watch them? With a lot of them are on probation, they can't leave the state.
Yeah.
Right? It's funny, but
but
it's
you look at
true.
the market. You look at the market in Las Vegas. It's like one of the biggest sports markets there is.
I know. Move the Jaguars. Move Jacksonville. They don't deserve a team. Don't move the Raiders.
Yeah, the Raiders do have a lot of history. I will say that, in being in Oakland.
Yeah. Crypto, what are your thoughts on this? Do you think that the World Cup will have any effect, or negative, adverse, no effect at all?
By the way, Jordy, before he does that, I think the reason they moved Oakland is because if they would have moved the Jacksonville Jaguars, they would have messed them up geographically. I think they did that. They wanted the West team to actually go to West, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I really, aside from maybe 10,000 loyalists up in Jacksonville, okay, or down, I should say, I'm in Canada, outside Toronto. They don't deserve a team, Jacksonville. Like, move that
Football
team.
is wild.
I think if
I don't
Alabama
know.
or Oklahoma was to get a team, I think Jacksonville will be that team to go there.
Yeah, they should.
Duval's fan base is wild. I used to live in Jacksonville.
They're a college city. It's a college. They're Gator country. It's not NFL.
Yeah, but bro, they said the same thing about St. Louis, bro. But all in all, it's over. You know what I mean? The St. Louis Rams are a fleeting memory now. As much as those fans feel that they got shafted,
a lot of people forget the Rams were in L.A. before they were in St. Louis.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just saying.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying, like, at Jacksonville,
but Los Angeles was the genuine article. If you're talking about a team that whose fans were truly indifferent to the football team, it was Los Angeles. That's why they left in the first place. You know what I mean? Like there is too much other things to do in Hollywood than go see the sorry ass Rams.
Yeah, but now like it's such a big market. I mean, I went to a Dodgers game and I don't even watch baseball and I had so much fun. You know what I'm saying? Like that
Well, that's
stadium
because of the
was
whole thing they
insane.
built there. You got
Like
the
there's
celebrities
sports.
getting on board. You
Well,
know
I
what I
think
mean?
that's what
All
they're
of
trying to
that.
do with the Rams now. You know what I'm saying? And like I think Ross is seeing this. And to get back to Ali's point is like he's like this can be done in Miami, and that money being in, like we have a completely new facility that's going to bring in players. I mean, Mike McDaniel says I've been on so many different teams, I've never seen a facility this nice. You know.
I'll give you another example, and the reason I ask these questions is because, for example, my English Premier Soccer team that I follow, which is Chelsea, in London, they have a new American owner, Todd Bowley. He's part owner of the Dodgers and also the Lakers, right? And he's actually doing what Ross is doing. He wants to bring more sports than just the main sport to the team. He wants to bring F1 or tennis or all these other sports and make it more of a sports complex, just like the Dolphins have. And they're building in a market. And the reason I asked, do you think this will affect the Dolphins, is because they still, even with wanting to do that, they still have to stay relevant to make their individual investments in these other sports work. They have to have a winning product to make it popular. And that's basically why I'm asking, is I feel that this is going to force the Dolphins to do whatever they can.
And real quick, Ollie, we got Irving and Big Nick. I'd love to hear Big Nick, South Florida Accountability's take on this particular issue. I'm glad you showed up, Big Nick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fins up, guys. Fins up. Hope everyone's well. I don't get a chance. I don't get a chance to be on after 12. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers.
Likewise,
likewise, man.
I'm gonna completely disagree with the Dolphins have to be relevant in order for Stephen Ross's vision to come true, because it's all based on facilities and location. If the Dallas Cowboys was to go 0-17, you don't think nobody would want to use Reliance Stadium or AT&T Stadium? Sorry, it's the facility itself that brings in these big events, and it almost gives a certain status. It gives a certain status to the team or the people that's using the venue. You know, Chelsea is not going to come to the Mistake by the Lake. You know what I mean? They're gonna go to AT&T Stadium. They're gonna come down to Hard Rock Stadium. So I think it's the facility more so than
Chelsea's actually going to Orlando to Camping World. That's where I'm going to actually see them in about 2 weeks. Moss Sports is going to be there. We're going to run into each other.
Yeah, but I heard someone said earlier about Stephen Ross, why he was mad at Davis for moving. I don't think I think it was a little bit more pettier than that, right? Stephen Ross actually went to Florida legislators and asked for money for the stadium. He did ask for it. They said no. And so he said, well, you know what? I want another Super Bowl, because the NFL had told him, unless you can do something about, that stadium that was built in 1988, you're not going to get any more Super Bowls. So he really wanted the Super Bowls because now we're in rotation. So he actually went to the legislators to try to get the money, and they told him no. So he spent the money out of pocket.
Wasn't there some type of contract made with the city that if he brought certain events, they had to pay the organization or something?
I think it was if he spent the money, then something like maybe 10 years or 20 years that he doesn't pay in the state any taxes on the land or anything like that. So that was one of his stipulations. Because let's face it, Miami couldn't afford to lose the Dolphins. They couldn't afford to lose the Dolphins, but at the same time, Miami, about 20 years ago, actually filed bankruptcy. So they're not in the business of building and putting in money in the stadium. So it was a hard situation, man. That's why that was the whole reason why the Robbies had to sell. That was the whole reason why Huizenga sold. because he knew they built a monstrosity of a stadium, and sooner or later it was going to have to be upgraded.
Now, Big Nick, now I agree with you here. I don't feel like there would be a need to stay relevant consistently in the American market. However, I can tell you on the world scale, especially in Europe and in South America, that's what they look for. They support winning organizations. You look at the biggest teams in the world like Real Madrid, Barcelona. I'm just talking about soccer teams. Even in England, Liverpool, Manchester United, or Man City. These teams have humongous world-based fanship based on the fact that they're winning organizations.
Well, but to Big Nick's point, Ali, and I hadn't thought about it earlier myself. That's why he always brings in stuff like that gets me thinking. That's why I appreciate him. But
definitely,
to his point about Dallas and even LA, I mean, when the Rams moved it back to LA, those celebrities and all those bigwigs showed up sight unseen without knowing whether they were going to be any kind of product worth a damn. And to the Dallas point, yeah, there ain't nobody's saying, "Oh, I don't want to use that stadium because the Cowboys suck." Matter of fact, they got their fans so worked. Their fans will be 2-11, saying we're going to the Super Bowl. You know,
absolutely. I hate their fan base. But listen, not only Dallas, by
the way, credit for that joke goes to Stephen A. Smith. By the way, he's the one that said that. They'll be 2-11. We're going to the Super Bowl.
Not only Dallas, not only Los Angeles, but the Giants may say, "Hey, Giant Stadium, that's a beautiful stadium." So they're just popping up all over the NFL, man, and somebody's going to build a $200 billion stadium. Somebody's going to do it.
Even the Buffalo Bills are building a new stadium.
Not a $2 billion stadium. Somebody's going to build a $2 billion stadium.
Wait. How much was the one in Dallas?
$1 billion.
Billion, and then how much was SoFi?
SoFi was $5 billion.
I think like 1.415, something like that.
No, it was $5 billion. Yeah.
Yeah,
it was $5 billion.
Yeah, someone's already done it.
Oh snap! My bad. I thought so. I was getting 1.5.
Yeah,
I heard
the
5.
fact that SoFi is double dipping with the Chargers, and that whole complex now was built to be the new headquarters of the NFL itself.
Mm-hmm.
That's the headquarters of NFL operations now at that complex.
Yeah. So
hey, you guys know. I'm sorry. You guys know a new stadium equals Super Bowl. I don't give a shit what city you're in. New stadium equals Super Bowl, and they're willing to spend. They're willing to spend almost $1 billion to get a Super Bowl because guess how much they're going to make for that Super Bowl?
That's true. That's true.
Exactly.
So I want to get to Irving here. What's up, Irving? What do you think about what we've been talking about?
Yeah, I didn't realize Capitan had left the back earlier. I didn't see you guys hanging back there for a minute. So apologies.
Nah, that's cool. That's cool. You guys probably forgot. Probably weren't even paying attention, but it's fine. It happens. Nah, man. I mean, listen, this is good just for the community. I don't think it's a Dolphins thing. I think it's just good for the community. In the local, Miami area. That's especially Miami Gardens is it's kind of quite poor. It's very crime ridden, and so there's a lot of poverty there too. So
okay,
for Stephen Ross to bring in events like the F1, with the tennis, with the tournaments and stuff. What tournament is in Miami?
The World Cup of Soccer is coming to
the Miami
World Cup of Soccer, FIFA as well. So I just think
tennis. Don't forget the tennis.
Oh, there's tennis. Yeah,
tennis. Yeah. So this just like resembles Stephen Ross's commitment to South Florida, especially Miami. He is from he graduated from Miami Beach High School. He was one of the biggest.
Stephen Roston.
Right. He wasn't. Yeah, he graduated.
I didn't know that. That's something I didn't know about him. Interesting.
Yeah, that's why he's so committed to South Florida. So bringing in all these attractions, like bringing in all these events and stuff, it's going to bring a lot of money. It's going to create a lot of jobs for that area, and it's going to provide a boost economically. And that's an area that really needs creation of jobs. And they need the income and stuff. So that's a great thing for just South Florida fans in general. And you got to remember, Stephen Ross is a very smart businessman, and he recognizes that South Florida is a melting pot, right? So you have a lot of Latinos, from all over Latin America, South America. You have Europeans as well. You have a lot of Russians down here. So it's like he recognizes that we are a community of people that have different tastes in sports, especially internationally. So he recognized that, and he said, you know what? I'm going to bring in FIFA. I'm going to try to bring in all these, big events, these big international events that attract a lot of attention. And I'm going to bring in, what these people like, what they want
to Irving's point, the last time I visited my family in Germany, many, many moons ago, on Saturday afternoon, my uncle sat there and he had two things on the TV, soccer and Formula One.
Yeah. I mean, Miami, remember that Pro Player Stadium, Joe Robbie Stadium, that location has always been a mega sports complex. The Marlins were there, the Dolphins were there. Now the Hurricanes are there. So he wants to make it as a sport, as big of a mega sports complex as he can. And that's going to be the spot. He says, he's going to be like, what, my competition is, Mickey Harrison in, at the FTX Arena, the other arena in Sunrise, Florida. So he wants this to be the capital of sports in all of Florida, especially in the United States. So I think Stephen Ross is dreaming big, and of course, I think Miami Dolphins are. What's up?
I think that sounds good, and I think that might be a byproduct of the reason why. I know for this man is a real estate mogul, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And the more giant events that he can bring to that particular area, we used to call it Carol City, but now it's Miami Gardens. The more spectacular events that he can bring to Miami Gardens.
And just to piggyback off Big Nick's point about the Super Bowl and a stadium, I don't look. I keep telling people not to sleep on them this year. Of course, I don't mean all the way to the bowl now, but coming up soon. Do not.
I think next year, right?
Do not sleep on Detroit.
Hey, and Big Nick, real quick, like
wait. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish my point.
Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
All right. So the more mega events that he can bring down here is going to benefit that local economy, which means the infrastructure is going to be modern. It's going to be Art Deco. It's going to be it's going to be South Beach in North Miami, right?
And
that whole deco. Now, what is that going to do? Hold on. What that's going to do when he brings South Beach to North Miami, not only is it going to, stimulate the economy, but it's going to raise the value of that stadium and that land and everything that's right there. It's going to triple the price of that stadium right now.
1,000, 1,000,000%. I agree with you, bro. Like
that's the number one reason why.
He basically would have gotten that land for free.
So listen, wait. I want to ask this question real quick. Do you think that Stephen Ross would flip it once it raises the value, like you just said?
Well, no. You don't flip. I mean, you don't flip that type of real estate. You don't flip that type of real estate.
The numbers you were speaking about earlier about how much World Cup makes it everybody. That's a cash cow. You ain't gonna
Culler. And here's another thing. He's gonna bring the soccer,
not real estate.
He's gonna bring the European soccer leagues as well. Like Ali was saying, like all the Manchester United, Liverpool, and stuff like.
And he already has. Like, to be honest, for the first time ever, we got to see Real Madrid and Barcelona play a Clasico, where they were selling nosebleed tickets at the very top for $900 per ticket. That's not a joke.
Big Nick. So I was wondering, are you familiar with what I was saying earlier? Are you familiar with what Ross is doing up in Detroit?
No, I know he supports that area because of the university.
You should have a look into that. I came across it on a money show like the Bloomberg channel or something, where they had Ross on in the morning interviewing him about non-football related stuff, because he's a billionaire businessman, so they want his opinion on certain things. but they also had him on to basically announce what the Reformation project that he has initiated up in Detroit to basically bring back that city for it, the value that it's always held, you know what I mean, as Motown and all that. He's taken the whole entire front like city line and gonna rebuild it and revamp it like he's done everything else he's touched, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
and that all sounds good.
Like anything else.
That all sounds good, and that's how everybody should want to envision their cities. But when me as a black man, when I hear that, I hear gentrification, right?
Yes.
So in order to fix that, it's time for America's minimum wage to be $30 an hour.
Totally see what you're saying there. The only thing I'm pointing out is that, like, the people can't drink the water there right now, so something's got to happen.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. And then when they're able to drink the water there, they're not going to be able to afford to live.
I do understand your concerns about that. You know what I mean?
It's time. And trust me, I have no problem. Me personally, as a black man, I have no problem with gentrification. Let me tell you why. Because I know my kids' generation, they're going to be the ones to be able to afford that, because that's just the way times are going to go, right? They're building that for them. But however, what I'm saying is, in order to ensure that the kids in my community or the kids in your community, and nobody's on here is really rich enough to go live in one of those new high rises they're building everywhere, right? But in order to ensure that we have that opportunity, it's time for America to pay a livable wage, $25, $30 an hour, and we can afford it. The more money look. Poor people don't put money in the bank account. What do poor people do with their money? We spend it. We spend it.
I know a guy like you is gonna look into it, gonna research it for yourself, and you're gonna decide for yourself what's going on up there with his plans for Detroit. I just wanted you to be aware of it. You know what I mean?
That city needs a revitalization, man. That city needs
I used to live in that area. They need it really bad.
Yeah, man.
As long as they pay the people. As long as they pay the people enough money to live there, I agree with it. That's all.
Yeah. It was more to further your point about how he loved South Florida, or was it Irvin that was saying how he loved South Florida? Grew up, went to Miami and all that.
Miami Beach High School, yeah.
And I think he has that same kind of place in his heart for Michigan.
Yeah, I agree. For Michigan, yeah.
He lived in Detroit and went to high school in Detroit and then transferred and graduated in Miami.
Right.
So he grew up in Detroit, but obviously graduated in Miami.
Yeah.
And then went to Michigan for college.
As a 51-year-old South Floridian, been here all my life, right? Been a Dolphin fan all my life. I can tell you what, no matter what Stephen Ross do, even if he brings a Super Bowl, he's still going to be second fiddle to South Floridians, to Wayne Huizenga. He's always going to be second fiddle, no matter what he does.
I kind of
always going to be behind Wayne Huizenga. Wayne Huizenga gave us everything.
I kind of feel like that too. So we got Shake Money back, but before we give Shake the floor, I just want to remind everybody to like and share.
Yeah.
Subscribe if
please,
you're not already.
You
want to go ahead with the rundown, Ali?
Yeah, we'll do
support this channel.
So make sure you guys check out TMI Tuesdays at 9 p.m. with Tonk and Culler. Some great content. They talk about some important facts and stuff that's going on in the world. Culler commentary on Thursday nights. Some great debate talks from Culler. You never know what he's going to say. You got Saturdays at 10 p.m. Late Night XL with myself and Culler. And come check us out. Every other day of the week, you got El Capitan on the TFTG show. Check it out. Some great interviews. You got Cash App, Venmo. Check out Fanatics. Our partner helps out the channel. Get all your sports gear. Check out all the great merch. We have flags, tank tops, hats in all different colors, beanie hats, yoga pants, even a new flag. The flag is pretty sick. I will be ordering it. And yes, beanie hats, definitely. And the flag. And no, she doesn't come with it, but the hats do come. They come in pink, Culler's favorite color. Anyway, also
is the purple suit available? I want that purple suit.
The purple suit? That might be special. I don't know.
Right?
We'd have to have Capitan about that.
Yeah.
Memberships are active. You have 3 tiers. You can join up. If you look
and
at
also,
good.
And also, thanks to those that have already. And if you're over on Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, head over, give us a subscribe, like like the channel, head back over to your favorite platform. Just do us the courtesy if you would. And as Ali mentioned, we already have a few members. We appreciate those that have joined and anybody that would in the future, but we also appreciate the simple share. Sharing gets you more people in the chat to talk to, bottom line. So, you know, it's incumbent upon you, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate everybody being here. Go ahead, Ali.
Definitely. So I'd like to get into the next topic that we're going to talk about, and you can keep everybody here if you want. I just want to have the floor for a moment to actually wait, what you call it, saying something right now. I think you're on mute, bro.
Oh, my bad. I just want to say something one thing real quick. Two things.
Sure.
Number one, I grew up in Carroll City, 45th and 195th and 45th Avenue. I grew up there. We had plenty of country clubs. I was in the polo team, and we had fencing and all that stuff. So yeah, Carroll City ain't that poor. And the second thing I want to bring up is Ross. Many people don't know this, but Ross is a Gator. Yes, he graduated from Michigan, but he did his first 2 years in Florida, so that makes him a Gator. Go Gators, baby.
So what you're telling me is Joe Burrow is a Buckeye, right? Because he did his first 2 years in Ohio State.
That's a good one, Ali.
And that's legit. That's legit. That's not a joke. Go check that out. That's legit.
No, I know he did, but he's obviously not a Buckeye. He's definitely a Tiger.
Shake Money's theory, he is. I mean,
no, but it's funny because he's definitely a Tiger. I'm in Louisiana right now.
And what he's telling me is that even though he grew up in Carroll City, he's really from Bravo because Miramar was right across the street, and I'm sure he spent a lot of time in Miramar.
No. But Bryson, let's just both appreciate Joe Burrow for what he did for our respective teams.
I love Joe Burrow. I'm a huge Joe Burrow fan.
Why? I mean, okay, he's good. He's good. He proved a lot to me that he can actually play the position. However, he was not that good in college. He was not that good except that 1 year.
This is a topic
for that 1 year.
Okay,
1 year.
We'll talk about it another time.
Yeah, this is another show. Maybe next week. I promise.
Okay.
I do have this coming, but I'm just gonna keep this in mind. And I want you to come on the show and talk to me about this. But Burrow without Jamar Chase. I want you to think about that. And when I have this on next week, you put this breaking. I'm going to talk about this next week. I want you to tell me if you feel the success would be the same.
Can I give you a short answer, please? Little preview.
Next week, we're going to talk about it next week, bro.
Yes, I would just say yes. It'd be the same.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why next week.
Not at all.
I can't wait till next week. I don't think it'll be the same either.
I'll tell you all why next week. How's that?
Hey, Culler, you doing the team comparisons this Thursday? Culler, Jimmy?
What's that?
Are you doing you remember you said you're going to do the team comparisons?
You know,
this year's team and next year's team?
Funny you ask, Shake, because I was going to let it go. You know, water under the bridge, right? Until that little war broke out on Twitter today. And somebody having to say, put a meme about Tua taking out the trash from last season. And I think I'm gonna now because I kind of really thought about it. I'm thinking, within 90%, it's this. We got the same team we had last year.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really unfair for people to be like, just shit on the rest of the team and be like, oh, this is Tua taking out the trash from last season. Like, really?
Maybe his trash play.
Well, I'm not gonna go that far. I'm not gonna be all like. What I don't understand is this double standard, and it continues.
Or maybe the trash playbook.
Yeah, that's actually a better one. I like that one, Big Nick.
I'm just pointing out that it's the same issue I had with what Chase said, especially with Chase, because the guy's been in the room for 5 minutes. Look, when you say he was in an unfair situation, and our team is virtually the same as it was last year. What created the unfair situation? Everybody says, okay, Flores created the unfair situation. Right, but how did he do that? And when people tell me, they say, oh, well, he didn't put the right offensive people in. He didn't bring in the right players. Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. If our team is virtually the same as it was last year, then Tua is still in the same unfair situation. It is not right for Chase Edmonds to use that language.
No. I think what
his
Chase
situation
is.
last year.
Well, I mean, the whole time that Tua has been behind center, we've been talking about his replacement. I think what Chase is saying is
okay. So what's really changed on the offensive line? We brought one more guy in.
Tackle.
We got one more guy in who's going to play center. Wait a minute. We brought one guy in to play center, and we brought in Terran Armstead to play left tackle, right?
There's only 5 on the line.
That doesn't even address where the leak was on offensive line. So
yeah,
wait,
Color.
Wait.
The best
got hit on the right side.
We got.
Oh my God!
On the right
the
side
guy that
holes.
broke to his
Color,
ribs
you're
came
better
from the
than
right
that. Color,
side.
you're better than that. You're better than this. Color, you're
our
better
O-line's
than this.
better than last year. Period.
It's hard not to be better when you was that trash, right? It's hard not to be
Big Nick, I agree with you. I don't want to have to resort to saying those things, but they're better than that too. To say, just to constantly shit on everybody else on our team.
We got rid of Jesse Davis, which is a huge deal for us.
There's no doubt about it.
He was a swing tackle. He was not a factor.
I think the
There's no doubt about it.
Single-handedly lose a
running
football
back was
game.
improved. I think the O-line stayed the same.
None of our losses last season can be tagged to Jesse Davis. Not a single one.
Well, didn't he play hurt, bro?
He played awful last year. Are we serious?
He also played out of position.
awful, but he did not single-handedly lose the football game.
I never said he single-handedly lost us the game.
He also played out of
That's the whole point. If you don't single-handedly lose games, then you're not a contributing
factor.
factor.
Make is he played out of position also. But the point I'm trying to make is the vitriol that he suffered on the way out doesn't match how bad he really was or wasn't.
Jesse Davis single-handedly is the reason why Tua broke his ribs.
Jesse Davis. Wait.
No, it was called
Jesse
a good
Davis.
defensive. It's called a
Jesse
good
Davis.
defensive line. That was matched up against
Listen. Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
Buffalo's
You gotta have
defensive
reason,
lineman
man.
Hold on.
had to protect
Can I make a point?
that play call.
It's football, bro.
Let me try and make a point.
We're yelling about
Jesse Davis was a great utility player 3 years ago, man. 3 years ago. He never had a solid position where he was going to start. He was going to be the starter. Every time Jesse Davis had a chance to start, it was because it was an injury, right? But he was our sixth. He was supposed to be our sixth offensive line. He was a utility player. He played every position. He played every position except center. And he was at his best. That was 3 years ago.
When somebody says that the changes we've made are Tua taking out the trash, that is once again bringing it to a personal level that it don't need to be brought to.
I know.
Well, I'll agree with that, Color, but I'm not going to agree with that our O-line
That was my only beef.
Better.
That was my only beef with the meme.
Well, I agree with that. Yeah, I'll get on board with that.
Yeah.
But see, that's the point. That's the problem.
Take out any trash.
That's the problem with not putting. That's a problem with not putting the address on like those type of comments. You got to put an address on it so we don't have these type of discussions. It could have been. He could have meant a whole different variations of taking out.
Well, I know the person, but Big Nick, I know the person who posted it. He's a friend.
A fan did it. A fan did it.
The fans tailgate.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not part of the organization at all.
Because Tua didn't do any of this. Chris Greer did it.
My
You know what I'm saying?
Connor, you want to share my comment you posted on that?
I mean, you can share. I don't want to do that to the guy. I've done that to other people, and it wasn't received well by the audience. So I'm not going to do that to the guy. Everybody can go. Everybody knows what I'm talking about.
But let's address. Let's address, man. We got better. We got better 5 different ways on offense. Period. There's no way in the world anybody can compare this offense.
I agree with that.
Last year's offense.
100%.
Right?
And our O-line
and not only that, not only that, we got.
This leads to my
I'm able to agree with that without saying that it's Tua taking out the trash.
No,
We
Tua
have
didn't take the
four.
I don't
trash
know.
out of
No,
Miami.
That
Chris took
thing.
out the trash.
those
Tua didn't
people
take
wore
out
Miami
nothing.
Dolphin uniforms and
Hey,
serviced us.
when you say it's 90% the same team, right? You're basically referring to we bought everybody back on
But
defense,
even
right?
so,
And
Big Nick,
again, hold on, color.
Nick, but even so, Big
Remember.
Nick, even so, those people were Miami Dolphin uniform wearers that
But
put in
wait,
service for our logo.
but color. My curse is what? Nuance, right? My curse is nuance. Yes, we bought everybody back on that defense. Four of those players are
It's special.
ascending to heights that we can only imagine. One of them is a step away from being an elite football player in the NFL. That's Christian Wilkins. The safety, Javon Holland, he's going to come back even better. Brandon Jones took a tremendous step last year. Nick Needham just got a long-term contract. These players are ascending. Yes, it's the same team, but they're young and they're getting better. They're going to be much better this year. So
Jalen,
even
don't
though
forget
we
about
bought,
Jalen
Maybe
Phillips.
I'm not even
you're right.
including Jalen Phillips.
You're right.
I'm not even
Maybe
including
I made
Jalen
the point.
Phillips.
Maybe I made the right point in the wrong way. What I
Yeah.
should have just said from the beginning was these people that they're calling trash wore
This is
Miami
the
Dolphin uniforms and put in service for our team.
that's
And
true.
and who they thought
No,
were
Yeah.
their fans.
Will Fuller didn't. He
Okay,
didn't
Will
put in
Fuller,
service for our
fine.
team.
Will Fuller,
The
fine.
Yeah.
running back,
Come on.
the running
If
backs
he was
didn't.
healthy, he would have.
Yeah,
But
he
if
would.
the
I
queen
agree
had
with that
nuts,
too, though.
if the queen had nuts, she'd be the king.
But I'm not talking about
Gonna
Will
stay healthy.
Fuller.
Okay,
I'm talking
all
about
right.
guys that wore the uniform for 5 to 7 years.
I love your guys' enthusiasm about this, and this actually brings up a good point about my next topic of discussion here. Who's all familiar with the movie Moneyball? Has everyone here seen the movie Moneyball?
I think
No,
I've seen it.
I'm not a huge
I've heard
movie
of it
buff,
at
so I
least.
don't know much.
Yeah,
Okay,
What is
so
Moneyball?
let me talk.
I never watched it, but I know it.
Baseball
What
is a
is
really
it?
good movie.
Let me explain what Moneyball is. So, in 2011, American sports drama film directed by Bennett Miller, written by Steven Zalian and Aaron Sorkin. The film is based on the 2003 nonfiction book by Michael Lewis, an account of the Oakland Athletic baseball team's 2002 season and their general manager, Billy Beane, who attempts to assemble a competitive team. In the film, Beane and assistant general manager Peter Brand, faced with a franchise limited budget for players, build a team of under-evaluated talent by taking a sophisticated sabermetric approach by scouting and analyzing players. Now, what they did,
Invented analytics.
basically what they did is they took
Pretty much.
underappreciated players, looked at their analytics and what statistics that they do consistently, and used their strengths to build their team at a lower cost. That's basically what Moneyball is. Now, we've technically done that since 2019. We ripped this team down to the ground.
Absolutely.
We sold every asset we had. We went ahead and cleared house. We brought in each year. We brought in new players and started to build a body. And now we've started to add more meat to that body, still at a lower cost. And we'll talk about that, pretty shortly here. But I want to go over a few things about what I found in an article that I found that talks about this. And shout out to everybody at the Pro Football Network for writing this article. It's kind of an older article, but I think it gives out some good information and how it relates to the NFL. And let me go over that. So over the last few years, the Moneyball approach to players recruitment has spread throughout the globe and become highly popular across a wide area of different sports. Initially, the strategy came to a forefront following Michael Lewis' 2003 book highlighted how Billy Beane, the Oakland athletic manager, worked to make his team competitive. Moneyball, that's the movie we're talking about. Generally, Moneyball is an approach to acquiring players while they're undervalued on the market, while also selling the assets that you have when they're overvalued. Within the NFL, many believe that it was the work of the Cleveland Browns, and more specifically, the influence of Paul DePodesta, that helped to bring the analysis method of recruitment to football in the NFL. Now, as you guys,
can I interject real quick, Ali? That about the
ahead.
Browns. Glad you brought them up because they're the ones that actually recently, like, kind of initiated the surge for trying to initiate a money ball strategy in the NFL, headed up by a guy. It doesn't look like he's with him anymore. Sasha something or other. I can't remember.
I think I know who you're talking about, but yes.
Actual name. But I'm looking at, I did a quick search on it, and I'm looking at recent articles from even 2021 that are showing that the Browns continue to broaden their analytics department. Just to interject that little factoid.
Definitely. Now, as I was gonna say, and that's a great point. Definitely, the Browns kind of started this movement. Now, you guys remember we traded Tunzel and got a killing for him. He was way overvaluated, and we fleeced the Texans. Same thing when I think we sent Kenny Stills over there. Is that right? We sent this Texans.
Yeah, we dumped that salary.
Yeah, we got more than I thought we could get for him, to be honest. Even Mika Fitzpatrick, the highest paid safety now. Congrats to him, by the way. We were able to fleece Pittsburgh Steelers at that time. Player we traded for assets. We got the most we could get for them at the highest peak at that time. And we replaced them for lower evaluated players or free agent. Non-drafted free agents in the draft and so on. Now, what I was going to say before making the switch to the NFL, De Podesta worked alongside Bean to incorporate a more refined and sophisticated manner of purchasing players for the Athletics. In 2016, he was hired by the Cleveland Browns to be their chief strategy officer. Most recently, he was used to help the Browns land Odell Beckham Jr. So this is kind of written a little bit back then when they got Odell back in the day. Now, in addition to Sheldon Richardson and Kareem Hunt, and that's a name I want you guys to remember during this conversation. Those are some of the players that he brought in when he was there with the Browns. Now, with the Browns generally underachieved because of poor coaching, it's hard to argue that the Browns had an inferior roster. While the right coaching in place, they can make some noise. Now, that's an argument I have with what we were just talking about. I don't think it's the players. I don't think it's fair to call them trash at all. I think that the coaching staff, and I'm not saying Flo is the problem. I'm saying the people that he brought in to be ahead of the secondary, to be ahead of the defense and offensive line and all the different positions and the assistants that trickle down. I think that there was some issues there that we could have brought someone with more experience, that knew how to manage those different positions better and help flow out. I think that was the issue. I think that's the problem with the offensive line. We forget that the offensive line coach was a rookie. He's a rookie offensive line coach. And you expect him to put out playoff numbers? I'm saying playoff, winning offensive line. I just don't see it. That's my opinion, and that's basically what this is stating. Now,
by the way, our offensive line is a rookie too.
What was that? Hold on, Big Nick. When you say that one more time.
I said the offensive line, Mike Applebaum is a rookie too in the NFL.
No, but he was an offensive line coach in the college, where the guy that we had last year was an offensive line coach. The offensive,
Applebaum has
experience.
He was
an offensive line assistant. He had 3 years of offensive line assistance, being an offensive line assistant coach.
Was he an offensive line coach? Was he assistant or was he the coach?
He was a assistant.
You can be an assistant, but that doesn't mean you're the coach.
Yeah, but being an assistant in the NFL is still NFL experience versus a guy who's offensive line it's pretty literally it's like a head coach in the NFL versus a head coach in the assistant head coach in the NFL versus a head coach in college.
Now here's where I'm.
It depends on the program. It depends on the program.
That's what I'm going to push on,
Yeah.
and I'll get to you, Big Nick, in a second. I know you wanted to say something. I apologize. What I want to say to that is that you can have a position, but that doesn't mean you have the skills to be able to teach and develop. And that is the problem with our coaching staff last year. I don't think they had the ability to coach and not really coach, but I would say teach and develop youth that they have on that offensive line. And that was the issue. And that's why it was so endearing that we needed a guy like Teron Armstead to be a veteran leader for that offensive line. That's something we didn't have. Now, Big Nick, I want to head to you because you had something to say, and I want to be kind.
Yeah,
please do.
Coach Lim was elevated to offensive line coach when he was the assistant line coach. Right? He just wasn't ready for that position. He just was not ready. He stayed with the team, but he got demoted again. So coaches does have something to do with it. But I just want to ease. Ali, I've heard you say this a couple of times that you're worried about McDaniel because he hasn't done it. He's a rookie coach. He didn't call plays. So that's a bit of a worry of yours. But
whoa! I've never said that.
Okay.
But not from me. It wasn't from me.
I apologize.
Videos. No, it's okay. You can watch his videos. Receipts are kept. I have never been worried about McDaniel at all. I actually believe he had more to do with calling plays in San Francisco than what people give him credit for.
I apologize, and I thought it was you. I'm sorry, but I do hear that a lot.
Definitely, I hear it too.
You got to remember, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. Can you imagine a special team coach going directly to be a head coach?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Nobody never brings up John Harbaugh. He didn't do any of that. He was a special team coordinator.
Yeah.
And he went to being a head coach and won a Super Bowl. And is in contention every year. So, that's
our old Bill Cowher was a special teams coach, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I think you might be right about that. Who was the special teams coach that we had for so many years? He was under like two different coaches. He was our special teams.
Mike Westhoff. Okay. I was gonna say Mike Westhoff.
Ruzzi, I think his last name was, right? Am I right?
Yeah, Dan Rizzi. Yeah,
Rizzi. He was the guy that I know that his name popped up for head coaching position interviews all the time during that period. Like people wanted him as a head coach, so it's possible. I mean, I'm not saying that these people don't have talent to be a successful coach in whatever related position that they are, or even a head coach. I'm just saying that at the time that they were
real quick, Ali. I just wanted to also say that the special teams coach, the reason that they transitioned well to head coach is because a lot of head coaches and organizations rely on the special teams coach because they have to work with players from both sides of the ball. They rely on them for a lot of the HR aspects, we'll say, when it comes to working with players and all that. So they get a feel for like the team, like they're a team leader. You know what I mean?
I understand that sentiment, but they're not coming up with any game design. They're not doing any play calling. They're not
rely on them for all the other human aspects of dealing with all the players, the 53 guys. You know what I mean?
Probably 60% of special team coaches are assistant head coaches too. That's what Westhoff was. That what Rizzi was here, and I think Dan Campbell wasn't a special teams coach, but he wasn't a coordinator, but he was the assistant head coach.
Yeah. I really feel like I think that some of the people that we brought in could eventually be really good coaches. I just think that there was too much what lack of experience on the coaching staff that I think they needed more veteran. Not like all of them had to be veterans, but I think they needed more veteran leadership on the coaching staff to be able to assist with the development and the teaching these youth kids like how to become, like what they were, the scheme and the proper not formation, but the techniques and the stuff that they're not learning. You know what I mean? There was obviously problems up and down the offensive line, but here's the other flip side. I hear a lot that people want to hate on our draft picks, saying that Austin Jackson and Eichenberg aren't worth a crap. I'm sorry, but 1,000,001 other draft analysts and people that are in recruiting and everything said these guys were top 1 talents. All right. Tier 1 talent at their respective positions. And you're going to tell me all of them are wrong? No way. There's no way we did not. We missed out on all our offensive line pickups in the draft.
Well, Jackson, wasn't he projected late first round, early second round? He was a little bit of a reach.
Actually,
yeah, he was a reach.
I think he was a reach. I think it was the bottom first round. Actually, I believe Eichenberg is the one that should have been in the first round that went to the second round. So I don't blame us.
But like they always say about Austin Jackson, you weren't going to take a running back at 18. There's not a running back right now that was drafted after Austin Jackson that you would take at 18. So what you was going to do, that was a position of need, and you didn't want to overdraft that would have really been overdrafting, getting the running back. So you and he had the highest metrics out of all of the tackles in the draft.
Taylor was available.
Jonathan Taylor also. That's the thing. You also have to think about running backs because they're really on borrowed time, unfortunately, because of the grueling the position is. You don't want to.
He's going to do at least 5 years minimum with the Indy.
There's only a handful of running backs.
Well, he'll do more than those 5 years.
That I consider generational talent, such as next year, there's going to be Bijan Robinson. Now, he's a guy that I won't mind drafting in the first round, and they have us projected to draft him. But he's a guy that I definitely think would be a running back to take a risk on.
I will say on our O-line though, like people forget, like these guys are super young, and a lot of the O-line has to do with chemistry. Yeah. And we had no chemistry. We were moving everyone all over the line last year. And so I think now that we have some veteran talent with Connor Williams and Teron Armstead that can, build some chemistry with some. I mean, Frank Smith comes from the O-line room. Like we can see what has. I mean, it's a hard position. Like not all these guys are just going to come out NFL ready. I know there's sometimes, when you're drafting the first, second, third round, we want them to be, but we still got to give these guys time. And I think they want to see their talent and see what we can do with it. And there's a lot of ways that McDaniel, let's say we get into the season and Jackson just isn't doing it or Eichenberg isn't doing it. There's a lot of ways to scheme it to where you can hide those things that we weren't doing last year. Like we weren't pulling the pocket out to, what I'm saying? Like you can do
mean
that
like not
more.
throwing deep?
No, I'm talking about like moving the pocket, play action, wheel route, like obviously throwing short, but we didn't move the pocket very much, and that's what McDaniel does. I mean, we saw that in the film last night. How the
this might not mean anything to anybody, but Austin Jackson went from being the worst performing offensive tackle on the team last year to being the second best offensive lineman on the team last year once he was switched to guard. So obviously the man has some type of talent, right? We just don't know. Because he hasn't had that stud left guard next to him when he was playing tackle. We haven't had a stud center to stabilize the line.
Something there. I think a lot of people forget that our offensive line did start to improve last year. That's why we started winning. I mean,
absolutely.
You know what I mean? By the end of the season, for the last stretch in our winning stretch, we were like 9th or something in the league. It wasn't historically bad.
200-yard games out of running backs.
The man, he went something like what, 3 or 4 straight games, only giving up 1 pressure. Yeah. Like with 1 simple move, like 3 straight, 1 pressure. When he was playing left tackle, he was giving up 8 pressures a game. He led the league. No, he was second in the NFL in pressures allowed.
And I want to piggyback off of that by saying people say that Tua's going to be better because he's 3 years removed from that hip injury. Well, guess what? Austin Jackson is 3 years removed from that bone marrow transplant, and that takes a lot out of you.
Good point.
That's true.
He's 3 years removed from his injury, exactly.
That's
Yeah,
true.
no, I
And
think
guess
the
what?
goal line is moving in the right direction.
They're trending up.
Now, go ahead. Did you want to say something real quick, Big Nick? Sound like you were saying.
No,
something.
I was just saying, you know, I don't think Tua's going to have the ball in his hand long enough to get Jesse Davis again. I just don't. I think this coach is too smart. I think we have enough athleticism to at least give him 2 seconds to throw the ball. I just don't see him being rocked like that again. Not in this offense. Not with those receivers. I don't see it.
So let me ask. I'm gonna to continue my conversation about Moneyball because that's where our topic of discussion is. Do you think that the Dolphins are still playing Moneyball? Let's start there. We'll go around the table. Let's go. Who's to my right? Is that Bryson to my right?
Yeah.
Bryson, go ahead. You start with you first.
So I think we're actually done with that. Like Moneyball being like getting cheap talent, essentially undervalued talent. Is that what you mean?
Well, that is what Moneyball is getting. You're maximizing the analytics that the undervalued player would bring in areas that of need that your team has. So, for example, I'm going to bring up some stats to you guys to see what you guys think. So, one of the biggest things that we hear every time the Dolphins are talking about receiving and stuff is yards after contact or yards after catch. That's what you hear about all the time. Who was the leader last year in yards after catch?
Jamar Chase, wasn't it?
No, team-wise, as a team.
49ers.
Yeah, 49ers.
Any other guesses? Anybody in the chat want to guess?
Wait, what's the question?
What
Who
team
led Yak?
Yak yards after catch? Who led it last year?
It's got to be the Niners or the Chiefs.
It was Cincinnati or the Niners.
It's probably the Rams.
The answer is Kansas City did. Kansas City had over 2,700 yards after catch. Wow. Where did Miami Dolphins rank in yards after catch?
Probably dead last.
Not last, but 26. It's not good either.
That's close.
25th. 25th.
Oh, one off.
The Bengals were top 4 at 2,400, 23 yards. And then the Rams, who won the Super Bowl, they were only at 2,145 yards. So we were at 25th. We were at 1,700 yards approximately. So we have to gain about 1,000 yards in Yak. Right,
and we got the Yak Master, baby, Tyreek Hill.
We did. We got Tyreek Hill. Good point. Being Tyreek Hill and the Yak that he provided in, let's see here, 2021, based on his stats, he provided about 444 yards in Yak.
Did he lead the NFL last year in Yak or no?
No.
I don't
think somebody ahead of him.
It was Debo. I think Debo did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it was Debo. It was either Debo or Cooper Kupp. One of the two did, I believe.
Now, how many of those Yak yards could we get if we actually have a confident team that can run screens? Imagine the Yak that we can get, because how many positive screens did we run last year? 2.
You're going to add.
It gets better though.
That 400 yards. That puts us at 2,100.
What do you guys think? Without no cheating, please. No cheating on here. I'm going to give you guys a little quiz. How many yards did Tyreek Hill have last year, yards before the catch, per reception on average?
Oh, he was low yards per reception. Yeah, he was low. Probably somewhere around 4 to 7.
Nick has 4. 8. Bryson has 8. What do you think, Shake Money? What do you think?
He did a lot of those little
His average
halfback
yards
screens.
per reception has to be like 14.
The yards that he ran, the yards before catch, Color, Tyreek Hill, yards
3
before
yards
catch
over
per
24.
reception.
Oh,
What was it?
I'll say
yeah, I
I'm
think
gonna say 10.
10.
He averaged 7.2 yards running.
I said between 4 to 7. I said
What's
Mahomes
his
led the
yards
league.
per reception? Like 13, 14?
Yards per reception.
Yeah.
It's at
It's like
11.2.
I thought it was like 14 range.
Yeah, it's 11.2. You're right.
14 in 2020,
So he
and
got
then last year was
he doubled his
11.2.
yardage once he got the ball, basically.
Yes. So my point is that we've already brought someone that's going to increase that yak number off the bat, right? So
you get add an additional yak
and
yardage.
a guy. Well, let me make a statement real quick. And a guy that also seems to prefer the ball in the particular range that Tua does excel at. You know, and I think this is the point that he was really trying to make. It wasn't so much, oh yeah, Tua is a more accurate quarterback than so and so or this or that. From the standpoint, from his own perspective as a wide receiver and where he prefers the ball and how he prefers it delivered to himself to maximize his abilities.
But wait, wasn't Tua number 2? Wasn't Tua number 2 in accuracy on deep balls though?
Well, yeah, but I kind of throw that one out because he only had like such a small sample size of attempts that's kind of a doctored stat. You know what I mean?
So is that George Godsey? Is that George Godsey and the running back guy, or is that?
I'm not putting the fault for that on Tua. I'm saying that we can't really use the stat because you know what I mean. If he was throwing as many as the other guys, we may not see such a high percentage. Is all I'm saying.
now, what if I'm about to throw a bomb in this whole argument?
You could. You're not. You might be wrong. I'm just saying we could never know. It's not
the color.
The sample size is
Color,
so small.
Right, exactly. Color. Basically, what you're saying is somebody being judged on being 4 out of 5 versus somebody being 14 out of 20.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's just efficiency. Like, yeah, even if he hit 14 of those 20, even if it was 28 attempts or whatever, he's still hitting them efficiently.
Here's another stat I'm going to throw to you guys. A different player that we brought in, same offseason.
But back in the day, guys like John Elway would constantly be throwing the ball, and it'll hurt his overall percentage. He was only averaging 56%.
Deep throws are low. Yeah, deep throws are a low percentage throw anyway. So
here's the thing.
That still counts towards your total percentage.
That's a different NFL, man. That was a different NFL.
If you constantly keep throwing deep balls, it's going to hurt your percentage anyways.
I like this trivia. Let's keep going with trivia.
So much on the arm strength because to a lot
You're
of
testing my fandom.
make the point that lots of quarterbacks have succeeded with Tua's arm strength, and that's fair because the whole thing with me is I don't give a shit whether he can throw 70 yards down the field.
With that arm
all I'm
strength,
interested in is whether he can throw deeper than the deepest safety. That's all I'm interested in.
No, and if he throws with anticipation and timing, that's what I care about. I don't care about the arm strength like Color said.
That's my point.
Yeah,
we can have deep shots that are over the head of the safety because of that timing and all that.
Right.
Where he's throwing before, anybody realizes it matters. And like I said, as long as it's over the deepest safety's head, it doesn't have to be 70 yards.
Yeah.
Right. The one thing I agree with Omar Kelly is the only thing that worries me, because I played quarterback, not to that level, and I know what the hardest throw in the NFL or in quarterbacking is that 10 to 15 yard out. If he can throw that pass, then we're good.
Yeah, I just don't think that's a strength of Tua's game. Anyways, Tua's greatest strength is working that middle of the field. Even though, he's
but you got to throw that pass.
It's much harder. It's more yardage anyway.
Yeah,
but we got to have that pass.
The type of offense that Tua's going to have is an offense with condensed sets, like stacks formations or bunch sets, where they're going to mix, where they're going to work that middle of the field. So that Tua is going to have a lot of throws where it's going to work that middle of the field, unless only with the exception in those play action rollouts will he be throwing outside of the outer part of the the field and stuff.
I don't care.
Well, boundary.
I don't care.
Now,
I don't care. I don't care who you are. Tebow had that in his playbook, that 10, 15 yard out. They're gonna put it in the playbook.
But that's what Omar Kelly said. Like if he's not, if that's not the strength of his game, just take it out of the playbook. Or, Yeah, that's what Omar Kelly.
Let's continue this conversation
about the offensive, coordinator and play calling and all that. And I get that. You know what I mean? If his limit is so and so many yards, then we just need to make sure the ball is thrown at the point where that many yards is still over the head of the last safety. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, and exactly what Culler said. Like,
trivia.
If you're not gonna have that arm strength to throw, whether it's throwing out that 15-yard out or it's just like, if you don't have that arm strength to throw either that 15-yard out or close it, like, or to fit it when you're late on reading, let's say you're late on your read and the coverage is closing in, you got to fit that ball to the tight window. That's why it's very important for Tua to improve and really, work on his timing and his accuracy of his throws, especially ball placement.
There'll be times once it starts flowing more, there will be times where he's in a situation where he's able to set perfectly, have perfect hit rotation, and launch the ball 60 yards. It's I'm sure he has that in him. You know what I mean?
Trivia. He did, Culler. He already showed that when he was in Alabama.
Yeah. Hold on, guys. Let Ali go. Let's drive.
I want to continue this conversation, but I want to also get to some of the information that's important to this conversation. Do you think that Tyreek Hill had the best yak year that's on this roster that altogether? Like, do you think he's out of everyone we brought in? Do you think he's like better at yak?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
Yeah, but people sleeping on Cedric Wilson. That dude can yak.
Hold up. I want to get my point across. Thank you, Bryson. Cedric Wilson had better average yak than Tyreek Hill. Cedric Wilson's yak yards, just so you know, he averaged 5.6 yards after catch versus 4.4 that Tyreek Hill had. So that's big. In addition, yards before catch. He's almost right there on par with Tyreek Hill. He's 7.7 yards that he ran before catching the ball. So you brought in two guys already between Tyreek Hill.
Let me add to that before people lose sight. Prior to my 4 year pounding the table to get rid of Devontae Parker, everybody asked me the question, who would you bring in to replace him? And I was the first person to say Cedric Wilson as the candidate to start the train to get him out the door.
People are
so I was up on Cedric Wilson way ahead of the game.
And Cedric Wilson's going to be eating because everyone saw what Waddle did last year, and you have to double Tyreek, right? I mean, you have to. And so you can't double everyone. And so Cedric's just going to be eating. And I saw last year, I have a ton of buddies that are Dallas fans because we're so close to Dallas here. And those games where CD was hurt or Cooper wasn't playing, Cedric went off. He had a great season last year. I mean, and that was a packed wide receiver room.
And that was the main reason why I wanted them in free agency to start the revamp of the wide receiver room that we should have did in 2018.
By the way,
but part of the hidden story,
the name that's not being talked about, Jalen Waddle's yak is 4.
Right, I was just gonna go there.
Yeah, we're getting there. I was gonna go down the list. Sorry.
But here's the thing about Jalen Waddle. As good as high as that is, right, for yak, he didn't run any yak plays because they didn't call any yak routes for him, and then he still was able to get over 4 yards of yak every time he caught the ball, and it was just horrible. He was running hooks, he was running stops, he was running slants to the sideline. He was not running any yak plays, and that's crazy. So imagine when he gets those yak plays this year.
Yeah,
well, his route tree was pretty much limited. There was no one near the Alabama route tree he had.
That is true. But the thing is that I think by adding these two players alone, you've already gotten close or to close the gap with Cincinnati regarding their average yak yards that they get. So you've already analytically, on paper at least, met that up with them. Now here's the big one that blows my mind, that I honestly thought it was the complete opposite, but I was wrong. So who do you guys think? And let me just make sure I have it up here real quick. Who do you think? Here we go. Who had the most rushing yards as a team, not as an individual, but as a team last year?
Oh, that was Baltimore.
Any other
I
guesses?
think Baltimore was the number one wrestling team in it. Either Baltimore or the Colts.
Any other team? Any other?
Philadelphia.
Thank you. Philadelphia had the number one ranked rushing yards, 2,715 rushing yards last year.
Yeah, that was number one
right?
rushing team.
Now we're going to talk about the top four, the semifinalists for the Super Bowl, because that's who we need to compete with, right? So we got, let's see here, the Chiefs. How many yards do you think they had? And where do you think they ranked?
Probably
they had been
15.
low.
How many are we going? We're going with the semifinalists?
Yeah, we're only going to semifinals. So we're starting
Then
off
they were
with-
dead last. They were dead last. They were dead last.
Not dead last. The Chiefs were not dead last.
They were not dead last.
No, they were middle of the pack.
Out of the
Sub
teams that was in the
2,000 for
semifinals.
sure.
They
Sub
they
2,000.
they're 1,955 yards, right?
Yeah.
So
Wait a minute, you said the semifinalists, right?
Yeah.
The semifinalists.
Yeah,
The last four.
The Chief. We're talking about the teams in the playoffs. So we had the
Okay, in
Chiefs,
the playoffs.
we had the 49ers, we had the Rams, and we had the Bengals, right? Those are the last four teams in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
Last four.
So we started off with the Chiefs. They had 1,955 yards. Now, the next team is the Bengals. Where do you think they rank?
Well, you got to consider who they had as running back.
Three. They were third. I would say maybe second or third.
They were first.
Number 23 out of 32. They only had 1,000.
Oh, I thought you were talking about out of those teams, out of those four.
No,
where
we're
they ranked
talking
between the
about
four.
where they rank altogether with
league.
all the teams. They ranked their yards that they had rushing was 1,600 and I'm sorry, 1,742 yards. Apologize for that. The Super Bowl champions, where do you think they rank?
Who's crunching ice?
It was low. That's Fritos. I'm sorry.
It's okay. The Super Bowl champions, Los Angeles Rams, where do you think they rank?
Close to the last. Close to
Probably in the
last.
middle of the pack.
Number 25. They had 1,683 yards. The Dolphins, on the other hand, they're 30th. They're 30th. 1,568 yards, right?
Atrocious.
The 49ers were number 7 on this list, 2,166. Now,
but there was only a difference of 2,100 versus 2,000 versus 1,900, 200-yard difference from them and the Chiefs.
That is correct.
Wait, what number? What number were they again, Ali?
The
Sorry,
Chiefs
the
were number
2166.
No, the 49ers.
The 49ers were number 7, 2166.
Okay, I thought you said.
And the Chiefs was at number 16?
The Chiefs were number 16. And the
So
Chiefs
you only had 9 slots, 9 teams separated by 200 yards.
That is
so
correct.
Real tight.
Yes, it is really tight, but I'm surprised that these teams that were in the semifinals and eventually the Super Bowl were not much higher at all. In fact, the teams that that were at the top, you had Philadelphia as number 1, the Colts as number 2, which respectively, the Colts, I understand they had Jonathan Taylor. I get that.
Yeah.
Baltimore Ravens, I can't believe that because they had a decimated running back group. They had no running backs. Even Lamar couldn't do anything.
That's a testament of good offensive line coaching and good
That is true. And then you have the Cleveland Browns. And the Cleveland Browns, who had 3 players on their team.
They got the best running back duo, in my opinion.
They have the best trio of running backs, in my opinion.
Yeah,
they have a trio of running backs. They averaged more than 5 yards on
5.1,
average.
yeah.
You have Nick Chubbs, who averaged 5.52 yards. What's his name? Deontay Johnson. He averaged 5.34 yards. He was number 2 on their roster last year. And then you have Kareem Hunt, who averaged 4.95, but I'm going to round up and just say 5 yards a carry.
Everybody's averaging 5.
Yeah. So
Well, they
my
still-
thing is that
Five,
the Dolphins,
Browns.
how many players on the Dolphins averaged 5 yards a carry?
None.
None last year.
What about
None last year. That-
What about
Oh,
that-
one.
no,
Dustin
no.
Johnson did, huh?
That's
Oh yeah,
right.
he's gone. Yeah, Duke
Johnson
Johnson, he's gone.
is
Duke
the
Johnson.
only person that averaged more than 5
Yeah.
yards a carry.
And
Shame
that
on
wasn't
us
to the
for not
second half of the
running him
season.
more. It doesn't matter if it was second half of the season. He could have been doing it the whole season had we been using him properly. Just saying. I'm just putting it out there.
And that's on the
Wasn't
coaching
Miami
staff.
like they were 30th in yards per rush and they were 31st in 31st in yards per rush. They were 30th in yards per game. They averaged 3.5 yards per average.
Correct. But Duke
You
Johnson.
ready for this nugget? Ali, you ready for this
Averaged
nugget?
3.7 yards per carry.
Go ahead.
Watch this nugget.
Go ahead.
Check this nugget out. The last 4 teams, you said you were surprised that, where they rank in the rushing attack, and they was the last 4, including the Super Bowl champs, right? What the one thing that all 4 of those teams had in common that the Dolphins also have in common. All 4 of those teams had 2 elite offensive players on that team. Each one of them. So they was able to overcome the lack of the running game, because when you have 2 elite offensive players, it will make up for that run. It will make up for it.
I'm going to ask about the 49ers because I know one of them is elite. Who's the other elite person on the offensive side?
You talking about Brandon
Trent
Brandon
Williams.
Ayuk?
Well, you have
Brandon Ayuk
Debo
is
is
not elite.
elite. So who's the other elite person?
You got Debo, and they got probably either the best or the second best tight end in the NFL.
Trent Williams is the best tackle in the
Yeah, I
game.
forgot about him. You're right. I'm thinking like running back and receiver. Who else they
You
got?
talking about skill positions? I think you talking about skill positions.
They got speed.
Yeah, we're talking about skill position.
Yeah, George
They
Kittle
got
is
speed.
definitely elite in the tight end position. So okay, you got them.
The skill positions,
You
yeah.
had Tyreek
They
Hill
had
and you had Mahomes.
the top 2 players, yeah.
And
Top 2 players at their
Rams
position.
had
Joe Burrow, Chase Edmonds. Joe Burrow and Jamal Chase. If you don't want to go Jamal Chase, you can go. You can easily make it for Joe Mixon. You
Jamar
can
Chase
easily.
is the reason the Burrow is
Well, they
elite.
was at least top 5 in their respective positions.
Well, T. Higgins is coming up too. Watch out for T. Higgins.
And then you got Buffalo. Even though we hate to say it, we got Buffalo, Josh Allen, and Stephon Diggs. I know I heard.
Because they didn't finish in the last 4 in the playoffs. That's basically why I didn't really talk about them. But the fact is that we're really close within meeting those teams' averages at their best. That's why. That's why I think that with the proper people we've brought in, and this is why I asked, are we playing Moneyball? We brought Raheem Mostert, we brought a Sony Michel, we brought a Chase Edmonds.
And again, Ali, it also
Go
is further illustrated we have to remember that we were on an upward trajectory. We were 1-7, and we all fault the coaching for that and all the failures and all that, and we still fault whatever shortcomings we had during the winning streak. We fault on the coaches. But we were still in an upward trajectory. The offensive line finished better than they started. All these guys you're talking about. I mean, I don't think it's as much doom and gloom as people think on the overall team.
I'm not saying.
But I'm saying that's why you're seeing those numbers. But that's why you're seeing those numbers when you actually do the deep dive.
What I'm trying to point out is that I feel that we have addressed positions that closes the gap on those 2 things right there.
Right.
But I don't think we
cheaply
and,
is what
and to make us and to now to make our expectations within line with being able to achieve what those top 4 teams last year did.
I don't think we since the rebuild, I don't think we have actually played Moneyball at all. I think what we've been able to do with the genius of Chris Greer is that he has developed a very dynamic and deluxe pay for play types of contract.
See, I'm
Right?
going to
If you
disagree with
play,
you, Big Nick. I'm going to disagree with you, Big Nick, because
No,
the
he
fact
shelled
is,
out
every
a lot of
contract has an
money.
easy out. Every
He had a
contract
big,
has an easy
he had a
out.
big $80-some million
Everyone.
checkbook worth of guaranteed contracts to play with.
but
Right.
2021,
And
but
they're easy outs.
but 2021, we got
Regardless of
rid of
the
all
easy
these.
out, the checks were still signed.
Yeah, but the thing is that we actually let those players go or traded them out. All right, in the event because they had people that were not getting paid as much that was performing at the same level. That's my
Yeah,
point.
but
We didn't need them at that point.
right, but now, even now, Emmanuel Ogba, give us 2 good years or give us 2 bad years, and we can get out after 2 years. Everybody, even Tyreek Hill, you're going to get these 35, 40 million, but after the 3rd year, we can technically get out of this contract after the 3rd year, right?
Everybody
Because all this
we
guaranteed
can
money
get
will be
out of.
gone.
Tyreek, it takes 3 years, but everybody within 1 or 2 years we can get out of it.
Right, and that's why we didn't play
That's
Moneyball, because
why
remember Moneyball was trying to sign
that's
players
why we don't
for
have
as
no
low
more
as
than 1
possible.
year to expect them to win
But
immediately.
at the same time, you look at it, we got them at a very low cost. I mean, Chase Edmonds, everybody thought that he was going to get more money than what he did.
Same thing with
Armstead.
Armstead.
Arizona thought he was going to go for the big.
I want to know what
He couldn't beat out Chase Edmonds. Couldn't beat out Kenyon Drake, did they?
I want to know what Mike
Did they
McDaniel
really?
said.
He's actually very formidable on the offense.
I don't know.
as
Edmonds
a wide
ball.
receiver.
Edmonds is a baller.
Yeah,
I
Edmonds
love
is
him.
a
He couldn't
Yeah, but
beat Kenyon
Drake
Drake.
survived, right?
What,
Drake was the
what are
one
you
that
talking
lasted.
about?
And don't forget,
What?
Connor ain't getting.
What did you say?
Don't forget,
He never started.
they chose the old
Kenyon Drake when he
legs
played with
over
the
the
Cardinals
young
was
legs.
garbage.
And Chase Edmonds was
Chase
his
Edmonds since
backup.
2019 has
And
been
Chase
balling
Edmonds
out.
was his as the backup. As the backup.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And they Exactly. chose the older legs of Connor over Chase Edmonds.
Yeah.
And Kenyon Drake.
That old.
And
He's
Kenyon Drake, who
26.
was our old yesterday's garbage.
Yep. He said it best right
But
there.
when he got in, he did perform. He ate us up.
Yeah.
But I mean,
He ate us up.
I mean, that was a
at
different
least
team.
we got
though.
two
Chase
couple
is
running
going
backs.
into what you
At
guys.
least
Chase is
1,000
going
yards
into a
last year.
committee.
At
He's
least
not
we-
going to be the starting guy. He's
exactly,
going into
exactly.
a committee. It doesn't
I mean-
matter that Kenyon Drake.
It doesn't matter what you think.
Hey, but at least you have two running backs in the running back by committee room that are averaging 5 yards per carry. Whether that be limited touches, I understand that, but compared to what we had last year, no running back averaged better than, I think, with the exception of Duke Johnson, averaged better than 3.5 yards per carry on average.
James
embarrassing.
Studies, 60% of the time it works every time.
It works every time, baby.
The minute you said that, bro, I swear to God, I actually remember a fan disrespecting us, bro. A couple months ago, he was sitting in front of me and he goes and says, they can't even run the ball for their damn life. And my friend, who's a hardhead, he goes and says, "Hey, yo, what'd you say?" And he was like,
"What the? See, that's the type of. I'm gonna kick your ass."
Kick your ass.
And last year, James Conner was the third down
My
goal
friend
line
didn't do it.
back.
He didn't do.
He only
didn't do
averaged
anything, but-
averaged 3.7 yards per carry,
Mhm.
where Edmonds was over 5 yards. Now
Yeah,
James
exactly.
Conner had 15 touchdowns, but that shows you that was their goal line third down back. Chase Edmonds isn't that kind of guy.
Wait, it was 3.5. You said, Irving? It was by Duke.
Yeah, no running back other than Duke Johnson last year. No running back averaged more than 3.5 yards per carry. Yeah.
It was only Duke Johnson. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, the previous.
And that's a long drop off from Miles Gaskin, who was giving us 5.1 yards
Mhm.
carry just the year before. That's
Miles
crazy.
Gaskin's averaging high.
Bro, he averaged, I'm telling you, Miles Gaskin only averages like about 2 yards or less after
Yeah, he
contact.
regressed.
Like that, he is terrible. And even forcing tackles missed. He only had like 316 tackles missed like in 2020. So he's not great in that regard. That's not his
so
game
bad.
anyway. So
Wait, would Jay Ajayi make this team? Would Jay Ajayi make, or would we trade him? Would he fit this team?
He would.
A lot of his runs was on tackle, right?
It was his health too, his knees. A lot of it was his knees. Also, they saw.
No,
that
I mean his style, his running style. I mean what he's able to do.
who Chase Edmonds?
You have smoked yourself retarded.
No, like I know. See, we know he used to live for contact, which was stupid. But still, he ate through the contact. But what running style would he fit with this wide zone? Because I remember him running up tackle a lot. Well, in between tackles, but between the guard and the tackle, not necessarily to the sideline. But we did have a good road grader back then too. Now another underrated Dolphin that I kind of hated to see go, but once she leave my team, oh well, bye bye.
I miss Rob Conrad.
Yeah, I don't.
I miss Chuck Cleanbound.
Why don't you miss him, Crypto? You tell me why. Give me one valid reason why you don't miss him.
Because Tony Page is a better fullback.
Turn that sumbitch sideways and stick it straight up. You can
Yeah, he was the
Did
bowling
Tony
ball,
Page
man.
swim 20 miles?
Yeah, because Tony Page was better.
Keith Byers is better than both of them.
I like Luke Soccer Polite. He was.
I
he
like
had
Keith
something.
Byers.
He had something.
Yeah, Keith Byers was much better pass catcher.
Yeah, I like Keith.
And a runner. Don't do that to him. No, guys. See how you took that shade. See how you dropped that shade on Keith Byers like that's all he can do.
I was
Keith
just
Byers
watching
gave
Dolphins from 2008. Derek Martin,
I
remember
like
the
the
tight
strength
end?
of Tony Page.
Keith Byers gave Philadelphia 1,000 yards on the ground, buddy.
He did. Philadelphia had a much more dynamic running game than we had.
Who was their coach? Buddy Ryan?
Yeah, Buddy was the guy. Yeah, Buddy. It was Buddy.
Buddy Ryan.
Good old Buddy.
Hey, besides Marino, all-time favorite Dolphin. Besides Marino,
Rex's Papa.
Ricky Williams for me.
O.J. McDuffie.
For me, Bob Greasy.
Oh, thank you for reminding me, Big Nick. So O.J. McDuffie, if you didn't watch him, he was on the Fanatic show, Friends of the Family, last Tuesday.
Brock Marion for me, by the way.
And he says that he has no worries about McDaniel calling plays or anything. He doesn't have any problem with McDaniel and what's going to happen with him at all. That's another thing that knock to say on the people that think that McDaniel is going to be an issue because he's a rookie head coach. He has all the.
Who's upstairs?
They're ignorant. That's ignorant.
Frank Smith is upstairs.
Is he upstairs? He's going to be upstairs.
Frank Smith is upstairs. The guy from Seattle and also the Jaguars is the QB.
Even if McDuffie had a problem, it wouldn't matter. Even if McDuffie had a problem with it.
I don't know. I trust McDuffie out of a lot of these other people that are out there that comment on stuff. So far everything that he says is pretty on par. So
hey, I have a quick
question.
question.
But I wouldn't even put it one way or another. I wouldn't sweat it one way or another, even if McDuffie had a problem with it.
No, hey, I have one quick question before I intrude. The fish, the fish tank we all familiar with, but Travis Wingfield, how did he get that though? Like he started one of this, like he started a podcast, and then from there,
Travis used to be on Locked On.
Yeah, he blew. He made Locked On Dolphins was the #1 Locked On show in football. So out of all of their markets, Locked On was the #1. He was just really good. Plus, he came from a background. He actually did start his own podcast. Yeah, so he worked it. He worked his way through, and he interviewed from Locked On Dolphins. Locked On Dolphins.
Awesome.
Well, I know.
And now I like the new guy on Locked On. He's even better. I mean, Cal is the man. If you guys don't listen to Locked On Dolphins, Cal, he's really good. Kyle Krabs.
I love Kyle. I love listening to Kyle, man. I like his style. I like his whole get up. I agree.
Now, I'm gonna do something, and I don't care if you guys tell him I said this, but the other show, Dolphins Talk Weekly, is hard. Sometimes almost harder to listen to than Omar. I'm telling you, man, it's really hard to listen to.
Well, I know the guy who originally started the whole network of the Locked On podcast, but by me being a Utah Jazz fan, the guy who started was David Locke. He was
David Locke, right?
he was the radio announcer for the Utah Jazz, and he was originated in Seattle, where he originally started from, but then he got hired by the Jazz to do the play-by-play.
And Travis Wingfield.
That is true.
Travis Wingfield also originated in Seattle. Grew up a Dolphins fan because the rest of the guys of his brothers and everybody in his family were all Seattle fans, and they all picked on him, so he wanted to be different. And I think it was the story, and that's why he picked the Dolphins or something.
That's some of it. That's some of it. Hold on, I know. That's some of the story was though.
Yeah.
During the time he was growing up, guess who was always on television? Dan Marino.
Right.
Dolphins was always, that 4 o'clock game, or whatever the schedule was.
Because
he was always on.
I just want to say this quickly, bro, because the reason why I bring that up is because, like, honestly, bro, I do YouTube. I do YouTube as well. But like when I saw Travis a couple years ago, I saw him started from the ground up, and I said to myself, okay, how did from a couple years from that to now, look at him where he is now. So I said to myself, I actually get motivated when I see that every day, because I say one day I want to be not for the Dolphins, but for me, like in a bigger platform area for my gaming system and all that for what I do. But
yeah, it's also
he motivates me a lot, bro. Like,
hey, you're right, Iceman. It's also a story of it's also a good story of trusting in yourself, because he migrated his entire family to Miami from Seattle to take this job with the Dolphins.
Yeah.
See, I play a lot of Madden. You guys are familiar with Madden, of course.
Oh,
and
yeah,
what I do is I spend a lot of sadly I do it for them though, but it's a thing called Mutt Team, and I try helping a lot of people, build their teams up from start to finish the right way, a bunch of stuff like that. And what I do is like, I saw Travis, bro, and that's every day I see that, I say, okay, I love football, so I stick to that. And he's motivating me every day to say, okay, I'm a small little YouTuber, but from one day I'm gonna become someone like him, on a bigger platform.
Well, can I give you some advice?
King Kong ain't got shit on me.
Let me give you some advice on how to grow your channel. I have 183,000 subscribers on my channel, and I'm gonna tell you what works. And the people that are in your field, the people that are in your space that do similar things to you, make sure you go to their channels, you comment on them, you talk to them, you try to build that relationship with them.
Networking.
You network with them, man. You cross subscribe to each other. You get their fans, and you got to
don't be afraid to do. Don't be afraid to put yourself out there for people.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And absolutely. And now that you can see my name big now, all you gotta do is look for me on YouTube and say, hey Nick, check this out. Can you drop this link for me?
Don't be fake, right, Big Dick? You be exactly
absolutely.
Like, people try to come out and like shtick is okay because it's it's shtick, it's cool. But like if you try to like put something on or put people on, you're gonna get exposed, bro.
Yeah, the internet will find out exactly who you are, so you might as well just be who you are.
Yeah,
and that genre, that field that you're talking about, is one of the largest fields on YouTube, one of the most successful fields on YouTube, man. Like anything dealing with product and talking about it, breaking it down, showing people what it is, that's huge on YouTube.
Yeah.
That's huge.
So, to continue the conversation, so I feel like we're playing Moneyball with the running back position, the running back room. Everybody
sounds like it. I was, when you all started talking about the running, when Bryson was bringing up, I think the yards per carry for everybody. It's exactly what it made me think of. If we could bring in 5 guys that are all getting 5 yards per carry, then we should get 5 yards per carry out of all of our runs, right?
And the thing is that all of them are all on 1-year rentals. That's all of them. Everybody that's on the roster is a 1-year rental. Even Chase Edmonds, who has a 2-year deal, it's really a 1-year guaranteed.
Well, in football, you can do both, Ali, because if we're playing Moneyball with a certain position and then there ends up being a standout, You know,
Jerry, show me the money. Jerry,
in baseball they sell off.
Yeah,
Kids, you know what I mean?
So, Color, what you trying to say is one of those teams in the back end is gonna be in need of our high first round pick that we're gonna get from San Francisco. We're gonna trade back. We're gonna get another first round pick. We're gonna get that first round pick, and we're gonna take a running back in 26, 27. Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Treehorn treats objects like women, man.
So we brought in Sony Michel, just so you guys know. You know, a lot of people think it was a reactive move because, you know, we may have concerns about Mostert starting the season. I think the plan was to bring another running back regardless, and I don't think we're done, actually. There's been rumors that, you know, we're kind of interested in a Kareem Hunt, who I mentioned earlier, who averaged 4.95 yards a carry, which is almost 5 yards a carry. Sonny Michel last season in 2020, not 2021, in 2020, averaged 5.7 yards a carry. Now, that's pretty good, actually. And then in 2021, in a role that was more by committee with the Rams, he averaged 4.1 yards a carry. Now, one thing I like to see about him is yards before contact. He averaged about 2.1 yards, and then 1.9, almost 2 yards, another 2 yards after contact. So it shows up with his average, and what he's averaging is almost matching, you know, the yards before and after. I think that you bring in Kareem Hunt with Sony Michel and you have Mostert, you have the best, one of the best trios.
Chase Edmonds. Yeah.
And Kareem is your number one right there. I mean, we're still
Kareem's number one.
He's the number one guy.
And if God forbid, I have a wooden desk, so I'm knocking on wood right now. If Chase Edmonds were to go down, because I know Chase Edmonds is going to be used in the passing game a lot more than what people think. All right. If he goes down, Kareem catches out of the backfield very well as well.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, great.
He has very
one
good
of the
hands.
best receiving backs.
Yeah, so that already you're basically filling two positions. You have another possible receiver and a running back, you know, with one position. And I can see us doing that with the running game being Moneyball.
But even if Chase doesn't go down, and we was able to get Kareem Hunt, we will still have three of the top pass catching running backs in the league still. I mean, because Sony Michel is a good pass catching back.
Yeah,
you know, he was at least in New England. At least in New England, you know.
Yeah.
Now,
definitely.
Ali, I got a question. Are you saying get Kareem before the season starts?
Yes.
And so now, if that happens, right?
Yes.
I mean, this room's packed. So now if we take Kareem, we're taking 4 on the roster. So who's your 4 if Kareem's there? Because someone's got to go.
So here's what
Raheem Mostert.
Hold up. This is what I think is going to happen. I think because the issue that the 49ers had towards the end of the season is that their running backs, because they used the crap out of them, were banged up. So you have Mostert, who's coming off an injury. Even if he's ready for game 1, if we don't need him for game 1, you start him on the PUP list, right? And then you can bring in Kareem Hunt. So you have Kareem Hunt, you have Sony Michel. We have the Zadarius White, the kid from South Carolina that's tearing up the camps. Everybody says he's really good. All right. So you have him. And then here's the question. Who do you send along for the trade for Kareem? You could trade Gaskins and maybe a 5th, possibly a 4th. I think it'll be a 5th for him. You know what I mean? You could send them that way. So then you have Savon Ahmed would be your 4th guy until you're ready to bring Mostert off of the PUP list. You know, that could be a thing. Or you could send Savon Ahmed because he's younger and some people might see more in him than they do in Gaskins. You could do one or the other.
I think whether we get Kareem Hunt,
I'm sorry.
Whether we get Kareem Hunt.
Nah, bro. Hey, I've been waiting for 15 minutes, man. Consecchi for Hunt straight up, bro.
If you're
Just
scared
say
about
keep
doing
it
that, then
Hunt.
you're not a Dolphins fan, bro.
You tripping.
Just
They're
keep
not
her
gonna
Hunt
do
straight
that
up.
though. Not on a
Actually, he's not
franchise
wrong,
tag.
dude. He's
Man,
not wrong.
Captain Life
Actually,
is talking business right now,
yeah,
bro.
that's not a bad
Wow.
idea. Personally, the money makes sense. It's almost the same amount of money back and forth.
Correct.
Because Kareem Hunt is on a $6 million, so we're saving what, $4 million? That's what we're really saving if we make that trade. I just think that the Dolphins are trying to hold out for either a bigger fish or a big collective haul on Gesicki.
Yeah, no, but Ali, if you're talking about right now, Ali, that we have 5 or 6 guys that don't even cut it at the running back position because they're scat backs. I mean, you could have a Lamar Miller, you could have a Kenyon Drake, you could have a Reggie Bush. At the end of the day, these guys don't last 16 weeks. We need a bell cow, bro. I don't care what you say. At the end of the day, everybody's talking shit about Ryan Tannehill making it because of Derrick Henry. All right, granted, they made it because of Derrick Henry, but when he was hurt, what happened? But at the end of the day, we need a bell cow just to shut people up. That way we know that if the quarterback needs help, we have something to rely on because everybody's getting anal about getting another quarterback. So why not get a stud running back just to shut everybody up?
I don't think we're that team though. I think we're a committee team. I don't think we're
That's
a
not our
bell
style.
I don't think the NFL. I don't think the NFL is that team. I don't think the NFL is that team.
No. Ricky Williams was the last guy to be on this team. Lamar Smith also, who's a nobody. 2 bell cows that got us into the playoffs. I don't want to hear it, bro.
I know, but that's not my.
Well, Ricky,
I mean, the
but Ricky
49ers
never got Ricky got us. Ricky got us when he was coming off the bench for Ronnie Brown. That's when we went to the playoffs with Ricky.
Nah, bro. No. Listen, at the end of the day, the production shows that when you have a bell cow, you had Ronnie Brown also who got you in the playoffs. That was a bell cow also.
It's a different league now, though. I know.
Right.
No.
The league. That's not the league anymore.
Away from bell cow.
Right. That's not the league anymore.
I mean, let's
I mean,
be
look at
honest.
Ezekiel Elliott. They paid
let's-
him all that money, and then Tony Pollard's freaking doing just as good product.
Yeah, that's the
Leonard
thing.
Fournette just won the Super Bowl with Tampa Bay. Really? You guys want to argue with me about that?
And how much
Sony
were they
Michel
paying
just won
him?
the
They were
Super Bowl
paying
with
him
the
Leonard Fournette carried the ball 12 times a game. What are you talking about?
Right, he was
Yeah,
not a
they
bell
did a
cow at
committee.
all. That was Bruce Arians' air raid offense.
What are you talking
He
about,
carried
bro?
the ball 12 times a game. He carried. They didn't. They
There
had,
was no bell cow in
Yo, by the way,
Tampa.
Fournette looking fat right now. by the way.
Tom Brady had almost 5,000 yards. What are you talking about?
Bro, playoffs were based upon Tom Brady. You know damn well Leonard Fournette was winning that ball, and if you ain't see it, you're blind, bro. You're a blind ass fan.
Tom Brady was leading.
I got the stats. Hold on.
That's
I
my
got the
whole
stats.
point when I
Leonard
was saying
Fournette-
my name is 60-40.
Hold on.
The last 5 Super Bowl champs have averaged 60% passing.
Hold on.
No,
Cap.
Ali, please.
Hold on, go with the stats. Get the receipts, Ali. Receipts.
Listen to this. This is the honest stats, okay? And I'm sorry, Cap, but I have to go against you on this one. So Leonard Fournette in the Tampa Bay season, which was 2020.
I'm talking about playoffs, Ali, the playoffs. Not the regular season, the playoffs.
Okay, so you're talking about the playoffs specifically. All
Yes,
right.
yes. Then your mind will get blown.
All right. So in the playoffs in 2020, he only had 300 rushing yards, 3 touchdowns.
Only?
Well, I know it seems like a lot, but they play 3 games.
No, in the
Okay, 100 yards a game. Okay, I give you that. All right.
Thank you,
Which is
Big
normal.
Mhm. It's still not.
And Brady probably threw almost 400 yards a game.
Keep it in the stats. Don't downplay it.
I'm actually going to look that up too. I have that here as well.
Hey, Big Nick, I like what you do, bro. I just checked out your channel, man. I respect that, bro. You actually
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
I just saw the one that it just said, we actually pay this dude to serve us, yo. I feel that, man. I feel that.
Yeah, man. No, man. Leonard Fournette is not that dude, man. Leonard Fournette.
Bro. Whoa.
They didn't rely on him much.
Whoa. Crypto might have been right. In the playoffs, Brady had over 1,000 yards passing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He had about 3 times as much in the air.
Bro, we're not,
Like I
we're not
said,
debating that. We're talking about the running game. We're not
60-40.
talking about Brady.
That's the ratio.
There's-
That's the winning ratio
And,
for the last champions.
we're talking about the running game that this team is lacking. Don't act like don't
No,
get stuck on
Cap,
stupid,
you're
man.
right.
Come
We
on,
need a
man.
better running game.
But
No
yes,
one's
but this
disagreeing with
team
you
is
on
lacking a
that. It's
passing
just
game too.
we're gonna
Not
have a
disagreeing.
committee, is what we're saying. We're not gonna have a bell
That
cow.
committee don't work, bro. It hasn't worked for 12,
It worked
15
for the
years. Let's
Rams.
be
It
real,
did. It
guys.
worked for the Patriots dynasty.
Who won the Super Bowl? The Rams.
They
The
run
Rams
a
did.
committee with Sony
When Kansas City won,
That
they
committee-
didn't have a bell cow either.
They ran a
Malcolm
committee,
Brown,
yeah.
Malcolm Brown was part of that committee. Didn't do jack shit here. And then all of a sudden they got Sony Michel off the waivers or whatever they did to get Sony Michel because the other guy, what was it,
Sony
Henderson?
Michel had a great year last year. Had a great year.
He's a great blocker too.
Yeah.
And he wasn't a bell cow.
No, it's a
He was
committee.
a bell cow, Big Nick. Whether you
There's
like to
only
hear it
two
or not.
bell cows in the league: Cleveland and Tennessee. And where were they sitting at in the playoffs? They were
And
sitting at
even
home with you and I.
It's about four. It's about four.
Derrick Henry's
It's about
Derrick
four.
Henry and Jonathan Taylor are the only two bell cows.
Crypto.
Saquon Barkley when he's healthy.
That's
But
true.
he
Just
never's
word,
healthy.
playoffs. You get me in the playoffs, it don't matter. Just get me in the playoffs.
Okay, that's
Oh, that's fine.
I'm
Get
down
you
with
to
that.
the
I'm down
playoffs.
with
That's
that.
all you want.
Bro, once you're in the game, anything can happen, man.
Hey,
You
Cap,
want to act like nothing can happen in the playoffs, bro.
Cap. There's only been in the last since Ezekiel Elliott, I think there's only been 3 running backs taken in the first round, and they was all at the end of the draft, man. That
Bro,
NFL
ain't
is
nobody
gone.
debating that, bro. Look, I've been through the argument already. Ain't nobody debating that. You guys want to have your scat back, 3 only plays every what?
No,
every
you don't.
21?
It's not all about scat back. Sony Michel is not a scat back. Sony Michel is not a scat back.
Bro, I get that. At the end of the day, Sony Michel was a bell cow for them in the playoffs. Leonard Fournette was a bell cow for the Buccaneers in the playoffs.
No,
Do you
Cam
understand what I'm
No,
saying?
it wasn't. They wasn't considered that though, Cap.
And
Cap, you're hurting
Yeah.
my ears.
And they didn't have, and the Rams literally didn't have anybody else. That's why they brought in Sony Michel.
Right. And at
That's
the
right,
end of the
Cam
day,
Akers-
they didn't
Cam
even
Akers
need
was
that
gone.
big Nick because they scrapped that whole plan in the Super Bowl when their running game got shut down.
Is Cooper Kupp
It was
the
all
best
Cooper
wide
Kupp
receiver in
the
the
last
NFL,
3
guys?
drives.
No, Devontae
All right,
Adams.
okay. Crypto,
No,
how did they get in the
Tyreek
playoffs? How did they get in the playoffs? Because Cooper Kupp got shut down the game before that.
Is he the best
What?
wide receiver?
He
Cooper
was the best
Kupp?
receiver in football.
Is he?
I'm not debating that. All I said is he got shut down, and when he got shut down, the running game stepped up to get them in the playoffs.
You know,
You don't
I
remember
can't-
that game?
understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
No.
Wait a minute. You mean
The Rams
you mean the
have
game?
averaged
You mean the game when
1.9 yards per carry the last 5 games they played. That would include the regular season too.
But okay,
Yeah, the
even if Cooper Kupp got shut down, that means Aaron Donald and that rest of that defense did something too. Then you can't
The
just
Rams
put
were
it all on one.
25th in rushing last year. The Rams and the Bengals were at the bottom half of rushing.
Look, my debate. Look, this is my debate, and I don't care what you guys say. If you're content with this running back room,
Nobody
you guys
is saying
are
that.
black-ass
Cap,
fans.
no one is saying that. Nobody has said
Okay,
we're
I-
content.
Okay. I just want to make sure because I'm taking
Yeah.
receipts on this. Everybody's in love with Edmonds.
But Cap-
Everybody's in love.
Hey,
I'm
Cap,
just telling you
I can
guys.
tell you this, and I guarantee you everybody except you would agree with this. Even if we're not content with this running back room, even if the season started tomorrow, no, the running back would not be a concern of anybody else on this panel.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the concern.
Here's
Right.
some other interesting news.
We got a bunch of 5-yard per carry guys now.
Yeah, so
Nobody will bring up the running back.
Last 2 years, our quarterback's been hurt, and we didn't have a running back. You are back crazy, bro.
Yo, Cap, what's good, bro?
Oh, you motherfuckers. You think you can do this to me?
2 years ago, hey Cap, 2 years ago, Miles Gaskin had what, like 800 yards?
What did he say? What did he say?
Hey, 100 yards, did they get it to the playoffs, Big Nick? Thank you, my
No,
man.
but we won 10 games. We won 10 games.
So here's some interesting news, you guys. Since we've been talking about Kareem Hunt and averaging 5 yards a carry and so on. So 2 weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago, I think that the rumors came out that the Dolphins were offered Kareem Hunt. And now on Twitter, there's been reports that as usual, before there's any of these types of trades that go down, a player usually comes out and says, well, I don't see myself leaving, Cleveland or anything like that. And even then that media starts talking about that player. And sometimes it's not always in the positive light. Sometimes it's in negative light. And now it's
he's got to be 28, right?
No, he's 26. He's 26 years old.
Oh, wow.
Positive for why
I
you should go
love
after
Kareem Hunt. He's a stud.
Yeah, changed your whole calculus, didn't it?
Wait a minute, hold on.
That's what
I'm
happened to me
sorry.
when I heard
Wait.
26. Oh, shit.
Whoa.
That's
26? Hasn't he been in the league like 13 years? 20? He got suspended for kicking a lady in the head like 6 years ago.
Yeah.
How many years he played with Kansas City? How many years he was with Kansas City?
He played for 2 years in Kansas
He was just
City.
giving her
And
equality.
he had one incident off the field that was
She hit him. He hit her back.
And then he went to Cleveland.
That's equality.
That's all he's
Wait a
played.
minute. He's only. Wait a minute. He's only been in the league like 5 years. I swear this kid's been in the league 10 years, man.
Yeah.
This
So
dude.
that's what I'm saying. I think this is even better news. If they're really going to land some type of smear campaign on him, great. Give him to me even cheaper. You don't even get a freaking draft pick.
In a heartbeat, bro. I'll take him in a heartbeat, bro.
I love Kareem. Yeah, Cap.
Wait a minute.
Wrong on that about Kareem.
If
We're just
Kareem
saying
Hunt-
that we're going to be running a committee. Even
If
with
Kareem Hunt
we'll
is
still be running
26
a
years
committee.
old.
He'll just be ahead of it.
If Kareem Hunt is 26 years old, I have a 3rd round draft pick for him next year.
Just become best friends. Yep.
I don't know, man. It's going to be more than that, man.
26.
Nick, it's funny that you brought that up because that's what the Browns asked of us. Now, we do have 2 third-round picks, but I still
I'd give
think
a
that
third
we
for
can lower him down to a 4th, maybe a 5th.
No, we got 1 third round. We got 2 first
I don't
and 2
think
seconds.
Greer's
We have
ever
2
going to
third-round
pick a
picks next
running
year.
back in the first round.
Oh, 2 firsts, 1 second, and 2 thirds.
I don't even think we have a second next year. I think it's 2 firsts and 2
Yeah,
thirds.
we do. No, check it right now. I think it's 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and a third.
I don't know
We
because
have 5 picks.
the Tyreek trade, I wasn't sure. So.
No, we got 5 picks in the top 100.
Okay.
In the top, in the top 60, something like that. We got 5 high draft
I
picks.
do know this. We got 2 shots of Jaeger, 4 beers, a cheeseburger, and
26.
No, but for real, if
He's
you
only
had
26.
Punches right there.
If you add
that
Kareem
was
to
my
this
that was
offense,
my
How old
day
is Nick
of
Chubb?
celebrating, ladies and
How old is
gentlemen.
Nick Chubb?
Rock.
How old is Nick Chubb? Let me look that up. I don't know that. Let me check that one.
Come on, Kareem Hunt's been in the league 10 years, man. Come
Nick
on,
Chubb's
man.
26 too. Nick
Yeah,
Chubb's
they're
the
both
same
26.
age.
They got
How
drafted,
is that?
I think.
Nick Chubb's a stud
I
too.
can go for that with Nick Chubb, but
That kid's
Kareem
a
Hunt's been in the league 10 years, man.
No, he
Oh,
hasn't,
my
man.
God.
Yeah.
I know. I was surprised too, Big Nick. I thought he'd been here for like ever.
You guys should see when someone first
Kareem's
mentioned the
played
trade
actually a year
possibility,
longer.
They're all like, "No, I don't want some old has been." I'm like, "Dude, he's only 26." What? Everyone just like,
Yeah. Okay, now I would
Kareem
get.
Hunt, if you add Kareem
Now I
Hunt,
would
this is
trade.
a disgusting offense.
Ezekiel
Now I would
Elliott.
trade Gesicki. Now I would
Doesn't
trade
Dallas want
Gesicki.
to
I
trade
trade him
Ezekiel
now.
Elliott?
I don't think
We
you
don't
need
want
to trade
Ezekiel Elliott.
Gesicki though.
We
I
don't
don't
want
think you
Ezekiel
need
Elliott
to.
at all. He's more about just
Yeah.
he's just here to collect his paycheck and not
Yeah,
get
he
fined.
is
and that's it.
selfish. I know, but
Who
Hey,
is?
most of them are.
And I'm a Buckeye fan, and I'm kind of sad what he ended up. So I'm just
He doesn't have
Ali,
much
who is
left in
that
the
that you're talking
tank. Probably
about?
2 years.
Ezekiel Elliott.
So
Oh,
how old is Garrett? 23, 22? Miles Garrett is 22. Like, what the shit is going on?
Yeah, it's crazy. And
Yeah, you better hope and pray.
26, by the way,
You better hope and pray Cleveland don't beat us, bro. You better hope and pray Cleveland don't beat us, bro.
Yeah,
if Cleveland beats us, you better hope and pray that drama's
They
gonna be
won't.
bad, bro.
No, Deshaun
we gotta beat
Watson's not
Cleveland, bro.
playing this season, and Jacoby Brissett
I don't
ain't
think he's
beating
gonna
this
play, dude.
Dolphin team.
All the
I'm telling you
speculation
what.
now.
Yeah,
if Jacoby beats us, then yeah.
Jacoby ain't
They
beating
get
us, man.
Well, the season might be already
Deshaun
over if at that
Deshaun
point
Watson
anyway.
can
So
play. Deshaun
Deshaun's
Watson
not
can play
playing
all
this
he
season,
wants.
I'm telling you.
But you're not beating us with one wide receiver. I'm sorry. You're not doing
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
You're not beating us with one receiver. They will
I
X
think
will
they
lock
add
that
Will
down.
Fuller. I
well,
think they'll
Buffalo
add Will
beat us with
Fuller.
one receiver.
If
No, the main question was our running game defense was the main question last season. So I don't know, man. Like, and they got the best
Well,
1-2
beat us with a
center.
receiver and a quarterback that rushed for 738 yards on the year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it sound like he just
Buffalo beat us
compared. Sound like
with
he just.
Tennessee beat us with one wide receiver.
It sound like he's comparing Cleveland to Tennessee and Buffalo. That's what it sounds like he's doing. The number one seed in the
Cleveland with
AFC,
Deshaun Watson
and
is up there.
the number one seed last year in the AFC. The number one team in the AFC last year, and the team that's projected to win the Super Bowl this year. That's who it sounds like you're comparing Cleveland to.
My question is, if we trade for
Yeah,
Kareem
they got the
Hunt,
same depth. They get the same skill positions.
if we trade for Kareem Hunt and we get him, because he's only on a 1-year deal right now. So if we get him and we re-sign him, how much you want to pay him? Like, do we offer him top money? What do we offer him? What do we offer him?
I don't care, man. I want a Super Bowl. You
Yeah,
go all
Buffalo
in.
was Tommy's favorite last year to go to the Super Bowl. How far did they get them?
I'm going all in.
Okay, you can't give him
that much
You
money.
can't give him. You can't give him Zeke money. You can probably give him Dalvin Cook money.
So you
I
think
don't care
you can
who's
get him
the
for
favorite. It's a matter who freaking makes it.
Would you think 3 years, $24 million is fair?
For Kareem, it depends on the year. It depends on what he does. It depends on what he does.
Nah, hell no. In a heartbeat. If he wants to come,
because he's going to want a new
Next
contract.
year he's getting paid 6.2 mil. So you could pay him 9 mil, he'd probably be happy. And that's
We have draft picks. We can get these guys for dirt cheap.
But here's the
yeah,
point,
but you have to
though.
sign him. If you get him in 2022, you don't get him just for next season.
Jordy.
There's nobody in the draft that's better than Kareem Hunt. Nobody in college is better.
The truth
You
is
don't know that.
the entire running
Yes, I do.
is on a 1-year rental.
Yeah,
Not
that's
to
an
change-
assumption. Kareem
Guys,
Hunt can have a down year.
Hey guys, not to change the subject, but I'd like to provide a little tidbit, a little information here.
Okay.
A little interesting fact about the greatest quarterback of all time in our eyes. I'm gonna.
If you're going to tell me Tom Brady, it's not Tom Brady. I'm sorry.
To go perfect in the Super Bowl.
Okay, thank you.
Look, listen, right here. I'm gonna say it right
If
now.
you go
Dan
a whole
Marino.
Super Bowl without losing one, and the margin is greater than 7.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
what
look,
the goat is.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Dan Marino. Okay, Dan Marino was not sacked once from week 5 of 1988 to week 7 of 1989. 19 straight starts without being sacked.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is, and the most impressive thing about this is that the offensive line was not that good. Like Dwight Stevenson retired in 87. Richmond Webb was drafted in 1990. The offensive line was made up of average, below average players. And Dan Marino still went 19 starts without taking a single sack. And I think a lot of people don't give credit because a lot of people think that
football.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't think that Dan Marino was mobile. They don't give him credit for his mobility in the pocket. The way he was able to master just manipulating the pocket, like even the
little side steps.
Right, and he would just completely avoid pressure, and of course combined with that quick release, man. I mean, he was just magical in the pocket, bro.
Even if
my
he had
God.
a subpar offensive line like he had. There was also something else he did that gave him a serious advantage. You notice whenever a lot of times when he dropped back, he would drop back almost like in a backpedaling way to where he's sitting there surveying the field as he's dropping back.
As he's dropping back, exactly.
Can
don't do that. That also helped sell the draw a lot better because he would backpedal like that, and they would immediately think pass. Oh, he's surveying the field, and then he'd drop his hands down and give it to the running back at the
Can
last second, you know.
a true expert
That's a
on
good point. That's a lost
listen,
art of the
listen.
quarterback
Wait.
position. Being able to
Can
drop
the
straight
one
back while looking at both sides of the field.
can the one
Yeah.
true expert on Daniel Constantine Marino also, guys, give you guys a little something about Daniel Constantine Marino? In 1982, in 1983, when he was drafted, this was unheard of for a quarterback in the NFL. He was 6'4", 225 pounds. Let's not forget that. He was a big dude.
Yeah, he was a big
Dan
guy.
was a
Yeah, he
big
was.
dude, man.
No, and you
Dan
know
was
what? Like his arm was insane because it looked like that
he was
ball
a
was
big
shot.
dude.
It looks like that ball was shot out of a cannon because it was combined with his quick release, and then that ball would go out. You know, that arm just like it was like a
Check
laser,
this
bro.
out. Jim Kelly.
Hey man,
Jim Kelly,
hey, I hate when
6'1".
y'all do this, man. I hate when y'all do this, man. Why are we reminiscing on something from like? We need a quarterback, bro.
Why
We need
you
a
hate
quarterback.
that?
Bro, because we
So you don't never talk about Jordan? So you never talk about Jordan?
Where are you? I'm in a glass case of emotion.
You never talk about Jordan. You never talk about Tyson. You never talk about Ali.
Jordan wasn't a
You never
dolphin.
talk about
Tyson
Usain
wasn't a
Bolt.
Hussein Bolt
don't
was a
matter.
dolphin.
Hey, y'all
It
can't
don't
forget about.
matter.
Wait. Y'all can't forget about Asafa Powell too, bro. We had three of them. We had three of the greats. We had Usain Bolt, Asafa Powell, and the other bro. I forget his
Hey,
name.
Color, do you remember when Marino that when Shula used to run that split back formation a lot? They had like the two running backs in the backfield with Marino.
Yeah.
Oh man.
He's
Yep.
Urban, you weren't even, bro. What are you
It'd be
talking
like
about?
Sammy Smith
Bro,
and
I
Mark
was
Logan
watching
was
film.
there
I
for a
watched a lot
minute.
of Marino
Exactly.
film.
Mark
So.
Logan and Sammy Smith.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, Sammy Smith. Oh my God, you guys. Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not that old. Yeah, you're right, Cat.
And sometimes we'd have Tony Page sitting there on his right side
Oh,
too
yeah.
in the shotgun like
Zonka
Hold
guy.
on.
You know that there was a video.
Hold on.
You know that there was
What
a
were you
video on
gonna say about
YouTube.
Sammy Smith?
Three receivers out wide. Two
Oh
split
yeah.
back formation. Marino dropped the pass.
Hey, you
Quick
know there was a
release.
video.
Houston Oilers game.
Touchdown.
Houston Oilers, Big Nick.
Yeah,
Houston Oilers, bro.
there was a video on YouTube.
And Warren Moon.
There was some Dolphins content creator that he was recommending Mike McDaniel that he would hope to implement Shula's old split back system in his offense. And I was interested. I don't know. Can I put it on the link if you guys want to watch it on the private chat?
Sure.
All right.
Listen, you might remember the fumbles with Sammy Smith, but you also got to remember, we got about 5, 10. Oh, he's gone. You got to remember that too. You got to remember he better get through that line.
I remember the drug charges. I remember that.
Hey,
Oh, so you don't remember the 60, 70-yard runs he used to give us?
Iceman, what do you got?
Hell no, man. The headache he gave us against Houston. Like, come on, man.
I like this.
Come on,
We're
man.
gonna do the rundown.
Oh no, I was just going. Oh no, not Ali.
Nah, Big Nick knows, bro. He knows, man. He knows, bro.
Hold on. What could have been with Cesar Collins? I always gonna go down. I'm gonna go down forever wondering what could have been.
Yeah, Lawrence Phillips too. I mean, we could woulda, shoulda, coulda. Demetrius
Not Lawrence. I never liked Lawrence. I never liked Lawrence Phillips. I never liked Lawrence Phillips.
Since we're on the topic of quarterbacks, I got one more thing to talk about, and I'll let loose on you guys to, to see what you guys' thoughts are. But I want to do the rundown real quick before we get to that. So I'd like to thank everybody. Make sure you like and subscribe. Color, are you there? Still with us? We got Tonk 7, TMI Tuesdays at 9. Check out Tonk and Color. They got some great content. The Color commentary, the Finn's Tailgate. You never know what Color is going to say next. Check that out. And then Saturdays, we have Late Night XL with me and Color. Bringing it every Saturday. And then every other day of the week, we got El Capitan and TFTG show. I'd like to thank our friends at the Fanatic show. The Fanatics, make sure that you check the stuff they have out there. They have some great gear. We got a lot of merch. We got sweatshirts, hats, beanies, yoga pants, tank tops. That hat. And they come all different colors in this new flag. I love this flag. I'm going to get it and hang it at my tailgate every Sunday and Monday. Also, if you do want to donate to the channel, we have Venmo and Cash App. Just look up the Finn's Tailgate. And I'd like to thank everyone so far that has become a member. But just let you know, membership is active. There are 3 tier levels. We have Amigos, we have Familia, and we have VIP. Check it out. If you guys want to become a member, that's great. We really appreciate it. Definitely helps the channel. And thank you all for all your support. Thank you again.
No, thank you.
Oh,
I love this channel.
Yeah.
I want to ask one trivia
Irving,
question.
that's a pretty in-depth video. I might actually hold that and do a deep dive on it. I'll watch it all the way through and try to pull out some tidbits
I
to
do something
talk
good
about.
for
That looks
Thursday.
interesting.
Yeah, color commentary, definitely.
For sure, man.
Well, whatever happened to Mike from Texas? Mike on the mic.
Mike, he's got some stuff going on right now, and he'll be around. You know.
Hey,
Let me test you guys, fandom. Let me see what you guys know about the Dolphins.
I think we heard from Mike somewhere in Petra.
I got 3 trivia questions. I'm gonna see what you guys know about the Dolphins. First trivia question: Who's the quarterback that gave Don Shula his 325th win?
I think it was the Jaguars coach right now.
Yeah, he coached the Jaguars.
Yeah.
Doug Peterson.
All right, who was the receiver that
January, I want to say January 14th, 1993.
Is that when
Philadelphia Eagles?
I'm not sure about the year. I don't know.
Who's the receiver that gave Dan Marino the all-time touchdown record?
I want to say that was Gadsden.
Irvin Fryer. Irvin Fryer.
No.
Jimmy Duffy.
Mark Ingram. Mark Ingram.
Who caught Dan Marino's?
He won New England. He was the Giants receiver.
Who caught Dan Marino's first touchdown?
Mark Ingram played for the Giants.
Joe Rose.
Mm-hmm. And the last one.
That would
be
Jimmy
player?
Irving.
Which player ended the game in overtime with a sack?
Cameron Wake.
Oh, okay. You got him.
Yeah,
you got him.
Hey, no, wait, hold on. I got one for y'all. Y'all ain't gonna answer this, and if you do, man, you guys have a hell of a memory like an elephant. Who was the last Dolphin from special teams to take a deuce in a bucket during halftime?
Oh my gosh.
In a bucket?
That's very
Holy
specific.
Terrell Buckley.
Oh no, that sounds like something.
What?
Larry Izzo, bro.
Larry Izzo. Oh my god.
Wow. So Irving, I got a question for you, Irving. Since you watch a lot of tape. So,
what number was Larry Izzo?
So,
Deuce.
Yeah.
What number was Larry Izzo? Larry Izzo.
51, no? Or no, that was Brian
53. 53.
There you got me.
Well, Irving, you watch a lot of tape, and you probably evaluate quarterbacks while watching these tape. What do you prefer? Which version of rating do you prefer? Do you prefer the ESPN's QBR, or do you like just regular quarterback rating?
No, I like QBR. I like QBR because it takes what QBR does. It takes everything that a quarterback does into effect. It basically
How many categories?
measures.
How many categories, Irving?
Well,
what it delves into is just more than quarterback rating. It goes into how just the quarterback impacts the offense in general. It takes a look into, accuracy, ball placement. It takes a look into multiple categories. So I usually use
bad throws, good throws.
Yeah, good throws, big time throws. Yeah.
Yeah, the concept behind QBR is a sound one. The concern is that while the traditional or previous QB rating considers several different statistical categories, it doesn't weigh those statistics, and it doesn't consider when something happens in the game, whereas QBR, I believe, does. Is that correct?
Right, that is correct. Yes.
QBR actually, a better way to explain QBR is that the statisticians are looking at every pass as if it was completed. Right? If this would have happened, the quarterback would have did this, it would have been completed. If this would have happened, it would have not.
The thing is how passer rating is calculated, it just takes into like completions. It takes like basic stats, like passing attempts made. Right, and all those those passes completed out of all those attempts. It looks at touchdowns.
TD to interception rate. It's very basic.
Yeah.
QBR just
'Cause
looks
the-
at
the end
overall more than just the passing stats. Even includes
Yeah,
The
versus.
end result of every pass,
Right,
of every pass should be a
So-
completion.
Yeah,
So
so
they're
according
looking
to
at
according to Bleacher Report article that I'm reading here, QBR works under the belief that every drive is different and that there are some more important than others. To determine
Right.
how important each play is, they compare it to historical outcomes in past and similar situations. Same down, distance, time remaining, and so on.
Right.
By doing so, the QBR factors in win probability or the amount any given play adds to or takes away from the team's chance to win. Now,
Right. When
Go
you
ahead.
look at QBR, you look at the effective points added as well. You look at the efficiency that the quarterback contributes to the overall offensive efficiency. You also look into effect of, like, for example, Tua was a top 5 quarterback in terms of a one possession game in the fourth quarter. So that's going to add to his QBR rating.
Okay.
Yeah.
And would you say that the most important stat in the QBR is the big time throw?
Yes. Yes, that actually,
That's the
like,
most
Burrow,
important
for
one.
example, the reason why his QBR rating was so high was because he was 6 in big time throws. Like, Tua was 19. So of course that is going to give Burrow the bigger rating over Tua. So if Tua, like, if his QBR, were to increase, he would have to increase that big throw percentage, that big throw ranking.
So let me
And
ask you a question.
And by big throw, we don't mean bombs. We just mean
it's those
like we
outside
needed
the
that
number,
pass.
outside the hash
We
mark
needed that
throws
pass.
is what they say. Yeah.
So let me ask you this. Now, last year, which was a down year for Lamar Jackson. He averaged a QBR of about 87, right? And for Tua last year, which he missed, I think it was like 4 games he missed. Am I right? Am I wrong about that? So it was about
3.5
games, 3.5 games. Okay. His let me make sure this is correct. 1 second. I just want to make sure that the QBR is correct. So, according to this, the QBR for last season was 49.7. That's for Tua for the whole season.
Yeah, 18th in the league. Yeah.
So that's a complete difference. So you're saying the QBR should be weighed very highly, right? Okay. So if I'm going to go by this QBR and trust that it's going to give me the most, I want to say perfectly accurate, because every rating has its flaws, but I want to say the more roundabout rating
And dependable rating.
Dependable rating. Lamar Jackson, we could say, is the better quarterback. Am I correct about this?
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
For now.
So tell me why that I should hold my team hostage to one person on any position. Do you guys think that we should?
That you should. Wait a minute. Rephrase that again.
You shouldn't, but I don't think Lamar is going to be. All right, I'll let you go. I'll let you go.
No, it's okay. I want your guys'
Rephrase
feedback.
that again.
Bryce, and I want you to really give me your honest answer. My question is, I personally, well, I'll tell you what I feel. I don't feel that any player on this team should hold a team hostage. All right. And when I say that, I'm talking about you got people on this team that, regardless of what this man does, regardless if we win or lose, or regardless of whatever happens, he could be the next Ryan Leaf for all we know. And they're going to still say he should be QB1 and he should be our starter regardless, right? I don't let a person, not even Tyreek Hill, not even Teron Armstead, or any other superstar, even Dan Marino when he was playing, even, I mean, if he was, I'm just saying if he had like the worst career ever, let's just say that, I would not let this person hold our team hostage. I would actually be critical and say that we need to upgrade, or at least look for a person to upgrade that position, regardless of the position. Do you think I have the right to do that?
Yes, 100%.
So you think it's perfectly fair to always look for how can I make this position better, regardless of the position across the team.
Yeah, if
Right?
you want to win a Super Bowl, you have to do that. I mean, look at the Rams.
I mean, as a
Greer agrees with you.
I mean, yeah, like that's your job as a general manager, and in the front office is to upgrade every position as much as you can.
Right,
So
Greer even said that.
Yeah, you're not gonna for example, you're not gonna let this team be held hostage by Tua, bro. If you got to make the best choice for the team, to choose what's best for the team, you got to go with the upgrade at quarterback, because why? It improves your chances of winning. It improves the overall success of the offense.
Yeah,
But I also don't think, Ollie, with that, I don't think Lamar is. I don't think the Ravens are willing to move off Lamar right now. Now, next season, we'll see. I don't know. But right now, I don't think they're willing to move off of him.
Right now, they're not in the rush. Right now would be the time that they could probably get the biggest haul if they want. If he doesn't sign the deal now and it goes into next season, that's where they're going to be like, okay, we got to do something. We got to move off of him because they're going to lose out. And the thing is, to me, is that Lamar is just one person. I'm not saying he's the answer, but if he can come and help our team as a general manager, we have to consider it.
For sure. And I think Greer's been
fan
doing
base,
that,
as a
though.
fan, I feel that we need to consider any upgrade that our team brings. You know, I mean, I don't think that just because we love the player that, we should be okay with it.
I agree, but I also think that when McDaniel was coming into this process, he said, I can win with Tua. And I do think that that's what they're trying to move into, is that McDaniel, I mean, if McDaniel didn't want Tua, I'm pretty sure they would move off of him. But I think everything they've done moving into this new season, McDaniel has showed like, well, let's see what we can do with this kid, because the best case scenario is Tua works out, because let's say he doesn't work out. You're not going to go draft a guy and start from the beginning with this roster. You can't put a rookie on this roster. Like, there's just not what they're going to do. And then you go get Lamar, and then you're going to have to pay him 45 mil, 40 mil at minimum. You know what I'm saying? So,
but here's the thing. I don't think that, like, people are thinking this astronomical number that he's going to request to come here. I don't think he takes the big money to come to Miami. I think he
minimum 40 mil, minimum.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
I'll give it that, but I don't think it's going to be like some ridiculous, like.
No, it's not going to be 50.
You also have to think about it. We don't have state taxes, as you mentioned before, so
And he's from South Florida. My thing is,
but
I don't think the Ravens are going to come off as easy of Lamar, because they next year they can franchise tag him, can't they?
They could, but it would cost them a lot more money. And I think if they franchise them, even if you trade him, I think you're still responsible for that money. Like, not like.
Wait, let's pump the brakes. Let's pump the brakes. That is not going to cost a lot of money. First of all, he was the MVP. Second of all, the NFLPA is not going to allow him to get one dime on the market value. I mean, under their expectations, especially if he leaves Baltimore. There's no way the NFL Players Association is going to go for that. No way.
No, but I'm not saying that he's going to get undervalued market value. I'm just saying he's not going to be like the top paid quarterback in the.
No, he's not going to be. No, he's not. But that 40 million sounds about right.
He may even cut us a deal where let's do this.
No deal. No deal.
Yeah,
I can't see Lamar going to the market where quarterbacks are
no deal.
50 mil.
No deal.
I don't.
They won't allow it. They won't allow it.
I also think
if the NFLPA were doing that, why did they allow Brady to do it for so many years?
Wait.
Brady took pay cut after pay cut after pay cut for the Patriots over and over again.
Exactly.
They had already won. That was 5, 6, 7 years into the league.
Because they won already?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
Won.
Well,
it's not because he won. It's because they could do it.
But and again, I said no. But hold on. But what I said was they're not going to allow him to switch teams and take less than what they feel like he should get. They're not going to allow that. Can you imagine if they do that? then what leverage would Kyler
Okay,
Murray,
all right,
Murray have?
Big Nick.
What would Kyler
Hey,
Murray?
King, take
I'm going
whatever
to
you want.
respectfully disagree because this is an example, okay? And I know the market value is different because it's a receiver versus a quarterback. And this got rumored, got put out, and it was kind of confirmed, okay? Back at the hype of this Debo Samuel trade rumors, right? There was a big rumor that went around that he was going to agree to less money than what the Jets were offering him. Come here. So if he can do it, why can't the quarterback do it?
Well, I mean, you said it was a rumor, but
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I hope the Jets will give this man who had 1.5 a year every fucking dime in the world. Give it to him,
Debo
Jets.
also loves McDaniels.
I don't want to. Me as a practical fan, I can't see the Dolphins giving up too much for a guy that only had a half a year.
JETS.
A half a year. So I mean, I don't know what to say about that. That's the Jets, man. You know, that's the Jets that let Jamal Adams go and didn't get anything for it, basically. You know what I'm saying?
I think they got 2 first-round picks. I think that's all they got.
And what did they get with those first round picks?
I don't know at this point, but it doesn't matter. They can have top 5 picks and the Jets still suck. Doesn't matter.
Right, that's my point. So they want to give Debo same. If they want to give him that type of money, go ahead. But you guys got to admit, I know everybody just
Ali, I
love,
will say
but
this.
he only had a half a season, man.
Go ahead, Bryson. Go ahead.
I really, and listen, I'm just some Joe Schmo on a couch, right? So I don't have any connections or hear any, but I have a hard time thinking that Lamar isn't going to try to stay in Baltimore. I think
They can pay him the most money.
I think Baltimore wants him, and I think they're willing
Baltimore
to pay him.
can want him, but I think that this season alone in the trade market in free agency has proven that players want to be respected more so than they have in the past. Look at San Francisco, the guy we're talking about, the receiver we're talking about. He wants out. Devontae Adams was playing with arguably one of the best at least the top 2 greatest quarterbacks that are still playing today, right? As in, what's his name from the Packers? Rodgers. And he wanted out to go play with Derek Carr. Do you understand? You just traded Aaron Rodgers for Derek Carr. That's what you just did, right? And
well,
all
there's
along,
some history though.
Hold on, there can be history. Shit, there can be history.
Not only that.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. All along, before the trade even happened, it was all about money. It was all about money. And they didn't want to give him the money that he wanted. And then the trade happened.
Same thing with Tyreek. Yeah.
Same thing with Tyreek.
I agree.
And the Commanders wide receiver right now is going the same thing. What did Lamar Jackson just go through? Let's see. All of his wide receivers are gone. They added 1 or 2 tight ends in the draft and a center. And
I agree with you,
the same time. He doesn't have the offensive weapon. He feels disrespected. Plus, they already playing hardball because they don't want to pay him the money he was asking to stay there. Right?
I will say, I just want to see it come out where he's coming out of now. If he leaves Baltimore, I think Miami's #1 destination because 1, it's his hometown. He's from South Florida.
Yes.
2, Stephen Ross loves Lamar Jackson. Has always loved Lamar Jackson. And 3, I mean the tools are built to be for Lamar. Now I have a hard time believing that he will leave Baltimore. I could be wrong, and I'll come up here and say I was wrong. And if he does become a Miami Dolphin, I'll support him. And I'm a Tua guy. I love Tua. I hope it works out with Tua. But I'm not going to come up here and say Lamar's not, Tua's better than Lamar. It's just not true.
And the
Devil's advocate. Lamar needs to stay in Baltimore. My opinion is because the rest of the league has tape on it. The rest of the league has tape on him. We see what happened after the MVP season when, they didn't have tape on him. The MVP season came out. They didn't have tape after that. They got tape on it. You know what I mean? Like, we know Baltimore opinion. Are we sure anybody else is willing to pay him?
Well, Big Nick, You think Big Nick? So you think Tua could be a franchise quarterback? Is what you're trying to say?
I think every quarterback that put on a jersey and start for us can be our franchise quarterback.
I think Tua can be the guy.
That's my mind frame for my team. That's my
Okay.
mind frame for my. I wanted Gus Surratt to be our franchise quarterback.
I think Tua in the right setting could
AJ Feely.
as
I just
quarterback.
want to win.
Here's my thing. I want to win. Next 5 years, I want us to be in the best possible position. At least I want to get to a Super Bowl. That doesn't matter. In the next 2 years, I want to get in the Super Bowl, and I'll do anything to do that. So is Tua the guy? I don't know. If he balls out and we go to the Super Bowl, then he's the guy. I'm not going to complain, right? Who's going to complain? Who's going to argue that he's not the guy if he goes to the Super Bowl and wins it? Let alone getting to the Super Bowl, I have to say maybe he got us another year or two with him. You know what I mean?
He did it.
Yeah.
Hey, if we get to the Super Bowl, if we get to the Super Bowl, let alone win the Super Bowl, put winning the Super Bowl out. If we get to the Super Bowl, will we be the most unbearable fan base in the NFL? Just about, they already think we're the worst fan base. Will we prove them true? Would we become the worst?
No, Dallas. No one will beat Dallas. Nobody.
If we get to the NFL,
still be Dallas.
If we get to the Super Bowl, I know for a fact that I'm going to get in the fist fight. I know for a fact I'm going to get punched in the mouth if we go to the Super Bowl. I know it. I'm going to get beat up. I know I am.
No. I got my money in a savings account waiting to buy my ticket, dude. I'm collecting the interest right now. Right? And I know I'm going to get a beer thrown at me. I already know. So
that's what I'm telling you. I know somebody's going to want to fight me. Somebody wanted to fight me over LeBron James, so I know what they're going to do.
To answer Bryson, listen, Bryson, I'm not saying that I'm not the biggest Lamar fan, and I'm not going to say that Tua's not the guy. I definitely want Tua to be the guy. I definitely want us to prove. I want Chris Greer to say, "Hi, I told you so" to everybody, right? I want that, but I can't hold my team hostage. I need my team to keep moving forward. I need my team to keep developing and getting better and being more competitive. And year in and year out, the quarterback position is always the question mark. Since Dan Marino, it's always been the question mark. And 1 year, I just want to have it right. That's all I agree.
We can't.
But as of
we can't
right
wait
now,
7 years again. We can't wait 7 years.
No,
and
as of right now, today, June 19th.
We can't wait 7 years.
As of today, June 19th. Tua is the quarterback, and if you look at the quarterback market, there's no useful upgrade, in my opinion. So I think, in my opinion, you give Tua this year with this roster, which is a disgusting roster, one of the best rosters we've had probably in 20 years, and you see what it is. And guess what, Ali? Let's say Tua is not the guy. We have the draft picks. We have the roster to try to entice a veteran to come here. We have the thing set up, and that's what Greer's doing. Is he's saying, "All right, Mike, you think you can win with Tua? Okay, let's see what you got. And if not, I have a backup plan to figure it out."
And that's the thing.
It might be one available.
Right.
It might be one available upgrade. It might be one available.
And that's the thing. I don't think.
Who do you think?
It might be one available quarterback out there.
Yeah,
that's available. That would be an upgrade. Cat might be an upgrade.
And that's the thing. That's why I don't expect this.
He's available, and he might be an upgrade.
That's why I don't expect this team to draft any young quarterback, bro. This roster is designed to win now and the near future. Right. This is not. They're not going to
play offense.
Right. They're not going through the hassle of drafting yet another quarterback and seeing and waiting and seeing if he develops or not and going through his growing pains. This is an offense designed to win now. So Chris Greer and Stephen Ross are going to go, they're going to be all out to get whatever quarterback who is, great enough to lead this, offense and really finally replace Marino as that team's franchise quarterback, whether that be Lamar Jackson, whether that be Kyler Murray, whether, or maybe a stopgap solution like a Tom Brady. So they're going to do whatever it takes to win that Super Bowl, to get to a Super Bowl. So we'll see, man. I'm here for it, whether Tua works or not.
Yeah. I definitely agree with you, man. I don't really care who dons the quarterback position. I just want to win, and I want to be in the talks of Super Bowl every year. That's all I want at this point. I waited, dude. I'm gonna age myself right now. I'm 41 years old, and I wasn't even born for the undefeated season. I've seen Dan Marino play. I've seen Dan Marino fall. I've seen all the mediocre quarterbacks we've had over the years. The guy with the broken collarbone who handed balls off, weird way. Smartest quarterback in the league who had one really good season. I saw Matt Moore get killed by Dupree, the linebacker from the Steelers. I've seen it all, right? I just want to win, and I want to actually win a couple playoff games and get to a Super Bowl so I can say, hey, kid, we got there. I got to see it. You know what I mean? I want to say that's my kids.
I just want to
totally
say,
agree with you, Ali.
wait, I just want to say one thing, bro. Like honestly, I feel everyone's energy, but honestly, this is the year. And let me just say one thing. It's been over 50 years. It's going to be the 50-year anniversary.
Yes, it
We've
is.
been to 5. We've also been to 5 Super Bowls. It's something like, I know this will be. Okay, check this out. A long time ago, well, I'm gonna tell you guys a little history. Check this out. A long time ago, we traded for Paul Warfield, who played for the Cleveland Browns at that time, who was a fantastic
Right.
wide receiver at that time. Miami Dolphins then said, "Okay, you know what? Stephen Ross has been saying to himself, Roger, I want to win my Super Bowl now. I need it. I'm old as hell. I need it." And now we all see, you know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna repeat history. Let me just go get Paul Warfield 2.0. Tyreek Hill from the Kansas City Chiefs, who's won a Super Bowl just like when Paul did with the Cleveland Browns at that time. He also went to numerous championship games with the Browns at that time. Repeating history all over. Tyreek. Then you go and have this guy named Jalen Waddle. At that time in the 1970s, we also drafted another wide receiver right next to Paul Warfield. Do you guys know his name or no?
Wasn't Sting.
Well, we have two legendary wide receivers. I forget his name too. That's why I even asked. But either way, we had two legendary wide receivers. We got two legendary right now: Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle. All we got now is our Bob Greasy 2.0. I really do see Tua because think about it. Sometimes he's prone to injury. Sometimes when he's healthy, he just might be. Damn it, this guy might be the guy from time to time. And then sometimes we might love him or hate him. Bob Greasy was the same way. Bob Greasy can throw 6 touchdowns just like he did in a Thanksgiving game. You know, he holds records that he was so damn accurate. But at the same time, Tua can be that guy because if Tua goes down, we get Teddy Bridgewater. He comes in. He's a loved fan by Miami fan base. We'll be excited to see that Teddy gets to shine that he's been dying for a long time. And then when Tua comes out of nowhere, believe it or not, history tends to repeat itself. Tua played in Arizona where he won his national championship game, threw that ball beautifully to Devontae
That's
Smith.
not true. That was in Georgia.
No, wasn't it at Arizona Cardinal Stadium?
No, it was in
That was
it was
Georgia.
Atlanta.
We played,
It was
they
in
played
the
the Georgia
Dome.
Bulldogs. Because they
Yeah, it was
played
the
the
Georgia Dome.
Mercedes-Benz Dome. I'm sorry, my bad.
You sure? I thought they played the Georgia Bulldogs that game. That's what.
But I like to push back too a
They
little
did
bit
play
when
the
people say
Bulldogs.
Tua's injury prone.
But,
I don't believe Tua's injury prone. I don't believe that. I think he's gotten hurt. I don't think he's injury prone. I think in Alabama those procedures are elective. I think he had a broken finger what he could have played, and I think he had the rib. I mean, outside of the hip, but the hip and the ribs are the only two injuries
He
that
had
he's
2
had.
Yeah,
ankle
but
injuries, but he
frequent
still
injuries
played
mean
on
you're
them.
injury
Yeah, but
prone.
he had an ankle sprain, and he decided to have a surgery that he only missed 1 week.
Yeah.
He decided to have that surgery that was an elective surgery. That was elective. He hasn't had an ankle sprain since
Yeah.
on either ankle.
But if you
He
get
had
different
he had
injuries
the
throughout your career, that means you're injury prone.
Hey,
If it's
Ali,
different,
someone's backstage.
it don't have to be the same injury. It could be different
Culler.
injuries.
Dan Marino had an ACL and an Achilles.
Culler's the guy, the person behind the curtain, so he's the guy that would have to add him. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. He's AFK.
I think Tua gonna ball out.
No, but my thing is, I think
Sorry, Lewis.
Ali.
How you doing tonight, buddy?
I'm doing
What's
good,
up,
Culler.
Lewis?
What's up, fellas?
What's up,
Hey,
Lewis?
what's up, Lewis?
Going?
Fans up, fans up.
What's going on, Crypto? Hey, no, I just hopped in. I heard Lamar Jackson's name, and my ears started ringing, so I had to hop on the panel.
Yeah,
It's all
no.
good.
Sad.
Bryson, what were you about to say? And then we'll start talking about Lamar again.
Yeah, no, I just think we got to give Tua a shot this year. I think, I think with this roster and how
It's
they're
do
going
or
to set
die
up,
for Tua right now. I
it's
agree.
gonna be his strong suit. We're gonna play to his strong suits. He's shown average capabilities. In my opinion, if you look at a lot of rookies, he's had better rookie his first and second year than most quarterbacks. Now, it's not good numbers; it's just average, mediocre. So I think if you build around him and you give him this one opportunity, this one last year, if he doesn't prove it, move off of him. But right now, it's almost like we're stuck with him, in my opinion. I don't feel like we're stuck with him because I like to, and I think he can be that guy. But there's no other options at this point. And Mike McDaniel believes in him, and
There's
at
one
least that's what
option.
he said out loud. And he's earned that right. That's why we hired him to see what he wants. And he's the guy. He's the decision maker, anyways. Him and Chris. So you give him this year, and then we can talk about next year all we want, but if we want to believe in this guy, and we got to believe in him. If we want him to win, we got to believe in him. We got to be behind him.
Definitely. Lewis, what you got about Lamar? What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are, again, I don't know if these are all rumors, speculations, or whatever, but hasn't there been a contract basically already offered to Lamar from Baltimore? It's been months.
They've been offering it, but he's saying no.
Like, no.
Right.
Yeah, they're not even offering him 40.
Right. That's
They're offering him low 30.
Oh, okay. But the thing is, he's from Miami. The rumors, when we started hearing rumors about Deshaun Watson, it was always Miami, and then things, for whatever reason, they just fell out. We don't even have to talk about that. But it's kind of like eerie, don't you guys think? It's like the same thing with the Deshaun Watson. It's starting the rumors, and it's like he wants Miami. And I'm sorry, I'm riding with Tua. I've been on plenty of streams. Like, Culler knows my stance. I'm riding with Tua this year. Barring injury, I want to see him on the field. But if there's any speculation, like if Lamar Jackson came out today and said, or put out a tweet saying, hey, I want to be traded and I want Miami, Tua, I'm sending you packing. I'm sorry, you can go. Well, I'll pay for wherever you want to go, Tua. But I'm going to get me Lamar Jackson. I'm sorry.
How does Chris Greer survive that? How does he survive?
What do you mean? How's he survive?
How does he survive? How does Chris Greer
survive?
That's how he survives.
A number 5. No, I don't think he survives it.
Big Nick.
Yeah,
Real simple. Real simple. If you're having a boat parade in Miami at the end of the year after a Super Bowl win, you survive that. That's how you survive.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying. But check this out. Look at it from this point of view. You trade Tua, right? Even if you get a Lamar Jackson, you trade Tua. You admitting that the 3 first-round picks you had that year, you fucked all 3 of them up in 1 year. How you can't? He's tied to Tua, man. What happens to Tua happens to Greer.
Well, then Greer can go too. We'll send Greer wherever.
What? Are you serious? Are you serious?
He's not tied.
Are you serious?
Here's one thing I like about Greer, and you guys aren't giving him credit. Every move he makes, he gets something out of it. And here's the deal. Here's the deal. There's a team out there, and I've said it on this show before, and I said it last night. There's a team that seriously was interested in Tua when we were going to trade for Deshaun. And they still are interested, and they're still looking for a quarterback, right?
Is it the Saints?
No, it's Carolina. Carolina is still interested in Tua, right? And we could very well move Tua if we were going to get Lamar and still come out looking better than we were before. It shouldn't matter.
Greer has a way to survive. And plus, Greer is tied to all his history of his draft picks. He's tied to Waddle. He's tied to
Jalen Phillips.
But we're not getting Lamar this season,
He's
guys.
tied to all of
Not
them.
like Tua. Not like. Look.
Don't be surprised what happened. This was the same people that
He's just not tied to one player. He's tied to all of them collectively.
But
Tua's
Bryson,
not the end all be all of Greer's career.
But Bryson, you
I
guys
disagree.
You guys have to understand that.
Why would you say that when Javon Holland and Jalen Phillips is having 10 times more career than Tua?
Because Because
Well,
okay,
quarterback
that's a
is the
little too
most
far.
important position
That's a
for a
little far.
GM to
But right,
draft.
and number one,
It don't
no
matter
general manager,
because the
no general
general
manager has
managers
ever lost his
that
job.
fail
GMs
before
No
when the
get
general
quarterbacks
manager,
can
fired
get
all the time for
fired.
not drafting a
no
quarterback.
general manager has ever lost his job because of a wide receiver, a safety, or any of that other stuff. They lose their job because
The
of a
quarterback
quarterback.
position is the most important to draft.
Hey,
But anyways,
But
Ali.
if
Ali,
he,
what were you gonna
but
say? That's
every
besides the point,
general
Ali.
manager don't hit on a quarterback. You
Hey,
name me
big.
every
And they don't
quarterback that was a
last.
bust and their general manager got fired because of it. That's not true.
Bryson
Hey,
said
Every
that.
one of them.
Bryson
Every
says.
one of them.
Bryson
No, they
says that.
didn't.
Bryson says that this is not going to happen. So why we've been talking about
This
it.
season, this season.
season is the season that anything is possible.
That's
We had
nonsense to
Kyrie.
say
We
that
had
he hit
Kyrie
about
Hold on.
Hill.
90%
Wait a
of his
minute.
picks
We have
outside of the quarterback.
Tyreek
Then
Hill
he's
that
gonna
just
get
got
fired
traded.
because the quarterback was a bust. Stop
Wait
it.
a minute. Hold on. Let's back up to what you just said.
Deshaun
Let's back up
Watson
to
got
what you said.
traded.
Name a general manager. Name a general manager that drafted a bust quarterback that survived it.
The Raiders with Jamarcus Russell.
Alex
Yeah.
Kime from
Yeah,
Alex
that's
Kime
That
from
they
Alex
didn't.
Kime
They
from
didn't. He didn't.
Big
They didn't. He didn't. That general manager was out of there. What do you mean?
Big
The
Did
whole
you know
the
that
whole
He went out
organization
the
was out of
following
there.
year.
the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, he was out of
The
there.
Arizona
Josh
Cardinals
Rosen.
general manager.
Yeah,
He
exactly,
was who?
Culler. The general manager that drafted Josh Rosen and then the year later drafted Kyler Murray number 1 overall.
Exactly. Because there's always a
that's a
following
really
year
good
for
one.
him to make
Yeah,
up for it.
that was a really good one.
Exactly.
Okay, so
Checkmate.
you name one. You name one. You name.
Yeah,
That's not
hey,
checkmate. You
Exactly.
name
You
But he
one.
said
still
name one.
drafted a solid
Okay.
quarterback. You're
big,
proving the point. He
Okay.
still drafted a solid quarterback. You're
big.
proving the
And
Let me
that's
ask
the
you a
point.
whole
question.
point. You can
Big
survive
man.
busting on a quarterback if all your
Is
other
if you
draft picks you
fulfill
hit
the
on.
position. Exactly. If you fulfill the position. That's what we're saying. No one's negating
No,
that.
if you buy yourself time because you drafted well in other positions.
Okay, but if next year Tua is not on this roster and we have a bust at quarterback, you think Chris Greer's gonna last?
Absolutely, because of what he did his previous drafts.
The
So if we have
Tunsil
a
trade
bust quarterback,
alone
if we
has
do
built
not
his
have a
legacy.
quarterback in
The
2023,
Tunsil trade alone built his
Preach.
legacy.
Exactly. My God.
Yep.
It's not
listen,
all
I
about
love
just
Chris
drafting a
Greer. No one's
quarterback.
saying
Wait a
that,
It's
but
minute.
about
we
what
need
you
a
do in the
Wait a minute.
quarterback.
offseason.
Hold
Come
on.
on, guys. Are
Whoa.
you serious?
Whoa.
We need a
They
Let's
moved
stop.
they
Slow
quarterback.
moved
down.
Tua,
T-May
Lamar,
to
Slow
get
down.
Mahomes. I
Tyreek
don't
Hill,
care.
Tyron
Slow down.
Armstead, and all these other people that's on the team. You want to say that wasn't
Calm
Greer's
down.
hands? Stop it. He
I
did
never
all
Calm
these
said
down.
that. What are
offseason
you
moves.
talking
He
about?
did
Quit
all
putting
these
words in
Nobody
offseason
said
our
that.
moves
mouth.
to make up for
You're
him
putting
failing in
words
the
in our
quarterback
mouth.
position.
Yeah,
Crypto, you're putting
you.
words in our mouth.
Come on.
I'm
I love Chris
telling you.
Greer. I love Chris Greer. No one's
Everybody,
saying
I know I
anything
do.
against Chris Greer. I'm just saying
Absolutely not.
any GM anywhere, if you have a bust at a quarterback, let's say Tua doesn't work out.
And we
He
just
needs to
Number
gave
make
you an
5
moves. Does
overall.
example
he not?
of him
We're
not
just
being
never gonna have a
fired because
quarterback?
of he had a bust at quarterback because he bought himself time with other drafts and other
Hold
offseason
on.
moves.
All right,
Daddy, chill.
it's
Calm
not.
down.
Take
Calm
it.
down. Now let's pull our receipts. Let's pull our receipts.
I
Josh
love Chris
Rosen.
Greer. I
The
just want to put
Josh
on the record.
receipt
Rosen.
is
I
one
like Chris
shot
Greer.
Josh
like
Rosen.
Greer
We
did.
can sing
Hey,
It
together.
don't
We can
matter
sing
what the
together.
other
do me a
GMs did.
do me a
It's
favor.
We
about
can sing
what
together.
Greer did.
That's something we can do.
We can sing together. We can sing together, but we can't
All right,
talk together.
we're getting the
Josh
weeds here.
Rosen.
Ali,
Josh
I
Rosen
want
was a
to get
number
to your
10 pick.
point about
Josh Rosen was
Lamar
a
this
number
season.
10 pick.
Hold
And
up.
then the next
He was
year,
still a
the
top 10
following
pick.
year, a generational quarterback. He was a
And
top
that
10
general
pick. They had the
manager
number 1.
did well with
God
other
damn,
picks
bro.
to buy him
God
time
damn, bro.
so he can make up for the
Hold
quarterback
on,
pick.
bro.
Crypto,
Hold on, bro.
please.
First of
Please.
all, you can only name Kyler Murray as one of the picks that general manager put.
You
The
said
rest of
name
that team,
one, and we named one, and that's what we just giving you the
oh
parameters.
my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Listen, let me finish before you answer for me. We've never met. We're not that close. You can't finish my sentence. All right? Listen, let me back to my point. Josh Rosen was the number 10 pick. The following
That's
year, they had the
irrelevant.
number. The following year, they had the number 1 pick, and there was a
Okay,
generational
whoop-de-doo,
quarterback.
that's irrelevant.
The
The
following
point is he
year,
bought himself
oh
time
my God,
because he
man,
did well with the other draft picks.
bro, you sound like you're trying to convince yourself. You sound like you're
No,
trying to
I ain't
convince
trying to convince
yourself.
myself.
All right, then stop talking and let somebody else talk. Listen, the following
Because what
year,
you're saying is
the
lunacy. It's nonsense.
you don't know what I'm going
Chris
to say. If
Greer,
you do, please,
Chris Greer
you
ain't
don't
got
know what
nothing to
I'm
do
going to
with what the
say.
Cardinals did.
Listen, I'm just
Blank,
giving you an
blank.
example. Right, exactly. He was the number 10 pick. The following year, they had the number 1 draft pick. There was a generational quarterback on the board. They had the number 1 pick. They took that generational quarterback.
So
Tua
what?
who's the generational quarterback that Chris Greer is going to take after Tua?
That's
Lamar
irrelevant
Jackson.
because he can make an off-season move when a veteran quarterback becomes available. Stop it.
Facts.
So
Culler, play the crow
So
video.
I'm going to give you the number 5. I'm going to give you the number 5 pick.
Listen.
I'm going to allow you to pick that number 5 quarterback, and then in 3 years, you're going to say never mind and go get a veteran.
Yes, I'm gonna
What
go
happened
get
with that
Lamar
number
Jackson.
5 pick?
It
Yes.
happens all
What
the
happened with
time.
that
The
number 5
Rams
pick?
just did it.
No
The
one cares
Rams
about
just
the
did it
picks
and
if we're
won a
winning
fucking
games.
Super Bowl.
Facts.
The Rams did.
No,
The
Mike,
Rams did
this
it.
is all I was
The
trying to
Rams
say.
did
This
it.
is
The Rams did it. The Rams did it after the quarterback that they traded took them to the Super Bowl.
It don't matter.
Okay,
all I was
but they
trying to
still
say
moved on.
is
They
Chris
still moved
Greer.
I mean,
on.
but you went on from a Super Bowl quarterback to a Super Bowl quarterback.
No, a Super Bowl winning quarterback. The following
It does.
Super Bowl
Oh my
quarterback
God.
won it.
For that Super Bowl
They
ring.
can't. What happened with Jared Goff almost won that Super Bowl, right?
I mean, the
Right?
No, he
Patriots.
didn't. He got
No,
shut
the
down.
Patriots. The Patriots did
Oh
that
my.
thing with Stephon Gilmore. Yeah, no.
That was the year
The Patriots
Flores
did.
beat them.
The Patriots, right? The Patriots haven't blown out anybody in a Super Bowl, buddy.
They don't have to blow nobody
You
out.
They
They
ain't
don't have
gotta
to
blow
won.
blow. They
nobody
do it.
out.
They
Quit
do it. They
playing. You
just
won.
win.
They
They
just
win.
been shut
So,
them
so,
down.
so, so my point again. So my point stands. Ali, back me up. My point stands. Did he almost win the Super Bowl?
No, because he only scored freaking 3
Oh,
points. He didn't almost
Yeah,
win jack shit.
it'd be different if it was like 10-7, but they only scored 3 points that game.
Jesus, they lost by double. They lost 13-3. Stop it.
Was it 13-3? I
Almost
don't know.
won.
Yeah, it was
Really?
13-3.
How you gonna almost
Traded.
win and you only
I didn't
score
watch
3
this was
points?
Super Bowl. I didn't
Stop
really
it.
care for it, though.
And they traded their quarterback. Crazy.
Yeah.
my point still stands, man. They traded the Super
No.
Bowl quarterback
And
for a
my
Super
point
Bowl
still
quarterback.
stands. Greer
Hey,
is
Big
I
gonna
don't
Ben.
be
think.
fine
I
if he
don't think
busts
Hey,
Chris
on
Greer.
tour.
I don't think Chris
hey,
Greer
No,
will
we're not
survive.
saying that. I'm not. Okay, I'll speak for myself. I'm not.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
If Tua's a bust,
Go ahead.
if Tua's a bust, Chris Greer is fine if he can fulfill the quarterback position. If
I
he
disagree.
cannot,
I
if he
disagree.
cannot fulfill the quarterback position, so let's say,
I
okay, let's
disagree
just
too.
play this tape through. Let's play this tape through. Let's say, which I don't believe he's going to be. Let's say Tua is a bust. I don't think so, just for the record. But let's say he is, and then next year, let's say we have a busted quarterback again. We don't have a quarterback. Do you think Chris
You're
Greer is
saying
going to be able to pick?
that's not my argument. You're
He's going
moving
to
the
pick a fifth
goalposts.
quarterback. He's
I
going to be able to
said
pick
Greer is not going to be gone. He's not tied at the hip to Tua exclusively. He has
Exactly.
a
I'm saying the
million
same
other
thing as
offseason
you.
moves. He has a
That's what you're
million
not
other
understanding.
offseason moves he made other than just draft. The
Crypto, that's what
offseason
you're
is
not
not about the
understanding.
draft
Let me ask you a
exclusively.
question.
This is
Let
what
me
you're
ask a
not
question, and
understanding.
I'm done with this. Let me ask one question, and I'm done. You guys can have this topic. One
Okay.
question: 10 wins, no playoff. Do Greer survive?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The coaching
Yes.
staff may not, but yes.
Yes.
The coaching.
I
Because
say no.
Stephen Ross,
coaching staff is
I
Stephen
say
Ross,
no.
at the end of the day, is going to say he
I
was
say
happy
no.
with the grocery list.
I will
He
tell
wasn't
you
happy with
why.
the shelf.
I will tell you
I
why.
say no.
I'll tell you why. He will still survive because of the fact that this team that we've built now is truly one quarterback away from making it
Facts.
to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Ali.
So
Yep.
that's my
Yep.
question,
20.
Ali.
Which
Especially with the
means
defense that we have
he
on.
get another
Let
shot
me
at
finish.
picking the veteran quarterback if they don't go in the
Hold on,
draft and get him.
Let him talk. Let him
Ali.
talk.
Which
Okay.
means by
Okay. So
definition,
Let me
he's
just finish
not
so
linked to
my
Tua.
Hey, let Ali talk, man.
so
Yeah. So all of
so
these,
29 wins.
Big Nick. I'll let you I'll let you interject. Just
Okay.
let me have this
I'm
say
sorry.
one thing, okay?
I'm sorry.
So no, it's okay. It's not your fault. So all of the moves that we've made over the past 3 to 4 years has led up to us having a complete team with the exception of one position. The one position that's the hardest thing to do in the world because there's only 32 of them, and that's filling the QB1 spot perfectly, right? And
Okay.
that's if and hold on, I'll let you interject. The fact that you only have one position to worry about and everything else is kosher, he still survives because that's only one thing that they have to do over the next 3 years is figure out that one position. Now, if you had multiple issues, offense, defense, offensive line, wide receiver, it's all over the place, then he doesn't survive. But the fact that the team is built to win and win now, with the exception of one position that we have this question mark on, he still serves.
That's a great
Okay,
point.
so
Right,
my
which means
question
he's
is this.
Okay. Can I counter?
80%.
Can I counter that? Can I counter that?
Exactly, Ali.
Please
Exactly,
do.
which
Can I
means
counter
he
that?
would be batting
Let
80%. You don't get
Crypto.
rid of a general manager that's got an
Big Nick
80%
the
batting
respect,
range.
please. Give Big Nick the
Okay.
respect to interject. Go ahead.
Let me counter that. 29 wins, assuming we get 10 wins, no playoff. 29 wins, no playoff. Okay. Next year, the Dolphins right now are in the red big time as far as salary cap goes. We got 2 more top draft picks, 2
You
more
said
number
next
1
year
draft
or
picks.
what, how many years? I want to keep track. So you said next year?
The next salary cap. Right now, we're in the red. Right now.
That's
We don't
not
have-
including that's not including what increase would the salary cap get, right?
Facts.
Even with including the increase,
We
the
don't
projected
know what
increase,
it's gonna be.
That's
we're still
speculation because
we don't
we're
know
still
what the
above the
increase
the
cap.
salary cap is
We're
just
still
a spreadsheet on
I
a
said
number on a
projection.
spreadsheet.
I said projection.
That could be
They do know. They
manipulated.
do have a projection. They do have projection though. They have projection already of what the salary cap is going to increase to, right? So even with that, we're still above the salary cap. So now, 29 wins, no playoffs. Not going to have a lot of money to go out and sign a big time free agent to come in and help this team win. And you telling me this man who's in his 80s is going to trust this man with, and I love Chris Greer, is going to trust him with 2 more picks to try to find a quarterback?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I have a
Okay.
question.
All right. Okay.
I have a question
Okay.
because I want to get to my
Okay.
point, which I don't think has been understood. So, Chris Greer got, let's say Tua is not the guy, right? And he goes get technically his 5th quarterback. And let's say that quarterback is a bust. He doesn't survive past that quarterback, and that's what I'm talking about. He survives past Tua being a bust, but he doesn't get past that next quarterback. If his next quarterback is a bust, he's gone. Regardless if this roster is amazing that he built. You don't get 6 quarterbacks.
But you're still gonna have years to figure out whether or not that next quarterback's a bust. What I'm saying is
I don't
he's
think
not
we-
directly linked exclusively to Tua because he's buying himself time because he's hitting right on all these other offseason moves.
Yeah, I don't think that's what we were saying. That's not what I was saying. I'm not saying that Greer gets fired with Tua. That's not what I was saying.
So let
I'm
me
just
ask you
saying,
guys this
my whole
question.
point
let me
was
ask you guys this question because this will put a wrench in your whole argument. Okay, how many chances has John Elway got to get a good quarterback?
Yep.
Exactly.
I think it's
Wait a minute. Wait.
So far,
No, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
so far, the only
Right,
two good quarterbacks that he's gotten that's going to be worth a damn is Russell Wilson and Peyton Manning, which he had to trade for.
Yeah,
He's not been
exactly.
able to draft a quarterback whatsoever.
Yeah, and they ownership group gave him endless time to get the quarterback right.
He still has his job.
It's a
Yeah,
little different
facts.
though.
It's going to be very
No,
hard
it's
to
the
do.
same thing.
That is
The argument was
completely
hinged on
different.
whether or not a general
How's
manager
it
can get
completely
the
different?
quarterback
It's the
position
same
right
thing.
and survive.
How's it different?
How is it different?
Okay, I can answer that. I can answer that. I can answer how it's
Denver.
different.
What do you mean? It's a
I can
completely
answer how
different
it's different.
franchise. It's a
I can
completely
answer
different
hypothetically.
franchise, and Elway has gotten a
But you were
Super
trying
Bowl
to
with the
say
Broncos.
that no
Hold on,
franchise
Chris
has
Greer
ever
went to the
let
Super
their
Bowl.
general manager
Elway went to the
survive.
Super Bowl.
Hold
Are
on,
you guys
hold on,
serious right
Ali.
now?
See, you guys. See,
Dude,
let me tell you
Elway,
something. This is why
you
I
said
have to.
Guys,
Elway got Peyton
we
Manning.
have
This is
exclusive
why.
footage of
Ali,
we have
This
exclusive
is why
footage
you
of
and I.
Hold on, hold on,
Culler,
hold
what do
on.
you got, Culler? What do you
We
got,
have
Culler?
exclusive footage of Peyton Manning and Russell Wilson showing up for their interview with John Elway.
Introducing ourselves. I am Hans. I'm Franz, and we want to pump you up.
all right, let me
Okay.
answer your question. Let me answer
Here's
your
your
question.
counterpoint.
Ali, how is it
You think you
different?
just dropped the bomb?
One, John Elway was played for Denver. Two, you just said John Elway got Peyton Manning, which got them a Super Bowl. Chris Greer, if he got a Super Bowl, he'd be in the same boat as Elway, of course. But Chris Greer hasn't
But
got
that's
us a
different. He
Super
still
Bowl.
had many shots to
I'm
do
not
that.
even.
That's the point.
I'm not even gonna.
That was
telling me-
before
Hold
he
on,
got to the
wait.
Super Bowl as a
Ali,
general manager.
Let me ask you this.
No,
If-
man, you got.
hold on,
Wait,
hold on.
Ali. Wait, Ali.
Oh my God.
Wait. The one
right.
thing, even more so than John Elway is a legend, right? That played for Denver. I wouldn't even use that argument. The one argument
It's
that
a
I would
lame
use, and I would
argument.
dare you to counter this. The one argument that I would use, and I would dare you to counter this. When has John ever had opportunity to draft number 5?
Okay, all right.
That's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. God, it's not irrelevant. Ali, will you tell him that's not irrelevant? Will you tell him that's not irrelevant?
Helped him get a ring.
However,
He hasn't had an opportunity to draft a franchise quarterback. He hasn't had an opportunity
Yes,
to
he
draft a
has.
franchise
Denver has
quarterback.
always had draft picks throughout the draft.
Crypto, hold on.
Oh
I want to
my
respond.
God.
I got two people to respond to, and I want to take my turn real quick. So, first,
Okay.
Bryson, I'll get to you in a second. Nick, to answer your question, with the ridiculous moves that John Elway has made, he hasn't had the opportunity, not because they've won or anything, because if you look back, besides the season they won the Super Bowl, all right, and this one I think it was the season before that, they really have had average seasons the last couple of years.
8 wins. 8 wins at least. At least 8 wins.
We've had 10.
Didn't he draft Drew Lock?
Exactly. He drafted Drew Lock.
Yes, he did.
Exactly.
Did he
At the end,
No. They had a guy named
at the end of
Seaman. He didn't pan out either. All right.
when were they drafted? And
He
he
drafted
also
in the
had.
top 15. Jerry Judy.
He also drafted.
He
He
had a
also
chance
no.
to get
We're
a
not talking. We're talking about
quarterback then.
quarterback, bro. We're talking about quarterback. What quarterback he should have got doing over Jerry
Exactly.
Judy?
Which means he could have used that pick to maneuver to get up so he can get a
To
quarterback.
get who? To get who when Jerry Judy was drafted? To get who?
Oh, I
To
can
get
tell you
who?
right now. Hold on. I can tell you right now.
Go to the quarterbacks and see who came out that year. And not all top quarterbacks in the league was drafted in the top 10 anyways. So that's a fallacy argument. To say you need to be number 5.
John Elway's not even
It's
the
not a
GM.
fallacy
You guys
argument.
know that, right?
Listen.
You know he's not even the
Listen.
GM, right?
He's the president.
George Payton
He is
is.
the president.
Yeah.
Okay, but George
the
Payton
point
is
is,
the
John
GM, and we're
Elway
talking
or the
about general
president,
manager.
anybody in that management didn't lose their job for failure
I
at
gotta
drafting
tell
a
you this.
quarterback.
I got to tell you this, man. I got to tell you this because
John
obviously
Elway
nobody
is
else
now
don't want to tell you this.
outside consultant
Your
for the
argument,
Broncos.
your argument,
Now,
your
as of
argument,
now,
that your
Yeah,
arguments
so
just
that's what I'm talking
they're
about.
not based in
but the
reality.
point
Your,
is, their
his
general
arguments
manager
aren't based
didn't
in
lose their
reality.
job.
He
He
just
got
said all
hired
The
top 10
argument
last
still
year.
quarterbacks.
What are you
stands.
talking about?
He
Actually,
said
he got
top 10
hired this
quarterbacks
year.
aren't necessarily drafted in whatever whatever he
He
said,
got
right?
hired this
They're not
year.
necessarily.
Jerry Judy got
If
drafted.
you're gonna draft a quarterback in the top 10, you're drafting a franchise quarterback. I don't care if he
That's
turns
the
into a
hopes of
franchise
drafting,
quarterback.
but that's not always the case.
Yeah,
Oh
George
my
Payton
God!
literally got
Listen,
hired this year.
listen.
Jerry Judy was
Nobody.
Every quarterback drafted in the top 10 is not guaranteed to be a franchise quarterback. Stop it.
But every quarterback that was drafted in the top 10 was drafted to be a franchise quarterback.
Yeah, but
Whether
if
it
they
turned out to
fail,
be,
doesn't mean a general manager got the axe.
that's not the point, my guy. That's not the point. The point
What's
is,
the
if you
point? That's
draft
the
a
point you're
quarterback,
trying to say
the
that
point,
Tua
the
is
point is,
automatically going to
the
bring
point
Greer
is,
down if he's a bust.
the
Stop
point
it.
is, my point. The point
Elway's not
is,
even
if
the
you
GM.
draft a quarterback in the top 10, if you draft a quarterback in the top 10, you're drafting a franchise quarterback. That's my
Nobody's
point.
trying to make that argument. You trying to make an argument that nobody's making.
No, No, your argument was I've been making that argument from the beginning, and then you taking and said just because you're a top 10 quarterback don't mean you were drafted earlier.
Check
That's
this
not the
out,
point
guys.
I'm
Yeah, but I
making.
got something to say about that draft.
Tom Brady was drafted in the 6th round.
Well, my whole argument from the get-go is that Chris Greer is not exclusively tied to Tua. That was my
And I
whole
told you I
argument from the
disagree.
beginning.
And I told you I disagree. I told you I disagree.
Big Nick. You asked about Jerry Judy
And
when he
that's
got drafted,
nonsense.
right?
Hold on, guys.
Hold
I
on.
say what quarterback was available.
Jerry Judy got drafted in 2020. He could have gotten Burrow. He could have gotten Herbert. He could have gotten Tua. He could have got Jalen Hurts, who I think is better than Drew Lock. He could have gotten Jordan Love if he really wanted, because we still don't know what Jordan Love
There you
has.
go. I'll talk to him, Ollie.
All right.
Exactly.
He could have gotten all these guys, and he didn't draft them. Why? Because he knows he can't draft.
Can I
Right?
also say something else about that draft about getting Drew Lock?
Go ahead.
They didn't draft Drew Lock. Okay. Here's how it went down. This is what Elway. This is how excited Elway was about Drew Lock. Okay. They traded to the Bengals. Okay. They got Drew Lock on a trade from the Bengals, who picked him 42nd overall in the 2nd round. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The Broncos traded the Bengals for him for a 2nd, a 4th, and a 6th round pick in that same draft.
Does that sound good? Does that sound good to you?
No.
That's how
watch this.
excited John Elway was about Drew Lock. He gave up 3 picks to get him from the Bengals, who drafted him 42nd
Thank you,
overall.
Culler. Thank you.
Now, if my memory serves me, if my memory serves me correctly, and I think you guys can look this up, Ali. Didn't Drew Lock have a pretty decent 2019?
Let me look that up.
Wasn't they talking about this kid? Yeah, they had pretty. I think. If my memory serves me correct.
Big Nick, I'm not sure if they put
To
him
the
right out
point
on
he got
the field.
replaced by
That's a good
Russell
question, but
Wilson.
that's a
Yeah,
good question,
I'm
but
sure
not
they
sure if
really
they
was
put him right
confident
out
in
on
him.
the field.
Drew Lock only had 1,020 yards and 7 touchdowns in 2000.
Yeah, they didn't put him out on the field right away.
5 games.
So
played 5 games.
Right, he didn't. They didn't put him back. They didn't put him on the field right away. Like you said,
Drew Lock just because he has
No. 15 games, and that was for 2,933 yards and 16 touchdowns and 15 interceptions in 2020.
Now, to go back to that.
By Drew Lock because he beat the crap out of us. With delusional.
Nobody's enamored by Drew Lock.
Nobody's enamored. Who's enamored by Drew Lock?
I'm sure. So they want to put him on a pedestal to say that John Elway.
You might. I'm not putting him on a pedestal.
Bryson, I want to get back to you. What did you say to me? I'm sorry. It's been a little bit.
No, you're fine. So my thing is, I don't think I agree with Crypto. I'm not saying that Chris Greer is locked down to Tua. That's not what I'm saying. But if Tua does not work out, Chris Greer's next quarterback is his last quarterback, because if that guy doesn't work out, the quarterback position is the most important position on the field, and you need a good quarterback to win a Super Bowl.
Okay, so just to clarify, you're stating that if Tua doesn't work out, whatever guy that Greer trades for or drafts does not matter.
Yes. I don't think he'll be drafted.
Otherwise, it won't work out.
Yes.
Okay, so here is my thing. Here is my thing. While I understand your logic, I still don't think so. The reason being is you can still be competitive and you can still make the playoffs and still have a bust of a QB. Right? And I've seen that happen. And I think that where he may not be able to draft the best quarterback, I think Greer makes up for it in a lot of other areas. He still is the best charlatan, if you want to call it. If anybody knows does everybody here know what a charlatan is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I think he's one of the best charlatan in the NFL. He makes things look like treasures to other teams, and he fleeces them, just like he did with a 3rd-round pick for Devontae Parker. When we said that could be a possibility, everybody thought it was crazy, and look what happened. Right?
Yeah.
The other offseason moves, right?
I agree. I also think Tua is going to work out. I think he was right by drafting him. I think Tua is going to work out. I think Chris Greer's the guy.
No,
And
I'm
I
not saying
I think
that Tua's going to work
I'm
out.
just
All I'm
saying,
saying is
and
that
all I was saying,
I
Bryson,
think
is that Chris Greer done so significantly well in other off-season moves collectively and other moves within the draft structure that he buys himself time to separate himself from the Tua bust, if it's possible.
okay, but he needs eventually. We need a quarterback, right? If Tua's not the
I'm
guy,
gonna
eventually.
disagree with that.
Eventually he will, but I'm just saying if Tua busts very next season, Greer's not gone because of it. That's all I was
Color,
saying.
you haven't dropped your opinion. If the Dolphins go 10 wins, miss the playoff, is Greer safe?
Well, I got kind of a double answer for that in some way. I say he's safe because I mean, it depends on what he does to remedy that situation, like in the near term. You know what I mean? But let's say I'm not one that thinks he falls out of Ross's favor to get fired in the first place. If he is removed as general manager, he's gonna fall up. They'll promote him.
I can see that. I can see that. I can see that. But I just think I think he loses general manager. I think he loses player personnel control if we don't make the playoffs or if Tua is a bust.
So here's a
I
perspective.
think if Tua is a top 5 quarterback and we miss the playoffs, he's safe. If Tua and we miss the playoffs, I think he's gone.
And I think again, it depends on how obvious the eye test is too. You know what I mean? If it's a case where it's like, man, no matter what Tua could do, as much as he balls out, and we all can see it plain as day that he's the guy and this and that, and we're still losing.
And here's another
close games
caveat.
and all that. It just all depends. If it's a complete
Hey,
bust,
Ali, I was going to add this to kind of what you were saying about Greer buying himself cachet and buying himself even more time. Jalen Waddle, Jada Phillips, and freaking Javon Holland. We all know the trajectories they on. They even double the success that they have, but Tua still busts out. That's even more separation from Greer and Tua because of his 3 number 1 picks this year became pretty much Hall of Fame potentials.
So I want to bring something to light about John Elway, since we were talking about him and how he still is in the position that he has. But this is the history of quarterbacks. I just want to put this out there. So prior to Peyton Manning, they had Kyle Orton and Chris Sims, right? They went in 2009. 2010, they went Kyle Orton and Tim Tebow. 2011, it was Tim Tebow number 1, Kyle Orton number 2. Then they had the Peyton Manning seasons. There was 4 seasons of Peyton Manning, except in 2015, Peyton Manning only played 9 games. And who was the guy that came in for him?
Don't say his name. You better not say his name.
That was Mr. Osweiler.
And that was the season. I think they signed Osweiler to a huge, massive deal. I believe someone did. I think it was the Broncos. And who did they have afterwards? Trevor Siemian, Paxton Lynch, another quarterback that they drafted. Trevor Siemian, Brock Osweiler again, Paxton Lynch. All 3 of them were fighting it out. Then they signed big-time Case Keenum, who had a remarkable season for the Vikings, right? And that didn't pan out. So who did they bring in 2019? Joe Flacco and Drew Lock and Brandon Allen, and that still didn't work out. So who did they bring in 2020? They had 4 quarterbacks: Drew Lock, Jeff Driscoll, Brett Ripon, and Philip Lindsay. And then who did they have in 2021? Our good old second man in command, Teddy Bridgewater and Drew Lock, and that still didn't work out. Right? And guess who still has a job? John Elway.
There you go.
Yeah, but he's not the GM.
Yes,
though.
sir.
He's the guy that makes the
Bryce,
deals.
he
dude.
may not be the
Everybody knows
GM, but their GM was there doing those years.
No, John Elway is what Tannenbaum used to be for the Dolphins. That's who John Elway is, and that's what he does. So really, you are dealing with John Elway, and it's his picks.
Mike Tannenbaum.
And I mean,
that doesn't mean because one team runs it a certain way, that means the Dolphins are going to run it the same way.
Oh
you know
my
what I'm
God,
saying?
dude, that's just
No.
like, oh my God.
But you're moving but you're saying that that's given that they're going to lose their job because they're tied to quarterbacks.
Yeah, the history is that they keep picking wrong quarterbacks, and you're trying to say that because this quarterback's a bust, which all those people I can argue are busts personally. All right, Teddy Bridgewater is not really necessarily a bust. I just don't think he's made out to be a starting quarterback. Let's just put it there. That's you're trying to say that those don't really count. They count the same way.
No, I'm not saying that at all. No, when did I say that? When did I say that?
No, but you're trying to say that it's different than what Tua has with Chris Greer.
I just don't think
that different. They're still tied together. They still signed Case Keenum to a big time deal. Teddy Bridgewater was millions of dollars.
I could give two shits about the Broncos, to be honest with you. I really
understand. Hey, and it's one of the advantage that Elway have over Greer. Is one of the advantage Elway has over Greer, and it's not those damn Super Bowls.
But from what
this is the NFL we're talking about. This is the NFL that has a Rooney Rule, so there's one difference that separates them two.
So technically, John Elway has stepped down from Director of Player Personnel.
I was going to mention that.
Executive VP of Football Operations.
When did he do that?
2020.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I was going to mention that.
Big Nick, to your point, Big Nick, that's partly why I predict the falling upward, because I don't, it's hard for Ross to want to take that hit right now. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So he'll fall upward.
All of those quarterbacks, and regardless, I still feel that the moves that Greer has made makes up for where he's lacked. And
right, and that's what I was trying to say. He has more successes than failures to buy himself enough time to be able to get the quarterback position right.
I disagree with that. I think his successes are just overshadowing his failures, but he hasn't had more successes.
That's the whole point of buying you time. If these three picks that he picked last year turn out to be a success, and Tua is the only bust out of all of those picks, you mean to tell me he's going to lose his job because of one player? Stop it.
Yeah, I do. I do, because he was the number 5 pick. Because he was the number 5 pick.
It's irrelevant. He's the number 5 pick.
That don't matter about that.
That don't matter.
I mean, if he was, then
okay. All right. Okay.
But I mean, regardless of if it's Tua or whatever, we need a quarterback, and the GM has to get that done. And if he can't get that done, it's not going to work out. The GM has to get a quarterback. That's my whole point. Is he can fill the roster with all these players, but you need a quarterback.
Right, Bryce, but nobody's arguing that you eventually need a quarterback. But this particular GM in his particular case is not directly, exclusively tied to him.
To Tua, I agree with you. To Tua,
you guys do know there's already a proven test case in the league already, right?
I don't know why we're still talking.
There's a modern test sample size already in the league that parallels very similar to the Dolphins, including the other skill positions and the talent that is acquired, and they couldn't get the quarterback right, and the GM was fired. And they brought in another GM who kind of added pieces to it, and that GM is still there, and that team won a playoff game, the first one in over 20 years.
I got a question.
Cleveland, very similar to the Dolphins situation.
No, they've always tried they coaching GM at the same time.
To get off the quarterback position,
they couldn't get a quarterback.
For you guys,
they never got skill positions either. They hired them on.
They got plenty of skill positions. What do you mean? They had plenty of skill positions.
Yeah.
No, they didn't.
They got plenty of skill. They got 2 All-Pro players right now. They have 2 that has been on the team for a few years. 2 All-Pro players. At least
but
2.
It was by the current regime that's there now.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. This current regime just came in with a head coach.
Stefanski them and that whole GM package.
Right. How long you think Stefanski?
And when they turned their season around, it was all collectively in the same season.
Do you think they drafted Nick Chubb? Do you think they drafted Myles Garrett?
They did. The current regime now developed them.
Did they draft them?
We're talking about the Browns?
Right, yeah.
Yes, they did draft them.
They did. They was there the
The
whole
current
time.
regime, Kevin
Not
Stefanski
this
drafted
current
Miles
regime
Garrett.
been in that
No,
whole time.
wait. Hold
They
on.
was there as a whole package.
Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
That whole when they fired what was the coach name? They switched gears. The GM that built that team is not the same GM.
No,
They
I don't
changed
think
the
they draft
GM and head
Baker.
coach at the same time.
No, the
And
current
he did
regime
not
did not draft Baker. No, it was the one before that.
right, and he didn't draft Nick Chubb, and he didn't draft Miles Garrett.
Yeah, but this current regime
This
got a new
current regime,
quarterback.
Miles Garrett was the number one pick in the draft. Baker Mayfield was the number one pick. This current regime has not had the number one pick, the GM or the head coach.
Yeah, but that
So my
roster's
point is,
But that was a quarterback. He
right,
wasn't fired
and it,
because
which
of the
was built,
quarterback.
which
He was
was
fired
built.
because the
Yes,
whole team was crap.
the team was not crap. The quarterback
Yes,
was
they
crap.
was. That's how they ended up with the number one pick in the
Of
first
a quarter.
place.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
What were you gonna say,
Oh
Ali?
my god.
It is true though.
No,
But
I
it's
was
true.
gonna
Yeah.
say,
How they ended up with the
Iceman,
number
what
one
are your
pick? They
thoughts
was
on this
crap.
before we move on?
Oh my god.
You're right,
Honestly.
Crypto. You're right, Crypto. Don't I mean?
Go ahead,
Yeah, I guess.
Iceman, you got any thoughts about this before we move on?
Nah, we can move on. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Bryson, you said you had a new subject to talk about. What do you got?
Yeah, it's kind of still on Chris Greer, but if do you think Chris Greer, and I think it will work with Mike, but if it didn't, do you think Chris Greer will be able to pick another head coach, or if we have to move on to another regime, Chris goes with Mike?
Well, oh, that's a tough
So
one.
you mean if we repeat that again?
So
go
let's
ahead.
say Mike McDaniel, and just for the record, I do believe in Mike. I think it's going to work out. But let's say it didn't for whatever reason. Do you
Mhm.
think Chris Greer stays and is able to pick a third head coach, or do you think Ross is like, nah, we need to start again from scratch because this guy can't pick a coach?
It would have to be a complete catastrophic failure.
Okay, that's a good point.
I don't think that will happen. I truly believe everybody that, Coach McDaniel can actually coach. So I'm not worried
Yeah, I
about
do
that.
too.
But
Yeah,
it
he's
would have
not
to be
Cam
a
Cameron.
complete catastrophic failure.
Has to be Cam Cameron.
Yeah, that's what it have to be. And I cannot believe we still drafted Tengia Jr. That's I have PSD or PTSD about that. No joke.
Hey, Teddy played 12 years, man.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, look, I grew up watching Ted Ginn Jr. play for Ohio State, and I thought he was a great quarterback, but where we drafted him was way too soon.
Receiver.
Yeah, or receiver is what I meant to say. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I didn't like Ted Ginn. I didn't like Ted Ginn until we drafted him because he played for the team that robbed my team in the national championship. Straight up robbery. Just straight up stole that, just took that from us. And he only played one play of the game, so I shouldn't hold that against him, but he's still on Ohio State. And the one play he played was a touchdown, kickoff return. And he was out of there.
Best game he had.
He broke his foot that game. And people can say, he was overdrafted, right? He was overdrafted at number 9. However, every team except for the Dolphins he went to, he elevated their offense. Every team.
Mm-hmm.
He elevated their offense.
So I'm hearing some rumors about some possible people being on the trading block, and I want to know what your opinions are. So I'm hearing that what's his name? Our tight end Shaheen's on the trade block supposedly.
Bye. Redundant. He's a redundant
player. On
player.
the trade block, possibly.
Who is this now?
Dieter.
Who?
Oh, Michael
Center
Dieter.
Dieter.
Mike Dieter. Okay.
Yeah, he's on the trade block, possibly. I've heard that there was a and I don't know if it's true or not. Someone messaged me the other day that possibly that it's a receiver. What's his name? The guy that was drafted in the 3rd round pick and got
Eric.
As a comma?
No. The guy that got traded from the Raiders to us after being drafted in.
Lynn Bowden Jr.
Lynn Bowden, yes.
Because I don't want to see him go.
Well, I've heard that he hasn't really.
That'd be stupid.
I don't really know what's going on with that. So I've heard that there's some other. Oh, Preston Williams is on the trade block supposedly.
I wouldn't be shocked on that. No doubt.
And there's like one or two other players that I heard, but there's teams like the Packers and unfortunately I'm saying this, but the Patriots that need a receiver. You know, do we make deals? Do you think we'll make a deal?
I don't want to see Lynn Bowden go.
Well, I don't want to see. It's not.
Browns need another receiver. Let's trade for 3 months straight up. Let's go.
I
don't want to see. I don't want to see Lynn Bowden go because to me it'll be bad business, right? For what we traded for him, we traded a third rounder, and we gave up a player for him, and he's young.
Did we trade a third round pick for him? I don't think
we could kick rocks.
Raekwon McMillan. Yeah, Raekwon McMillan. Raekwon McMillan was a third round draft pick.
I like him.
Raekwon was a third round draft choice. We traded him head up. Raekwon McMillan was a third round draft choice. No, he was a second round draft choice. He was a second round draft choice. And was it Raekwon we traded for Lynn Bowden?
No, I thought it was a draft pick.
I don't get the love fest for Lynn Bowden. He's not reliable. He's never on the field enough.
You haven't seen him play yet.
Yeah,
when he played, he was.
That's the problem. Whenever you use the term "if" and when he plays, that automatically loses the freaking argument.
Yeah,
for
but
me.
I've heard that
he's never dropped the pass for the Dolphins when he played. When he played, he didn't drop a pass, and he was a plus player when he played for those few games. He was a plus player.
To the tune of how many yards and how many catches.
I hope he does good.
So we traded Lynn Bowden for a 4th round pick. We got a Lynn Bowden in a 6th round in exchange for a 4th round pick. We traded linebacker Raekwon McMillan a week prior to that for a different deal.
Okay.
That's what happened. But
he's unreliable to me.
The best ability is reliability, and he's definitely not been on the field, and that's the issue. Availability.
So Raekwon, a 4th and a 6th. Raekwon, a 4th and a 6th for, and we trade him right now, but we get a 6 and or a 7?
I don't know what we'll get. I mean, he's still young enough. I mean, he's still super young, so.
Yeah, but he hasn't done anything.
Yeah, I just don't think the market is out there for Bowden. I mean, you guys are saying he's not reliable. He hasn't been on the field. Well, every other team is saying the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
The market right now for those types of players isn't very high. That's another reason why players like Deebo Samuels doesn't want to be the utility player. They want to be just a wide receiver because that's
a traditional wide receiver.
Whereas you look at Cordell Patterson,
Jamar Chases and the Waddles of the world.
He plays every position, and he doesn't get paid like a regular receiver, and that's the downfall of it. So for Lynn Bowden, to be honest, unfortunately, there's not going to be a huge market for it.
So you might as well just keep him because he's on his rookie year.
No, you might as well get rid of him and find a player that plays the position that's suitable for the offense and the quarterback.
So we got 52 players. If we got 52 slated for the team, and the last 2 players, the 53rd is between 2 players, Lynn Bowden or Skylar Thompson. Who gets it?
Skylar Thompson.
Lynn Bowden.
Lynn Bowden. No, he's going to make the roster.
We're going to protect the hell out of it. That's basically what's going to happen.
No. What I'm saying is, if you have one spot to fill, you got Lynn Bowden and you got Skylar Thompson. I think Lynn Bowden is too versatile. He does more.
Out of 54,
he plays running back.
Lynn
if you only have
awesome.
If you got 52 players, there's 2 players remaining. Who gets the 53rd spot? I think Lynn Bowden gets it.
I think Skylar Thompson gets it, and I'll tell you why.
If Skylar can't get it, neither one of them getting. I'm going out in open market and getting a reliable receiver. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, Skylar Thompson actually can run the ball, and he rushed.
If Skylar can't get it, I'm giving it to another.
But you get a running back, you get a running back, you get a receiver, and you get an emergency quarterback.
I think
to sit in the infirmary room.
Lynn Bowden, you get. Hold on, wait. You actually get 4 positions. You get running back, receiver, emergency quarterback, and you get a special teamer.
Here's the issue I have with that, right? So far,
Yeah,
his
that's
history
ridiculous.
shows that
Best
he's
case
not
we
been
could have
on the
kept.
field. He's not been on the
Yeah,
field at
that's
all.
yeah,
Here's the second problem. In our current situation, Teddy's on a 1-year rental as well. We're going to need a backup, so you want to keep him whichever way possible that you can. Number 3, he actually is a damn good running quarterback and a damn good throwing quarterback who's built very much like Josh Allen. You want to see what you can get from him because so far he's been
Facts.
available and be
Right.
able to play consistently where Lynn Bowden hasn't. Now, I'm not saying that Lynn Bowden doesn't have the talent because obviously he got drafted. Obviously, he played multiple different positions in college, and he could actually be something, but he hasn't shown it. I want someone that consistently
Exactly. If that's the
shows
case,
it, and
Ali,
he
you're
has.
right. We could have kept Malcolm Perry if we wanted the Swiss
Yes,
Army
I could
knife.
have kept Malcolm Perry, who went to the Patriots for nothing.
Exactly.
But he can't play. But he can't
But I
play.
mean,
Yes,
He
he
didn't
did.
even
He
play
caught
for
a
the
touchdown
Patriots.
in this
Bowden
Yeah,
can't
he
play.
played
He
good for the
can't
Patriots.
He
play.
played when he
No,
played.
He
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 can't
did. No,
produced.
he did.
play.
He did good.
Still on
He can't play.
roster. He's still on the roster.
He
regardless.
can. He scored.
Yeah,
He
but he
caught
can't
touchdown against the
play.
Bills when nobody else could
Hey,
play.
Lynn Bowden play? Hey, Big Nick, have you seen Lynn Bowden play?
It's been a minute.
When he played for the Dolphins, he looked a hell of a lot better than Malcolm Perry. As a matter of fact, he played above Malcolm Perry.
I
I
like Lynn
mean,
Yeah,
Bowden.
how many touchdowns did Bowden get?
Exactly.
He played above
he
Malcolm
got
How
Perry.
many
Look,
points did he
Yeah.
score?
Yeah. Okay. True.
look. I don't want somebody that wants to play sometimes. I want somebody that wants to play all the time.
Thank
And
you.
that's the issue I'm
But-
having.
and-
But he's in the
and-
back
and,
end of our receiver room. It doesn't even matter. You know what I'm saying? Like he's a
and
number 4
someone
receiver.
mentioned,
It doesn't even matter.
and,
I mean,
right,
Preston
and someone
Williams
mentioned,
needs to get
someone
sold
mentioned
before
that
Lynn Bowden because Preston has
IR
shown
putting him
way
on,
less of reliability.
putting Bowden on.
Jerry, show me the money! Jerry, you better yell! Show me the money!
How overrated is that scene now? Does that scene hold up still?
In certain
Does it
situations,
hold
when
up?
you're talking
Oh,
money
yeah.
and stuff, yeah, it does.
Yeah, that was meant for Lynn Bowden. You know, like show us the money, buddy.
Yeah.
No.
Does that movie hold up? Does that movie hold up?
Oh, I still watch it whenever it come
Yeah.
across it.
It's
Yeah, I
adult.
like it.
Hey man,
Man,
it's no Kung Fu Hustle. It's no Kung Fu Hustle.
They're making a part 2 of Kung Fu Hustle, by the way.
I heard. It better be as good.
Wait a
I'm
minute.
telling you,
John
it better be
Johnson
as good.
third. John Johnson. He's on that team.
It
John Johnson.
it better be as good. They better bring everybody back, including the Toad guy. I want him back.
Well,
Yeah. And actually, speaking of Kung Fu Hustle, Crypto will get a kick out of this. So I back in a previous lifetime, I was a I used to work for Magnolia Home Theater in Best Buy, and I used to sell really high-end TVs and setups and surround sound. And I used to use Kung Fu Hustle as a demo when I was trying to sell like really high-end home theater audio, because
audio,
in the fight
yeah.
scenes, especially when they're in the courtyard fighting, they had all different types of sounds all over the place, and I could individualize them, and like you could hear them with clarity, and it was really good promo video. So that's all I wanted to say about
Now,
Hustle.
I used to work at Sears, and I used to work in the entertainment department. And for the back when people bought stereos, the song I used to use was Tupac. I don't know if you guys know this, but it was a boom boom boom. That what's the name of the damn song? Lord knows I tried, been the victim of you guys know that song. So many tears, so many tears. That song is the perfect woofer tester there is. If you want to test out your sound system, put on So Many Tears by Tupac.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good for sound. Yeah, you used the 7.1 Ali to do that when you did the other one, or you used the red
7.2.
Yeah,
you mean?
7.2.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would do it both ways, because some people, depending on the room they're putting in, they can't fit in a 7.2. They go at 5.1 sometimes. So it just depends on what you're doing. Right now, I'm putting together a 7.2 system that's going to be indoor, but also outdoor speakers. So that's good.
What's that Dolby inside the movie theaters? What is that?
Dolby
The,
Atmos. That
Atmos.
basically is the. Do you remember THX?
That's the ceiling
back in the day?
added.
Do you guys remember THX?
Yeah, it was THX.
Yeah, this is basically the newest version of THX. It basically provides way more clarity to sound and different types of audio, just like what TH does. In fact, THX is still being used depending on the brand or
it
receiver
is.
you buy.
I'm gonna tell you my first experience with THX was Air Force One.
That's
Air Force One. That was my first experience. Me and my best friend went to go see it, and it was in THX, and we just could not believe the sound. And that's probably around the time that THX came out.
Yeah,
It was unbelievable.
Since we're on the home theater segment of Late Night Exhale, true story about Air Force One. So one of the scene where the helicopter lands and they're supposedly dragging the prisoner that they wanted to exchange in that movie was filmed at the Mansfield Penitentiary or prison in Mansfield, Ohio, because I'm from Ohio. And that's the exact prison that supposedly Shawshank Redemption was actually took place. The story behind it.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting story.
Better movie.
Yes.
Better Harrison for a movie.
I love the movie.
Better Harrison for a movie. Air Force One or Clear and Present Danger.
That's a good one too. Patriot Games.
Testing sound speakers. Technically, Star Wars is a good movie to test sound speakers too.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I love Star Wars. Yeah.
That's a good movie to test your system.
I want to see.
I'm surprised Culler's not on this thing. He'd be all about sound and all these different stuff. He'd be, he's pretty comfortable. Come on, Culler. What do you got?
Well, I'm biased. I already told you I'm biased towards clip system. So
yeah,
everything
Which
is clipped.
Friday the 13th? Which Friday the 13th did they change the theme music? Was that 3 or was that 5?
The final chapter.
Because so 5 was the one they changed the theme music.
Well, the theme kind of similar, but it was like variation of it.
Yeah, they added more bass to it, more string. Yeah, and that's a good tester too.
Yeah,
that movie's a good tester.
When he went into the city, when he took on Manhattan, it was kind of a different one.
Yeah. Speaking of Friday the 13th, I'm going to make you guys laugh at me. To me, my favorite Friday the 13th of all time. We're not going to call it Jason versus Freddy because that was just an awesome fucking movie. But my favorite standalone Friday the 13th of all time was Jason X. I'm sorry. The Jason in Space is the best one. I know.
I figured you were going to say that one. No, it was good because it was a whole nother twist. I liked it. I mean, I liked it. I like all of them. Horror is my favorite genre of movie anyway, so I liked it. I liked all of them. It was pretty good.
I got a good idea. We're going to play a little game. All right. And we're going to start with Bryson, and then we're going to go work our way around to Culler and then back to me. I want you to name a player and what movie you think attaches to that player. Like what would be a good movie to represent that player? Bryson.
That's a good one, yeah.
Oh, I named the player?
You name the player, and then you name what movie you think fits that player. Like if you were to represent that player with a movie.
Man, that's hard.
Yeah.
I can't go first. I can't even think.
Any player or Dolphins?
We'll stick with Dolphins. Let's stick with Dolphins because I'm interested. So you want to skip? You want to skip Bryson?
Yeah. Can I skip?
All right, Crypto, you're next.
Could this be like any Dolphin in history or current players, old players?
Well, we'll go with any in history. I like to keep it current because I'm just interested. But if you want to go older, you can. I'll let you do it.
What was that?
Okay.
I think he's having technical difficulties. But go ahead, Crypto. It's you. So tell me.
Oh, you want me the player? Oh,
you
good
pick
one.
the player, and then you name whatever movie you think fits that player.
What, the movie or the character in the movie?
You can do both. Do both.
Oh God, current player.
But you can go with older player if you want to.
You know what? I would even go. You know what? I know I've hinted at this reference before.
I hinted at this reference before whenever I use my military experience.
Mhm.
I'm going to say our former head coach Flo and the drill sergeant in Full Metal Jacket.
So you went with coach, not player.
no.
Come on, man. Give me a player. I wanted the player.
The player, I would say Forrest Gump, Tua Tagovailoa.
Oh my god. So what you're saying? So what you're saying? Hold on. So what you're saying is that Tua needs to run and keep running.
Yes, run, Forrest, run.
Oh my god, run Tua, run. Someone put that on.
Or he could be saying that he's responsible for John Lennon's iconic classic song. So, he could be that great, inspire the world. Inspire John Lennon for that song.
as Private Ryan.
Okay, for Private Ryan.
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Lewis, what do you got? What do you got, Lewis?
Like for some reason, we have to send in a squad and risk lives to save this guy. You know what I mean? That's definitely Private Ryan.
Go ahead, Lewis. I want to go around the table in order.
I don't know if this was a movie. Maybe it was a song, but the little engine that could. That would be Tua. The little engine that
Oh
could.
man, you guys are ripping Tua left and right, man. Big Nick. Who do you got?
I'm going Jason Taylor, Scorpion King.
Okay. That's a good one. Scorpion King, yeah. Jason Taylor is the Scorpion King.
Interesting. Okay, I like it. Go ahead, Iceman. What do you got?
I'm gonna go with Christian Wilkins, Ace Ventura. Why not? He's a character. He's funny. I like that.
I'm ready, Coach. Just give me a chance.
I got one that's close to that, but Culler, do you got something else besides Tua? Since we're on that Tua hate train, you got anything else to derail that, or something else?
I don't know.
Oh man.
Any other player, man? Just someone besides.
I got one more.
We'll go Dan Marino, Top Gun.
That's really
yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
I was gonna say maybe Josh Rosen could be Goose in Top Gun.
Just a perfect moment for that clip, dude. That'd be a perfect moment.
I got one. Zach Thomas.
Dude, I haven't got to go yet, man.
Oh, my bad.
Okay.
It's all good. So I technically have two, which I'll name both of them. First one I'm gonna go with is our new middle linebacker.
Channing Tindall.
Yeah, Channing Tindall. And I'm gonna go with Jaws because he's gonna freaking hunt the shit out of quarterbacks. All right. It's gonna be like dun, 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 dun. He's gonna go after him. And then the other person I have is Robert Hunt, who I think on the offensive line is a Tasmanian devil. So it's really not really a character. You want to call it Looney Tunes or something like that. Because of the fact that how crazy he was when he just grabbed the ball out of the air and ran and didn't even care, like it was his job. That was awesome when he ran down, and even though it wasn't going to count, it didn't matter. He was like, "I'm doing this." You know what I mean?
I got a good one.
Go ahead, real quick.
Aaron Rodgers, Vincent Vega.
Dolphins related. Dolphins related.
Okay, well then that will be Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Vincent Vega from Pulp Fiction.
Oh my god, I can see that too. Bryson, who do you got now?
Zach Thomas, Wreck-It Ralph.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Here's mine. Derek Gardner, Shaft.
There you
go. Yeah, that is a good one. That is really good.
I can even see him in that trench coat. I can see Derek Gardner being Shaft.
Second movie wasn't bad with his son. No, I didn't mind.
I got another one. Coach McDaniels, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
Dr. Doolittle.
Oh my God, damn.
Dr. Doolittle.
Dr. Doolittle. Here, I got one. Our owner, Ross, Mr. Magoo.
Oh yeah.
That was Robin Williams?
That's courtesy of Larry K.
Yes,
Fin
that's
Addict
right.
Larry.
Shout out to Larry K. Correct.
Here you go, throwback. Rob Conrad, Captain America.
Captain America.
Wow.
Okay. That would be okay. Now you're talking about Conrad. I'm going to say Richie Incognito, Superman.
Oh hell no, Hannibal
No,
Lecter.
he's a boy.
Yeah, I was gonna say the big kid from
Full Metal Jacket. Full Metal Jacket.
I was gonna say the kid from Little Rascals, man.
Spanky?
Yeah, Spanky. That's
Spanky. Wow.
So I
Yeah,
gotta
that's
go
good.
with
That's a
Tom
good
Brady.
one. Yeah,
It's not a
Spanky.
movie; it's an actor. All right, okay. Tom Brady, Tom Cruise. The guy never ages, dude. He just keeps winning.
Right. Yeah. Tom Cruise. Yeah, exactly.
It's like the clones or something.
How about
He puts himself on one of those hyper chambers. You know what I'm talking about?
He's
You know
more
what I mean?
like Tom Cruise in Vanilla Sky.
That's true. Yeah.
Don't you ever bring up that fucking horrible movie ever again.
That's why I associated Tom Brady with it.
How about
Oh,
Tyreek
man.
Hill? How about Tyreek Hill as Flash?
That's yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
I
if
like
he's the villain, if he's a superhero, he would be the Flash.
Hold up.
That's nice.
The
That's nice.
old school Flash, not the new Flash that's in
the
trouble
old
with the law
school.
right now.
Right.
The old Flash. Oh, the Flash
Yeah, but
Gordon.
You guys heard about that, right?
You must
but
be talking
that
about
old
Flash Gordon.
No.
Hey, but that
No.
old
We're
Flash.
talking about. Listen to this.
Yeah.
So
The original one.
Ezra Miller is having some really messed up issues right now. Like the police are.
Oh,
looking for
the
him.
actor, Ezra Miller. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. I
yeah,
think you said.
it's kind of
The
crazy.
actor.
I'm not going to say anything because I don't want YouTube, who monitors this, say anything about it because
Say anything about it, yeah.
I can't say exactly what's
The
going on.
actor Ezra Miller.
all
Yeah,
I
I know
can
you're talking
say
about
is
now.
that the
Yeah, I
police
think about the
are
old guy.
looking for him. That's all I'll say. You can go
What's
look
his
at
name?
Ezra Miller.
Ezra Miller.
He's the guy that played in
'cause
Justice
I'm gonna look
League as
it up.
Flash.
He also played in another movie too that they recently came out with the kid actor. I forgot the name of that
I
movie.
know what movie you're talking about. I think.
Yeah, was a kid actor. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you guys a question.
He
Yeah.
played a
Why
kid
does
actor.
Matt Damon not make every movie? Well, why isn't every movie Matt Damon make The Bourne Identity? Why doesn't he make all? I mean, why? Why does he continue to try to make these dramatic roles when he's perfect for roles like The Bourne Identity?
Because he doesn't want to be
Well-
typecasted. That's the same reason why the
Yeah.
guy from the Bond movies wanted out, so they finally killed him.
But that's your thing. That's your thing, man.
I understand, but that's
actors don't want to be pigeonholed to one role in life. You know?
yeah, they don't want
Yeah,
to.
but he
Eventually, you got to
he
spread.
can easily be. He can easily be top 5 action.
We
He can
have
easily
found
be top 5 action.
You got to spread your wings. You know.
Oh,
Go
we
ahead, Culler,
did
go ahead.
find the guy that's actually playing Tua in a biography
Biopic.
to his life.
Oh, this is
You
gonna
haven't
be.
played it in years. Why can't I be quarterback, huh?
You're right. Let's see what you got. Hit me. I'm open.
Hi.
That's why. Now sit down and shut up.
It slipped. I just ate popcorn. Why don't you shut up before I slit your throat and watch?
That right there was exclusive. That right there was exclusive footage of when Lamar walked into the office when Tua was sitting there with the coach.
Hey, believe it or not, his big brother gets all the love as he should.
Stupid tire! You freaking tire! You should get better than me! Ah, kick your ass!
3.5.
Yeah, that's better.
Very good.
Dude,
As you can see, as you can plain as
His
day
brother-
see, he's wearing a number 1 on his jersey.
Yeah.
That's great film, Color. That's great film.
His brother gets all the love. His brother gets all the love as he should. But that guy there, I love his movie. He plays the same character in every movie, but he's never disappointed.
Hey,
but how brilliant, How brilliant is his brother, though? If his brother had Hollywood good looks, he would have won an Oscar by now.
Hey, Hustle should deserve it, bro. That movie Hustle on Netflix is really good, man. I like it a lot. If you haven't seen
Yes.
it, you should go watch it, man.
I'll check
It's
that out.
nice. It's really good.
So who's the best? Who's the best pound for pound? Who's the best actor in Hollywood right now?
Daniel Day-Lewis.
I got two.
Pound for
Like,
pound.
well, he's retired. He's retired.
Pound for pound, probably Denzel Washington.
No, I hold on. I gotta find the guy's name. There's
You
two
saying
people I
pound for
really like.
pound?
I won't put it. I won't put Denzel in my top two. My top two right now are Mahershala Ali.
That's my number one. That's my number one. No joke, bro. That's my number one. And
I
my
like
number,
Leo.
Go ahead. Go ahead with
And
your
my number two.
Yeah.
Number two. Just said it. Leo.
Yeah,
I
okay.
love Leo.
Leo's
That's my
good.
favorite actor.
Mahershala Ali is my number one. My number two is Christoph Waltz. If you guys
Yeah, he's great too.
in
Yeah,
Django,
Django Unchained.
he plays all different type of character types, and he owns it, bro. He plays the
I go
bad
Casey
villain.
Affleck.
Dude,
10 times.
dude,
10
and
times.
Glorious
acting
Bastard.
hilarious, man.
And Glorious Bastard was a Brad Pitt movie.
Yeah.
And that's a Brad Pitt movie, but he stole the show. He stole that movie from Brad Pitt. I'm telling you, that dude is pretty good. He is really good.
But I like Mahershala Ali. I can't wait to see him as Blade. That's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
I can't believe he got the role. That's going to be awesome.
All right, guys.
But-
Well, I
but-
got to get
but-
out of here. It was really good talking.
But
to you all.
Leonardo,
Bryson, really
Leon-
quick before you go. Hold on.
Yeah.
Bryson's leaving us. Bryson, what final thoughts do you have since you're leaving us? What final thoughts do you have?
Yeah. I guess I don't really have any final thoughts other than thanks for having me, Ollie. It was a
Definitely.
good time. At the end of the day, it's all love, and I just hope we can get to the playoffs this year. We can win some games, and we can figure it out on offense, and we can stay the same on defense. Obviously, we want to get better on defense, but I just don't want to regress. Obviously, I think that not having Flores, there's potential to regress, but I still think we have a lot of players that are on an uptrend, like Holland, Phillips. And I think Tyndall is going to be really good for the running game, and that's something that we need to work on. This linebacker core is kind of rough. But yeah, I'm super excited. I think Chris Greer's hit it out of the park. A+ off season. I mean, I would have never believed if you told me this last year that Tyreek Hill was going to be a Miami Dolphin. I would have told you you're wild. So
They told me I was wild. They told me I was crazy.
Check your pulse.
yeah, I still can't believe it, man. I'm actually waiting till they get the Stitch jersey. Have you seen the Stitch jersey for Tyreek Hill? And I'm gonna buy it as soon as they get that out.
Yeah, I had people in Dougly Durong's Discord saying that they're gonna laugh me out of off of Discord. That's what they said, and I said, "Who's right now?" And they have
Wait, when did you say that, Ollie, that Tyreek was gonna be a Dolphin?
I didn't say Tyreek specific. I mentioned him as a target. I said it was between Tyreek and Debo. I said those are the two people. One of them's going to end up being a Dolphin, and they thought I was nuts. They said there was no way possible. They said we're going to be laughing at you, and I'm like, you can laugh at me all you want. When I'm right, you're going to be like, dude, how did you know? And
hey, Bryson, before you go, I want you to answer this because I'm sure you're going to want to answer this. Don't you guys think it's time for the dark blue jersey?
Yes, I like that. I like the dark blue jersey actually.
It's time for the dark blue jersey, right?
Would you do dark blue?
I think we can go with gray.
The gray
I think we can go with gray.
And to answer Jay's question, authentic jersey, it's actually technically like the limited. I have the one in Tua and Waddle. It's like instead of just like printing it on, they stitch like every single thing. They're really good jerseys. There's like 150, 160 bucks. But for the limited, they only make so many players have that jersey. Like right now, only Tua has it. They used to have Waddle, but they don't sell it anymore for whatever reason. But yeah, anyways, you guys have a good night. Happy Father's Day to anybody that's out there. Also, happy Juneteenth as well.
Yes.
Quick question, Bryson. You said you was in tower or radar?
I'm a tower controller.
Oh, good for you.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Same here.
Awesome, man.
Hey, thanks for your service, man. Thanks for your service.
Hey, I appreciate it, guys.
The Air Force, you guys don't do base ops neither, right?
No, well, we have base ops, but it's a different
Bryson,
career
you were in the
field.
Air Force?
Okay.
Yeah, I currently am. Yeah.
Oh,
I was seeing it the
I
Air
was in the
Force
Air
Space
National Guard
Ops.
for 8 years. I was an information manager. Pretty much the Air Force, same thing.
Oh, nice, Alex.
I was in the
Yeah, I'm
Navy.
actually looking
Ali,
into the
if
guard.
you watched my show, you'd freaking
Yeah.
know he was in the Air Force.
So you guys doing upstairs,
I
downstairs,
got
tower, radar, approach control?
Yeah, so my
So-
airport, the FAA runs our TRACON.
Right.
But yeah, like most bases, we do have like a up-down facility where the
down.
Air Force will own the
Are you
tower
allowed to
and
tell us where you're
radar.
stationed?
I'm at Barksdale
Barksdale, okay.
in Louisiana, northwestern Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
So I was in the Navy. So I was in the
Nice.
Navy, did 6 years, and I want to ask Bryson one question.
Oh, now we know why you and Crypto go at it, man. Dang, it's like
I want-
If you crypto,
We'll just give
if
you
he's
to your
the-
own show, man.
You know
What-
how
what
it
I
is in
mean?
air traffic, dude. The whole day when there's no planes, all we do is debate about the dumbest things in the tower.
Hey,
like,
we'll give
Right,
Crypto.
wait. Here's something.
We'll call it the
Here's
Miami.
something I'm dying to know.
Exactly. The crazy debates in the tower. That's
Oh,
all we
yeah.
did.
Here's something
We going
I'm
crazy.
dying to know this. I'm
And
glad
then
I
that
got an
stupid
Air Force
plane
guy.
calls us up out of nowhere and distract us from our conversation.
Yeah.
I'm glad I got an Air Force guy. Just answer this one question. When you walk into the mess hall, mess hall and you see a freaking chandelier, do you still feel like you're in the military?
I'm gonna be
In the Air
honest,
Force,
I haven't been in a
the Air Force has chandeliers in their mess hall.
Yeah.
Chandeliers.
I've never
They
seen
got it
one.
made, man. The Air Force, man, it's the luxury force.
I think whoa. I think that's a little overstatement there. I've never seen a chandelier, and I was in.
Callum, where were you stationed at? Where were you stationed at?
Well, because I was in the Air National Guard, my main station was the 180th Fighter Wing, which is in Toledo, Ohio, and I was actually in Kuwait for a while. And there, even in Al Jabbar Air Force Base, I didn't see a chandelier. But I will
San
tell you,
Diego.
the Navy have the best cooks, though. I will say that they have the best cooks, and if they want to cook for me anytime, I'm good with that.
Air Force has the best amenities.
We had
Air Force
you
has
guys
the
had
best amenities.
amenities. We may have had good cooks. Our MSs were good, but yeah, it was all right.
Yeah, listen, let me tell you what.
I want to see that.
Unequivocally, the one true thing that the Navy has over all other armed forces is that there's not a branch of military that can fuck with our dress whites. Nobody.
Right.
That's true.
It's
I
over.
do love
That's
that.
true.
Yeah.
It's over.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, the Air
over.
Force's
The dress
uniform
whites
is
are the
just-
top of the
yeah.
Now we'll give the Marines credit with their class deltas. That's pretty good too. But yeah,
that's nothing but our uniform.
Well,
That's
the
all.
thing about like the thing that I like don't like that the Air Force doesn't have that all the other branches has is like they have so much heritage in all the other branches, and like really only like the main people, the aviators, have all the heritage in the Air Force.
Yeah.
Whereas like the Navy and the Marines have like a ton of heritage.
Yeah, that's true.
You know.
Right. Well,
Especially
the Air Force. Well, the Air Force is really the support group of the Army, right?
Of the Army.
They work closely with the Army, and and they're the smallest branch, but they have the best amenities.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, they definitely do.
But then where I saw the chandelier at, it was in California, so I can't speak of other Air Force bases.
I can't tell you that.
Yeah. And then you know how you can go to a visiting military base, and they may have like hotels for service people.
Yeah, definitely.
Their hotel for service people. No other base I went to, they had a mini bar. I mean, the Air Force is just all, and you only get 6 weeks.
Barksdale
of boot
isn't
camp.
like that.
You
but
can't
yes,
beat
other
it.
bases do. Barksdale.
You can't beat 6 weeks.
Well, now they have them out here. They put them in Pax River. When I was stationed in Pax River, Maryland, it was they had start bringing a lot of stuff in there and re-renovating everything. And then they one base, Great Lakes, they spent like $1 billion, man, over there just to redo
Great
the whole
mistake.
base.
Yeah, I mean,
about another one over there in Sigonella.
I was at Biloxi, Mississippi, Keesler Air Force Base.
Yeah, that's where I did my training.
Yeah, I did my training there too, and I was there for a hot minute. And they had a lot of stuff. They had a bowling alley and a bar and
Keesler's
everything.
nice.
Yeah.
Especially now
Well,
because after that big hurricane that swept through there,
Katrina?
they redid the whole base. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
I heard that.
on base housing's super nice and everything. But yeah, I got
believe it or
12
not,
months left, so I'm hoping. I've been applying to jobs and I'm hoping it works out. I'm gonna try to get out after this 12 months. So it'll be
I
6
don't
years.
think,
I'm
man.
at 5 years right now.
How many years have you
Why?
been?
I'm in 5 years right now. It'll be 6 next year when I get out.
Dude, don't do it.
So
Stay
you
in.
had 4 and 2.
I wish I stayed in and got my
You
20, man.
What
I
they
wish I
were
could get my 20.
4
you had
seeds?
4 and 2.
Sorry,
You had 4 and 2.
Nick? I'm at
4
5
and
right
2.
now.
No, I know, but your enlistment was 4, automatic 2.
No, 6 automatic. 6 with I think I have 2 reserve.
Okay, mine was 4. Mine was 4, automatic 2, and no reserve.
Okay,
Yeah, mine
yeah.
didn't come with
So
a reserve component because I
yeah,
re-enlisted.
Ali, I know what you're talking about, but with our
Yeah.
career field, like it's pretty enticing. The money's really good on the outside.
Oh yeah. Oh, trust me, I know. In fact, I actually looked into taking a civilian position as an air traffic controller. So I know that money is there. It's just that having your 20 in and getting like
The
for example,
benefits, yeah.
the benefits
Yeah.
on that side, like it to me, I think having that as a backup is so worth having. You know what I mean?
No, for
That's
sure.
why I
It's
wish
just
I
hard
would have
with the
did that
family.
that other 10 years.
stayed in.
Yeah, I
20
wish I
years
would have
is
did
hard
the
with
other
the
10.
family.
I hear you.
Well, the only
You
reason,
know.
I think this is what I tell myself. I don't know if it was any other reason, but I think that I definitely would have did 20 if I already got Maryland. If I already got Virginia or
Yeah,
Maryland, I think I'll
we got
stay.
good bases up here in
Especially,
Maryland. Yeah,
especially Virginia.
yeah.
Everybody in the Navy wants Virginia. Everybody wants Virginia.
No,
Mm.
Newport
So
News, Norfolk. You say you go there, you in heaven.
What did you do in the Navy, Big Nick?
I was a dental assistant.
My father-in-law he worked on nuclear submarines.
Mm.
So
Wow.
yeah,
Good
Man,
job.
he tells me some stories,
the
man. I'm just like, man, I wish I was in the Navy sometimes. But
the
no, I
beauty.
enjoyed my Air National Guard experience because I was active a lot, so I enjoyed every minute of it. You know, the only
Yeah,
regret
it's
The
been a great
beauty.
time.
the only
Those
thing
nuclear
I
So
regret was
subjects,
leaving too
man,
early. That's the only
their
thing.
reenlistment bonuses over 120K now.
I heard that.
Their
I heard.
reenlistment bonus is
so
For who?
insane. 120K
so
tax free
For
for
who?
a nuclear
I'm
sub
a,
technician.
Nuclear
Oh wow,
I'm
that's
going to say
insane.
something. I'm
It's
going to
Yeah,
say
they
insane.
something,
took
and I
my
know you
bonus
guys aren't.
away.
I know you
They
guys
took
aren't going
my
to
bonus.
disagree. I know you guys are going to disagree, but if you're truly honest with yourself, Florida runs the military, man.
He said,
Everybody in the everyone in the Air Force wants to go to
not your
Florida.
clean Key West.
Florida runs the military.
I hear so.
I won't say
Florida
that, but
runs the
Key West
military.
is a good place to be. I
No,
probably
but
would
like
have
Nick,
Do I
stayed
need?
I
in if I
love
would have
you
got
and
assigned Key
McGill
West.
in Tampa.
Does anybody call their
Eglin, yeah,
friends?
that's in like Destin area. Eglin's a great base too. Yeah.
No, but Big
Does-
Nick, if I would have went from Italy, Sigonella, Italy, if they just sent me to Key West, I probably would be still in the military talking to you now.
Even
As
though
a
Virginia?
I probably would be a master chief now, but yeah.
Have you been anywhere
Yeah.
overseas, Bryson?
No, I haven't. I almost went to IUD about a year and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
But someone else volunteered for the deployment.
Okay. The one place I really wanted to go and I was hoping would have been Japan. I think Japan would have been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to Japan. I went to Guam. I've been to Guam. I've been to Japan. The Philippines. I missed the Philippines. They just closed it down. I hated that. I don't know. Is it back open? Crypto? Is the Philippines back open, or is it still not a duty station?
No, I think they still got some annex fields out there.
You know why they closed it down, right?
But yeah. But I think for the most part they was talking about close. I don't know if they officially closed it or not. But you know how they is. They tentatively close things and then they keep a division or a squadron over there or whatever to maintain whatever civilian side.
Hey,
If you
Culler,
go to the Philippines as an enlisted member,
no,
chances are you're going to get BD if you go to, and you're going to get married if you go to the Philippines.
I want to know what Antonio. What are you
That's
referencing
probably
about
true. Yeah,
crystal ball?
I was in Europe my whole tour.
I want to know what he's referencing. What is he talking about?
Ali, the crystal ball, has a crystal ball.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. Did I make a prediction?
Oh, it's about Tyreek Hill
Oh,
or
Tyreek.
Oh, the
Tyreek,
Tyreek Hill
yeah.
prediction. Yeah. Oh,
That's what I think he's referring to.
Oh,
yeah, that's
Tyreek
what it
Hill
was.
prediction? Oh.
The
Oh,
Tyreek
Yeah.
Hill
Remember when
prediction.
you were on the
okay. Now I was
Discord?
like, what is he talking about? I don't know what he's talking about. It's been a little bit.
Yeah.
No, I actually,
Yeah.
it wasn't very hard to figure out, man. One of the beat writers said that the Dolphins are maybe possibly looking at a wide receiver position. And then I started following what draft pro days they were going to, in addition to little tidbits that were being posted on Twitter, and it was easy to kind of figure out, to triangulate what wide receivers we were looking for. In fact, it got mentioned twice that we asked Kansas City about Tyreek, and everybody just looked past it like it didn't exist, even though ESPN reported it.
Well, Ollie, what's so funny is right
but
when
no-
all that was going on, Lael Collins was doing deals with the Bengals. It was meeting with the Bengals, and I
think everyone was
remember
just focusing on that. That's all they were
freaking
looking at.
out. They were like, "Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, the Dolphins aren't doing anything. We suck. We'll always
Yeah.
suck."
Yeah.
And secretly behind doors, they were trying to get Hill. You know,
Right.
and
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
That
Exactly.
was not even a Dolphin beat.
Yeah,
There
Mike,
was not even a Dolphins beat writer was on it. I mean,
Not even a beat
all
writer.
they
nobody.
were crazy when we
Not
brought
a
it up to
peep
them.
from
They're
a
like,
single Dolphins media guy. Exactly.
yeah,
Yep.
and even
Not a peep.
Mike on the mic, who he had some sources too, and I was like telling him how I figured it out. He's like, dude, that's crazy, because I think the same thing is happening. And for a whole week prior to it happening, I kept telling everybody on Doug Lee Duron's Discord that watch, they're holding out for a big fish, and it's gonna happen. And it happened finally. And I was like,
hell yeah,
told you. And they were like, wow. So that's how
So,
that all happened.
Ollie,
Good.
do you think, with that sense, do you think we pull the plug on Lamar this season, or is that next season?
We don't get him. Tua's going to be top 5, man. Stop that.
No, Ollie. I want to know what Ollie thinks.
This is what I think. All right. I think if we're going to trade for him, it definitely would be before the season starts. Right. I think that's what would have happened. Not saying that it's not going to happen, but I kind of think we need to see Tua in at least one preseason game to figure out what we have, to really see if they make
Well,
that.
if they do the Lamar thing, it's got to be before.
Culler
camp.
made a point that, by June 2nd, there would be possibly a trade. I think if you're going to get a guy like Lamar Jackson, it has to be before the season starts. It has to be before.
Yeah, I think they're going to run with Tua personally. I just wanted to know what you thought.
And to be honest, if he's not signing the contract, the Dolphins don't have to be in a rush. We could get him cheaper the following season.
Yeah, they can always franchise him though. They can put the two first round franchise tag on.
You could franchise the person, but that also is going to be like, well, we want to trade for him, but we're not giving up the house. You already put that big price tag on him, so
yeah.
What are they going to do? They're going to sit there and let the kid just play one more year and then let him go the following next year? No, they're going to take the trade because they need the assets. They don't want to give him away for free.
Yeah, because that franchise tag would probably be like 45 mil or something crazy. Because Aaron Rodgers.
Well, no. The franchise tag right now for him will probably be about. It'll be comparable to what Dak Prescott's franchise was.
There's only
next
between
season,
33,
it's the average
33 and
of the top
35.
3. And Aaron Rodgers is getting paid 50 mil right now. Plus, you got Deshaun Watson getting 46 and a half. And Dak's probably getting 45. You know what I'm saying? So
it would be in the 40s.
There's only
high 40s.
Right now, Lamar Jackson only has Rashad Bateman on his team to really throw to. Right?
Yeah, it's
and
disgusting.
he's good. I like him. Don't get me wrong.
But he's not a number one yet.
He's not a number one yet. There's only 2.
Yeah, but they got an elite tight end though. They have an elite tight end.
They do have an elite tight end, but still that
So do
limits
we.
you on what you can do. We have an elite tight end as well. Here's the deal. There's only 2 moves on the table right now that they could make that could possibly satisfy or at least web his beak enough that he might consider staying there. Right?
They need to go get OBJ.
I don't even think it's that. Right?
That'd be dope.
I think it would be either trading for Debo or you go get McLaren right up the road.
Yeah, Devo would be nasty on that team.
Yeah, Devo. That's
Yeah,
it.
that
It's
would be
over.
wild.
So it's over.
But McLaren and on one side and Bateman on the other, it still looks pretty good too.
Yeah, well, I think
Yeah.
not that it means anything, but the Commanders came out and said they're not getting rid of McLaren. So
Yeah,
not that that means
It-
anything.
it-
out for the money anyway. So.
Do-
They will be.
What do you
dumb if
guys
they
think?
do that.
Speaking of the
They give
Commanders,
it-
speaking of Commanders, a top 12 quarterback is all they need, right? They're that close.
No,
to get them
No,
over
they
the
need
hump.
more
they're not
than
that
that.
close.
Their defense is good, but it's not as good
I
as
don't
ours.
know.
They need a few more pieces, bro. They're a
I
little
think
bit
they got a good
beat up.
running game.
The defense,
serviceable.
the defense isn't as good as ours, but they have probably have the second best defensive line in football.
I want to.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
they got a real
who's their
good
tight
defensive
end?
line.
Who's their tight end?
Logan Thomas.
Yeah,
Okay. Who's their running back?
Antonio Gibson.
Yeah,
Let me look
and
at
they
that.
got a real good
and-
running back room.
and
Yeah.
They got a good team, man.
Hey, Lewis was on there when we was talking
They
to
got
the
a good
Redskins
team.
fans. Well, I mean the Commanders, right, Lewis?
Yeah,
Do
I
they have
was
a
up there.
number 2 receiver?
Yeah, we was on there talking to them, and they was talking about
Yeah, they
their
drafted.
position.
They got McLaren, and they just drafted Dobson from Penn
Yep,
State.
my favorite guy.
Oh,
Commanders got a
that
good
boy's
team, man. I'm
nasty.
telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got it. They got a good.
They
And
need
they've
to
had a good
compete
team for the
for the
last.
division.
I
Antonio
still think
Gibson
the
rushed
Eagles.
for he's
If-
number 6 in the league for rushing at 1,037 yards.
If
And
Wentz
he
stay
averaged
healthy,
1.02
they're gonna be a tough out. If Wentz stay healthy, they're gonna be a tough out.
Yeah, I
I
still
tell
think
you
the
what,
Eagles
this,
got better.
I like the
though.
Eagles.
Fitz would have stayed healthy.
Yeah.
Fitz would have stayed healthy. They would have won the division. Fitz would
I
have
think
stayed
the
healthy. They
Eagles
would have
take
won
the
the division.
division from the Cowboys personally.
No, I mean last year.
I think the
If
Eagles
Fitz
take that
if Fitz stayed healthy last
the
year,
Eagles probably gonna
Fitz
win.
stay healthy last year, they win the division.
Yeah, I agree.
Eagles
They
is
win
a
the
good
division
ball
if
club.
Fitz stay healthy.
It's gonna be tough. You're gonna have
It's
to
gonna
win
be a
9
good-
games to win that division.
It's gonna be a great season, guys. There's so many good teams out there. So much talent.
Finally, parity in the NFL. Finally.
Yeah, there's only what? Realistically, there's what? 3 bad teams. What? The Giants, the Jaguars.
Yeah, that's bad on paper.
And who else would be in that category?
And I wouldn't even trust that because you just never know.
No, the Giants are trash. The Giants are trash, man. The Giants are trash.
They got a division where they can compete. They've always beaten the Redskins and had no problem with the Cowboys.
The only saving grace for the Giants is that they got a really good offensive line.
The Bears
And
are
I would
kinda
not
trash.
include Detroit.
Yeah, the Bears are trash.
Right.
Detroit isn't that
Yeah,
trash.
Detroit-
They're not that
Lions
bad.
might do something.
Detroit is going to surprise everybody.
Yeah, they got
I
that
believe that
energy,
too.
dude.
I don't.
Motor City
They-
Dan, man, I love that guy.
They still third place in the division. They still
Plus
third.
they got
energy, though, you know.
Plus they got everybody's favorite coach in South Florida. Dan Campbell.
To your earlier point,
Green Bay, Minnesota, the class.
They got a Super Bowl quarterback, Jared Goff.
Minnesota's trash.
Yeah.
Right. They got a
They're better than
Super Bowl
Detroit, though.
quarterback.
They're better than Detroit because they have.
It's crazy what the Minnesota Vikings did. Everyone's like high on them, but the truth behind it is they had a lot of offensive problems, but they didn't really bring offensive pieces. They worked on the defense in the offseason.
Right, that's all they needed. They didn't need to work on the offense.
Problems. How does fixing the defense fix your offensive problems?
Because the offensive line is hurt.
Quarterback still.
Oh,
you
come
still
on
can't
now,
throw
Ollie. You
accurately.
definitely don't watch my show if you're asking that question.
Quarterbacks top 15. I want to say top 12. He's definitely top 15.
They
When
y'all talk quarterback, when y'all look like quarterbacks, y'all keep going to these damn numbers. Remember when we were all fans in the 80s and 90s and it was just about eye test? There wasn't no PFF grades. There wasn't
There was no QBR.
There was no analytics. There was no.
I wish we could take that away.
The fucking eye
I wish.
test. Stop talking about top 15 quarterbacks with Kirk Cousins. The man is trash.
Oh.
That's what he is.
He's not trash. Can you look up? Can you look up Kirk Cousins'
quarterback? I'm
Can you
talking
look
about
up
their
his
wide
stats?
receivers and running back. They got real good with skill position players.
What did I just say? Y'all keep worrying about stats and numbers. The man
Yeah.
is trash. I don't care about no
I don't
stats
think
and
he's
numbers.
trash. I don't think he's trash. I think he's. I don't think
Hey,
he's
let me
trash.
ask you a question because I've been waiting for this all night. Let me ask everybody out here
Please do.
just a question.
Okay.
Does everybody think that there's a difference? There's a difference between being a starting quarterback in the NFL and a franchise quarterback in the NFL? Because in my opinion, Tua has shown enough to be a starting quarterback on not only on the Dolphins, on any team. He can be a starter. You can win games. When I look at a Lamar Jackson, a Josh Allen, those are franchise guys. That means that if the receiver's not coming off the ball, if the offensive line is not blocking, if those guys can win you games.
I'll make it easier for you, Lewis. I'll make it easier for you. A franchise guy is a guy when you sit down on Sunday and turn on your TV, you have you have all the expectation in the world that you're going to win.
Absolutely.
Losing is not even in your mind.
Kirk has put up some numbers though, and he.
Well, hold on, Culler.
I don't care about numbers.
I know he always Culler. Hold on, Culler. You said yourself.
You
said yourself. You're a franchise quarterback.
That's for sure. He's not trash.
If you're a franchise quarterback, you should be responsible for 2 wins.
I would say he's a little above average on the scale on the quarterback.
Franchise.
Okay. He's a starter then.
Didn't you say that, Culler? A franchise quarterback should get you 2 wins.
I'm focused on Minnesota's skill position. They wide receiver room is damn good.
You got to expect your franchise guy to get you a couple wins. But what I mean is like knowing it. Like when you're a fan, when we sat down and watched Dan Marino, none of us thought for a second we were losing that game that day.
Right.
Yeah, right.
On that same note,
when a Chiefs fan sits down and watches his team play, losing don't even enter his mind.
Facts.
So is there a difference? Is there a difference between the franchise?
Those stupid shootouts with the Jets, even though we will win most of them, but I still hate it.
Is there a difference? Is there a difference between the franchise quarterback and an elite quarterback?
Yes,
there is a difference. There's
a difference. Yeah,
right. So I will say Lamar Jackson. I will say Lamar Jackson is a franchise quarterback. I'm not going to say he's an elite quarterback.
Wow. Yeah, because you could be an elite quarterback.
Top 5.
Okay. Oh wait. All right. To your point, Big Nick. To
he's
your
not
point,
top 5 either.
Yeah. To your point, Big Nick. All elite quarterbacks are franchise quarterbacks, but not all franchise quarterbacks are elite.
Correct.
Right. We're in rectangle.
Like,
You're right.
I can name. I don't think he's elite, and I don't think he's top 5 either.
Big Nick, but let me ask you a question because I heard you make a comment earlier saying that you thought the league basically had caught up to Lamar Jackson, right? That there was film on him, right? That's what you thought. Am I correct by saying that?
Correct.
Okay, well then explain to me that before all the injuries and all the, I think there was 3 or 4 of the starting running backs last year for Baltimore that went out, even I think 2 in training camp before the season even started. How did a NFL that had caught up with Lamar Jackson, how was he 6-2 and had the Ravens first place of the AFC before all those injuries? How would that take place if the NFL caught up to him? How was he 6-2 with that Raven team when he came into Miami? Remember, the Ravens were 6-2. Now I know we beat them and I know we made them look like trash, but they had no team. So if we're going to keep that same energy for Tua, he has no team. Well, when he came into Miami, he had no team, but he was the number 1 seed in the American in the AFC. How does that? How does he
it's the best
do
record in
that?
football.
How does he do that if the league caught up to him?
Easily, very easily.
How?
Very easy. I look at. Remember, my curse is nuances. So I look at schedule. I look at opponents. I look at how great your defense was.
It has nothing to do with schedule. It has nothing to do with that.
Well, okay, you asking me a question now. Hold on, wait. It seems like to me any answer that I give you other than you're right, is gonna be wrong.
No. I'm just rebutting.
I'm telling you what I would think. I would say what I would think. So I always look at strength. I always look at your opponent. Always, just like us. That 7-game win streak. That 7-game win streak with us, we didn't play one dominant quarterback except Lamar Jackson. Except Lamar Jackson. So there's nuances in things. His defense is the Ravens are always going to give you a top 10 defense. Always going to give you a top 10 defense. And plus, nobody's taking away the ability for the Ravens to run the ball. Nobody's taking that away. What I mean by the league has caught up to Lamar Jackson, that his throwing percentages have continued to go down since his MVP season. Like
Okay.
they have tape on him.
Yeah, not
They
that
have
much.
tape on him. Like when they want to, like when the elite teams play Lamar Jackson, they shut that down. They shut that run down.
What
So-
elite team outside of Miami defensively?
You don't
this.
think he was the only running back basically last year? You don't think, because you said they have an ability to run,
listen.
but there was 4 running backs that went down with season-ending injuries.
See, I think what you guys are doing with Tua is the reverse. I'm sorry, what you're doing with Lamar is the reverse of what you think I'm doing to Lamar. What you guys are doing to Tua is the reverse of what you think I'm doing to Lamar. I'm not saying Lamar isn't a great player. I'm not saying that. He's probably top 3 athlete in the NFL. He's awesome with what he does.
He's a top 10 quarterback. He's a top 10 quarterback.
He's not a top 10 quarterback.
Hey, Nick,
Okay,
he's not a top 10 quarterback.
Name me 10. Name me your 10. Name me your 10.
Wait,
I would
hold
love
on,
to
hold
hear
on.
your 10.
All right.
Before you get into your 10, bro, I just want to say one thing, Ali. Hey, I gotta ride out, bro. I'm gonna crash now, bro. But hey, I
All right, be
appreciate
safe. Thank you. Hands up.
Iceman, be
and,
ice.
and,
Be
and,
good,
and
Iceman.
Culler. All right, Culler. All right, Ali. All right, peace out, guys.
Take it easy, guys.
All right, man.
Okay, I'll give you 10. I'll give you 10.
Okay.
Brett Favre.
No.
I'm not Brett Favre.
Yeah.
I mean, not Brett Favre. Aaron
That's
Rodgers.
top 10 all time.
Aaron Rodgers.
Okay. 1.
Aaron Rodgers.
1.
Right. Dak Prescott.
You're shit right. Stop right there. Lamar Jackson is better than Dak Prescott. Let's be real. Let's be real. No, yeah, again, you can start that list over, but don't try to feed me no Dak Prescott, because Lamar Jackson on that Dallas Cowboy team, they're Super Bowl contenders. Dak Prescott is just like Tua. Dak Prescott on the Dallas Cowboys, with all that talent that he had, is a first-round exit in the playoff.
Except he led the league. Except he led the league in passing. Plus they had the number one. Plus they had the number 1 offense in the NFL. Plus they had the number 1 offense in the NFL.
And they won 8 wins.
Look,
and they had 8 wins. And they
look,
had 8-9 wins.
Look, pound for pound, where they were drafted. One was drafted in the first round. No, they actually won it. They had 10 wins. Listen, man, stop. Come on, man. I don't do that shit to you when you talking. I let you get your point out, then I try to answer it. All right.
I stopped you because you said Dak Prescott.
So
You're wrong
first of all, Dallas won 12 games last year.
Okay, and the year before that they won the division with 8 games. What you telling me?
Okay, and also at that same time he had over 5,000 yards passing, led the league.
I don't care about numbers. They had 8 wins. Those stats are numbers.
Okay, so what do you care about? So what makes you a better quarterback then? So what are you grading the quarterback off of? Because he led the league in passing, he had the number 1 offense. What do you base off your quarterback? What do you base it off?
Hey, no, you're right. Hey, Culler, you can get in, Ali, you can get in, and Crypto, you can get in. If they told you right now you're the general manager or you're starting the team, you're taking Lamar, Dak, which one? And that's for everybody else, because me and Big Nick obviously are gonna. Thank you.
I'll go Lamar.
Thank you.
I'm leaning Lamar, but I gotta check. I gotta at least do due diligence. So
okay.
Let me just look at the stat.
We basically just got 3 Lamars. Next, now you can start
all
your
right.
list over, Big Nick.
So I'm not starting my list over. I'm giving you who I think are top 10 quarterbacks, which will not include Lamar. All right. Aaron Rodgers.
Hold on, before you do that, real quick, Big Nick. So I was looking at something because you mentioned Kirk Cousins, and I'm not gonna lie, even though they had a faulty offensive issue,
he put some numbers.
He put up some numbers. I mean, just to give you guys some perspective. So in the last 5 years, he averaged over 4,000 yards, 30 touchdowns, and about 10 interceptions for 5 straight years. That's actually pretty decent, to be honest. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe it's understanding some of the game, different aspects of the game that I have the issue with Kirk Cousins, but he still performs. So I don't want to say he's an elite quarterback, but
he's a starter.
He's definitely a
starting quarterback.
I didn't say okay. So, and I tell you what, I wouldn't even add Kirk Cousins in my top 10. So, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, Kyler Murray, Dak Prescott, Cleveland Browns guy, I forget his name right now. It's late.
Baker
I don't
Mayfield?
know what's his name. No, Deshaun Watson.
Deshaun Watson.
Deshaun Watson. Okay.
What am I on? What's that? 7? Is that 7?
Yeah.
Josh Allen,
Mm-hmm.
Tom Brady, and Denver. Russell Wilson.
So again, you're doing the same thing a lot of people do. I don't know how you can include Josh Allen and not include Lamar Jackson when they're almost identical quarterbacks.
Thank you, Culler.
Yeah, they basically
How
are.
They're not. They're not. They're not.
Kyler Murray is not better than Lamar Jackson neither.
Oh my. Okay. All right. Then we can agree to disagree. That's your opinion.
Yeah, Kyler got way less. If you're going to go off numbers, then Kyler's got less numbers than him.
We can agree. We can agree to disagree. You know, we can also say that Lamar Jackson is playing with a much better roster than Kyler Murray. But Kyler Murray,
Whoa, hold on.
Who told you that?
They got the best receiver in football.
They don't have the best receiver in football. They had the best receiver. Yeah, 3 years ago.
But he still played with Kyler Murray.
No, you said the best. Right, you said the best receiver in football. He's not the best receiver in
They
football.
got a roster right now. They was 10-1 before they fell apart.
Right, they were right. Absolutely, they were absolutely
because
you making my point for me.
Hey, Big Nick,
You making my point for me. Then they got hurt.
Hey, Big Nick,
They got hurt.
Big Nick, would you say that Hopkins was better than Marquise Hollywood Brown? Because that's who Lamar Jackson played with, Hollywood Brown, and Kyler Murray had Hopkins. So you tell me who had the better roster? Who had the better weapon? Okay.
The better overall team. The better. Give me an opportunity. I had to think about your question before I answered. You know what I mean? Like, give me an opportunity to run it through my mind. Baltimore, top to bottom, has a better overall team than Arizona did.
Okay.
So let me ask you this.
Who had the better offense?
Let me ask. So Josh Allen, you think he's elite, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Who do you think has a better completion percentage, Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson?
Oh, Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson has a better completion percentage.
Thank you.
Right.
Here's another thing. So for rushing, let's go with running.
Yeah,
right?
I do have that echo.
Why do we have an echo?
But again, see, you know what, Ali? This is why I would love to be able to stand opposite on you on the stage in the debate, because you try to get stuff over. You try to get stuff past people like we're not going to pay attention to it. We already determined what was a better quarterback metric. Better quarterback metric is QBR.
Yes.
Not passer rating, not pass completion
rating. This is something new.
It's QBR.
Exercise last night, bro. We have already compared these two quarterbacks, and they are identical in every way.
I'm hearing some type of echo.
I think it's Big Nick. Big Nick, you got your headphones on?
It's been on for the last 3 hours. Not me.
Yeah, we got an echo coming from it.
Yeah.
Mic check.
How about now?
Yeah, it's been the same. Not me.
We're still getting it. It's coming through you.
Yeah, because I was just muted. I was trying to mute myself.
Yeah, now that go ahead, mute again, Big Nick. All right, testing.
Yeah,
there's no echo.
Yeah,
it's
coming back from you.
Sorry, man.
No, that's so cool. Battery might be dying. I don't know.
Look, Big Nick, I understand that QBR is important. I get that. We're not trying to. What I'm trying to say is a lot of people are worried about Lamar Jackson's completion percentage and his accuracy. I don't think that those are a problem at all. I think that Lamar brings something a little bit different than what Allen does. You know what I mean? He does things a little bit differently. Now, they are pretty much the same quarterback, though, when you look at it. So that is what Culler said, and that is correct. They
as
are
far as the numbers, yeah.
Yeah, when it comes to numbers.
I don't know what that narrative of people are threatened when you mention Lamar because of Tua. But if you look at it, Lamar's average is like 220 to 230 yards passing. That's what Tua gives you. The problem is Lamar's coming with another 85 to 100 yards rushing on top of that 220 to 240 passing yards. And that Tua, whether Tua succeeds or not, Tua will never give you that aspect. And all I'm asking for is like Josh Allen, he's a dual threat. Even Patrick Mahomes, for that matter, can get out of the pocket. And I'm not saying Tua can't do it, but people make this narrative like Lamar Jackson can't throw. Lamar Jackson is the best of both worlds because I hear this argument, he's the best running back. Well, no, he's the best running quarterback. But he is still a quarterback. He's not just a runner. That narrative is wrong because, Tua didn't have no weapons last year. Cullers heard me say this. Tua had Jalen Waddle and Mike Gesicki, which is the equivalent of Hollywood Brown and Mark Andrews.
Okay, Andrews, yeah.
What is the problem? What is the problem here? Like I'm riding with Tua. The problem is when we come out here and we say that Lamar's not an upgrade and Lamar can't throw. That's bullshit. Tua on this roster is we're a playoff team with Tua. If we end up with Lamar Jackson on this, we go from playoff team to Super Bowl contender.
You know, Lamar Jackson had to.
That's the way to put it. At the end of the day,
to be MVP, there's no way you end up being MVP and not be able to throw. Do you understand what I'm saying? Right. And that's the truth behind it. That's so
right.
The man was 30. His MVP season, he was 36 touchdowns, 6 interceptions.
That's a hell of a cue,
man.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be exact, but I think it's like 37 touchdowns.
Yeah, hey, you guys know that was one of the best ratios in football.
Yeah,
QB touchdown to interception ratios.
Crypto, and then on top of that, added like almost 1,300 yards rushing on top of that.
On top of that quarterback, that ratio. Touchdown up in
and guys, what do we keep hearing? Another narrative. We would have to change the whole offense with Lamar Jackson. Well, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, that's a crazy narrative too.
Maybe my ears don't work when I come on these fucking streams because all I hear is Coach McDaniel is a genius and he's gonna open this thing up. There's nothing but space and green grass in front. Well, if there's gonna be nothing but green grass, I don't know, Ali, about you, but I would want Lamar Jackson looking at nothing but green grass. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Right. That's a good way to debunk that whole narrative right there in and of itself. That statement alone. If it's going to be nothing but green pastures and green grass in front of my quarterbacks, none other than the fastest guy at the quarterback position to hold the ball in his hand.
Yeah, I want to comment what Lewis just said, right?
That's a perfect rebuttal right there.
I do hear people saying that, we have to change the offense. That's complete bullshit. Lamar Jackson, and this is the truth. And, you can go look up Mike on the mic and you can ask him straight up because he asked me, if we have to move off of Tua, what quarterback would you want replacing? And this is the time when Tom Brady rumors were flowing. I said, I don't want Tom Brady. But if we have to move off, and you can ask him, I swear to God, I said Lamar Jackson. Why? Right. Because Lamar Jackson was made for this offensive system.
Yeah, you think he can run out zone run scheme?
All of his stuff that he brings to the table equals what Mike McDaniel wants to do here.
Exactly.
And that's why there's no question I have on why he's even rumored to be even considered with Dolphins. Why wouldn't the Dolphins even consider him? Is why they wouldn't would be so stupid and asinine, first of all, because he fits the system and scheme perfectly to the T.
Correct.
Yeah, I was going to say, anybody that thinks he don't fit our scheme perfectly don't understand what's going on.
They don't understand.
You know
Exactly.
Sorry, Big Dick, I was away from the keyboard for a second, buddy.
It's cool.
Yeah. That's
all right. Let me back up. Listen. I wanted Lamar Jackson the year he was available. I knew he was going to be during the draft. I knew he was going to be there for us. when we picked. I think it was Minka.
13th, yeah, 13th
Right?
pick, yeah.
I wanted Lamar. Not only did I want Lamar, but I know Stephen Ross wanted Lamar as well. That's all good. I'm not
Yeah,
saying
he did.
Lamar isn't. I'm not saying Lamar isn't an all-world type of athlete playing quarterback. All I'm saying is, from a person that played quarterback, right? Not on that level. Let's get that correct. Not on that level. I have a different idea as to what the position is.
Fair enough.
And to me, there's other people that fits that idea that
We're
I
just
have.
saying, okay, that's fair, but then go ahead and remove Josh Allen from that list because Josh Allen fits Lamar's description.
Thank you.
That's all we're trying to say
That's
about
all we're
Josh
saying,
Allen. You know what I mean?
And here's the don't get this wrong. I do have one reservation with Lamar, but recently I've come to the conclusion that my reservation, even though it's valid, what I'm concerned about could be also mistaken, like not seen as passion when really it is passion. And that's when we played Lamar and we were stuffing everything that they tried to do, and he got really upset and rattled on, not like rattled, but in the sense just really angry and pissed off on the field and was yelling
Well,
at
he wasn't
everybody.
getting much help from his receivers either.
Exactly.
So what?
I was like, oh, I don't want a quarterback like that. I want a quarterback that's going to stay focused and do whatever he has to do. But then I thought about it. I was like, well, if everything's going wrong, the receivers aren't helping him, the offensive line's not helping him, you know, the coaches aren't helping him.
I get what Big Nick's saying too. I mean, the guy had a 1 year that he performed at MVP levels and has slacked off since then. But again, I just want to give the man, pump the brakes and give the man deference and say maybe he's just not happy in Baltimore with the situation there. They have relied heavily on him for a lot of their success. And at some point, it's like, why is it even a question about money? It's got to be insulting to the guy. And the other
And I want to get this cleared up. I want to get this cleared up. I just gotta know.
The other thing I want to say to you,
I just gotta know.
I want to give you.
Are you guys seriously taking? Are you guys seriously taking Lamar Jackson over Kyler Murray? That's all I want to know.
100%. Absolutely.
No
It's not even
joke.
close.
And if you try to tell me that we're wrong, I'm sorry, Big Nick. I love you, but you're wrong. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. I'm taking Kyler Murray, man. Twice on Sunday.
But Big Nick, in fairness to you, I want to say, in fairness to you, when I speak about Lamar and his accomplishments, he's not a Dolphin, okay? When I'm speaking about him and championing his success, it's from the mindset of, if I was a Ravens fan right now, I'd be livid that we haven't already signed him.
Thank you.
It's true.
Yeah, we haven't signed him yet.
That's all I really mean. That's kind of the perspective I'm trying to bring it to. I ain't trying to threaten, I ain't trying to suggest anybody's threatened or anything like that.
Look,
he's not
I'll
a Dolphin.
be mad. If I was a Ravens fan, I would be mad that we haven't inked a deal for him. Yeah.
We have to get to the realization that the NFL has now have like an NBA twist. Players have more power to get themselves moved than they have in the past.
Absolutely. That's at least that's the trend.
At the same time, he didn't even have an MVP season last year or the year before, but they were still halfway relevant. That's because people, defensive coordinators had to think, oh my God, Barry Sanders with Dan Marino's arm is coming into the building.
Thank you, Culler.
Whoa, Culler. Culler.
Wait,
Culler.
Big Nick.
I will kick you off your own show, Culler.
Let me give a caveat. Let me give a caveat to that. Strength-wise.
Even Ali's laughing at that one.
Speaking of Barry Sanders.
Strength-wise. I'm not saying he's got control of that ball like Dan Marino. That's not what I'm saying at all.
I want Lewis to answer this first.
Wait a minute. I need to go give me a glass of lemonade on that one.
Yes, you're right.
Pure arm strength. I meant pure arm strength and what he has the capability of doing with that ball.
Listen to
he
this.
He can sling it out of the building.
We got
Sanders, right?
Oh, as far as the legs, I'll put him up against Barry Sanders any day of the week.
Okay. All right.
Okay, now go change it and give me some green tea instead.
I'll let you redeem yourself. I'll let you redeem yourself. Barry Sanders with Alex Smith's arm.
Nah, he got a way better arm than Alex Smith.
Yeah,
if you made it, look, Ali, if you made a hybrid between Barry Sanders and Walter Payton, I would put Lamar Jackson's running ability up against
I
it.
got one better. What if you could
Right.
have
There's a
Barry
hybrid.
Jackson, or not Barry Jackson? I'm sorry, Barry Sanders with Lamar Jackson.
I got one better.
With them?
Be nasty.
That team wins 8 Super Bowls in a row.
Hold on. I will tell you how. The best running back coming out of 2023 right now is Bijan Robinson.
Yep.
And Bijan Robinson, everybody compares him to Barry Sanders. All right. If you go watch the tape, the kid is legit. I really think he is the next generational running back to come out.
Me too.
And I think that, there between him and the next person that in that line of running backs for that draft, there's a huge drop-off.
gap.
Huge
Yep.
gap. So if you have Lamar Jackson and Barry Sanders, not Barry Sanders, but Bijan Robinson on this team,
I like it.
there's nothing you can tell me that says we can't make it to the Super Bowl.
I like it, Ali.
Yeah.
Speak it
So
into
you
existence.
guys,
Speak it into existence.
yeah,
Yeah.
you guys are being very disrespectful right now because the comparison with Lamar. I mean, if the draft was today and both of these guys was in the draft, who you taking? Number 7 or Lamar? And you guys know who number 7 is.
Who's number 7?
Who's number 7?
Mike Vick.
Oh, Vic.
I'd take Vic. I would take Vic.
So you guys go to the
Big Nick.
You guys go to the Barry Sanders. You guys go to the Barry Sanders comparison, and you just skip over Vic with that.
But Big Nick, Vic's like you to your point. Vic's got control of the football.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's
When he
another.
throws.
And he was elite.
Sure.
Let me ask you a question. Here's an example of what comparison that you just made, right? So you're comparing Michael Vick, the original Lamar Jackson, to Lamar Jackson, right?
Right.
Tyreek Hill is the original Deebo Samuels, right? People don't realize that. Deebo Samuels it wasn't doing it originally. It was Tyreek Hill. And when you watch the tape, it's like night and day when you compare them both.
Right. We have the original Depot.
Yeah. So I'm going to go with the original because the original was better. It's like every original movie that's out there.
Not only that, but Michael Vick could put the football on a dime.
Hey, I'm gonna say something. That's gonna get me kicked out the panel right now.
Nothing to get.
All things are equal. Before the injury, I'm taking RG3 over Lamar Jackson.
Oh no! Kick him off! Kick him off! Kick him off!
Then why didn't Baltimore? Wait a minute. Then why didn't Baltimore? He backed up Lamar Jackson in Baltimore.
I know he did because he at that point he said, "Shit, man, they breaking legs out here. Let me just get this money and chill. Let me just get this money and chill."
Let me tell you something.
Hey, well then why can't Teddy Bridgewater have been saying that?
Yeah, because I like Teddy. I thought Teddy had a very good rookie season, and he was starting to come into his own that second season before the injury happened. But you guys got to give Robert Griffin his flowers, man. That first year, everybody knew that dude was the next Michael Vick.
Yeah,
I mean, he missed his trajectory, but guess what? That was his coach's fault.
In other words, everybody wants to be real hard on Teddy about his performance in Denver, and it's like, who knows if he wasn't just unhappy and saying, "I'm taking the money and chilling."
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, look, people can say what they want to say about Teddy Bridgewater.
Look at his record. He's been to the playoffs, and it wasn't his fault they lost.
Hey, Culler, anybody that got something negative to say about Teddy Bridgewater, you tell him this. He has never, ever lost a quarterback competition, ever.
He lost last year to Drew Lock. What you mean?
He did.
Yeah. No, he didn't.
He started the
No,
year.
he didn't. No, he didn't.
He started
Teddy Bridgewater was a starter from day one.
And what happened by week 6?
He got hurt.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, maybe.
He got hurt.
And
Teddy
then he did
Bridgewater
that,
never lost. Teddy Bridgewater never lost a quarterback competition.
Hey,
You're
better,
not
better
supposed to lose
question,
your
Lewis.
job to
What did he
injury.
do in New Orleans? What did he do?
Teddy
in New Orleans?
Bridgewater
He went
never.
5-0.
That was not a quarterback competition. Hello, that was not a quarterback competition. He
Right, you're
never
not supposed
lost
to lose
a
your job
quarterback
to injury,
competition.
but he lost his job.
Who lost his job?
Your man, Bridgewater.
Well, just because Denver's coach is dumb doesn't mean that Teddy really lost the job.
That's true.
Listen,
yeah.
he never lost a job. He never lost a quarterback competition. He won it in Minnesota. He won it in Carolina. He won it in Denver. He was backup. He was a backup to Drew Brees. He never lost a quarterback competition.
Don't forget about his 5-0 run in New Orleans.
Hey, Big Nick. Hey, Big Nick. Hey, you're right. He never lost a quarterback competition. But guess what? He wasn't good enough to keep a quarterback position either, because he lost that position in Carolina.
Well, you hold too much water in the Denver Broncos coach from last year. And that Denver Broncos coach was fired.
Big Nick,
Replaced by Nathaniel Hackett.
Who would you take?
And in Carolina, he was on a 1-year deal.
Wait a minute.
Why didn't they
wait a minute, Lewis. Not only did they fire the coach that started Drew Lock over Teddy, but they got rid of Drew Lock.
Okay. Hey, hey, all that talk about what Teddy Bridgewater did in Minnesota. Can we look up? I think the year that they did make the playoffs and they made that far run, wasn't that the same year that Adrian Peterson ran for over 2,000 yards?
I'm checking
Ain't
right
that
now.
the same? Ain't that the same?
Fair
season?
enough.
Because
fair enough.
okay.
Fair
All
enough.
right.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
all right.
But they had Adrian Peterson. Look at what we got.
Yeah, I wouldn't say anything that we have is compared to AP though.
All as a whole, the defense included.
Oh no, no, Culler. I thought you were just talking about from like the running back.
No, I'm saying why does everybody dog Teddy on as if he couldn't get back to where he was with this team, just like they say Tua can get better with this team.
Yeah, but hey, Culler. But
that
this
means that Teddy Bridgewater is on pace to take Tua's job if he never lost a job.
No, but
no, it's not a quarter.
Remember, hey, Culler. Remember?
Okay, see, sometimes
competition going on in Miami.
Hold on, Culler. See, I don't like dishonest. I don't like dishonest conversations. I don't like when you come from a place of bad faith, because it is not a quarterback competition in Miami, buddy. We're saying competition, quarterback competition. It is not a quarterback competition in Miami.
Right,
he's the
exactly.
backup.
So that means if it was a competition, he would be a threat to win the job.
If a grasshopper had wings, guess what?
That's not the point. The point is, if it was competition, he would be.
We don't know that. It's not competition. We're talking about the jobs where he's had competition.
Okay, so what happens if he does have competition in Miami?
Right.
Let the chips fall where they may.
Lewis, what quarterback were you asking about for Minnesota the year that Adrian Peterson went for
I'll make the
2,000
bet on the guy that's
Teddy
been to the
Bridgewater.
playoffs already. Tell you
Or the guy that's been winning all of his quarterback competitions.
Christian Ponder was the quarterback when Adrian Peterson ran for 2,000 yards.
Okay, I was wrong then. What? I was wrong.
Yeah.
I thought he was there with Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah, but let me ask you straight up, Big Nick. Would you?
Now, well, to Lewis's point, Minnesota did have a stellar offensive line coached by the late great Tony Sparano.
Yes,
yeah, that's why that's why I thought Peterson was there.
They've always had color. They've always had good lines, and they capped it off this year with Jesse Davis.
But they didn't have. But they didn't have that defense. They didn't have the defense yet that they had for Kirk Cousins yet.
No, absolutely. Hey, Culler, but you
No,
remember
they did.
Culler, you remember that conversation we were having the other day? I think it was on Larry's channel, and we were talking about Teddy Bridgewater and Skyler, and if we were going to keep Skyler. I'm glad I got you on now, because you made a comment before you left, and you said, well, everybody, I heard you just say it now again. Oh, everybody with this roster thinks Tua is going to be better, so why wouldn't that make Teddy Bridgewater better? And I agree. But if we're going to use that argument, then let's say we cut Teddy and we kept Skyler. Wouldn't this same defense and the offensive, wouldn't that make Skyler better as well?
I don't disagree. I haven't disagreed with that. The only knock I've made against Skyler is his name. If he chops off the LAR and goes by Sky Thompson, I'm fine if there's a competition and he beats out too.
That's some color superstition right there.
I was just being funny about his name. You know what I mean? Like that's why I'm off of him.
I hear you.
Stop it, like you're never gonna see. I'm sorry, Skyler.
That's my name, Culler.
Look,
Stop
Skyler.
it.
Look, Skyler's a great name. Okay, but if you're
That's
talking
my
about
last name.
ever
We got the
seeing
same last
Skylar
name.
Thompson in the Hall of Fame bus as a quarterback,
Any
you'll never
Thompson
see
is
it.
good
I'm
in my
sorry.
book, Culler. Stop it.
So,
Hey,
let me
who
ask
was
you
Devontae Parker? Who's Devontae Parker's quarterback in college?
Teddy
His
Bridgewater.
quarterback. Bridgewater
Right.
was the quarterback.
Right.
Devontae
And
Parker caught a game-winning touchdown in a national
And-
championship game with Teddy Bridgewater.
And Devontae Parker was what, the 14th pick? Devontae Parker was the 14th pick in the draft?
Yeah, that
14
year.
or 13 was it?
Now,
Yeah.
now, to Iceman's point, if I'm not mistaken, didn't that I could be wrong, but didn't that touchdown pass that Teddy threw to Devontae to win that championship, wasn't that the one that was in Arizona?
Yeah, but I don't think Louisville won a national championship, did they?
No, they didn't win that championship.
No, it was like the ACC championship or something.
Okay.
Yeah, they didn't win the national. They were never in the national.
No, it was like another championship of some kind.
It was another.
And Teddy is the reason why Lamar went to Louisville.
Who had a better career at Louisville?
Overall,
but his
just because he won the Heisman don't mean he had a better career than Teddy.
What?
Well, man,
are
that's
you
a
trying to
good
tell
question.
me-
I'd
are
like
you-
to
are
go
you
back
trying
and
to-
look at the numbers because that's a really good question. If you
Teddy had a better college career, man.
I mean, more accomplished maybe, or better
Yeah.
eye test wise.
Hey,
Yeah, let's start using eye tests, and you tell me who had the better career.
I mean,
Let's start using eye
granted, Lewis, Lamar went toe to toe with Deshaun Watson and lost.
Yeah.
On a big
Nick,
stage.
who do you think had a
Yeah,
better
and
career?
Clemson was becoming a juggernaut there, Culler.
Big Nick.
Everybody
Well,
wants
yeah,
like this
Deshaun
juggernaut.
Watson set the stage for Lawrence, didn't he?
Yes,
Yeah,
he did.
yeah.
He set the
Yeah.
stage for Lawrence to take over. Exactly. They
So-
were quite the
Actually,
juggernaut.
those teams under Deshaun Watson were, in my opinion, were better than the teams with Lawrence.
Yeah. See,
Yeah, they had more
Kelly
players coming in.
Kelly Clemens set the stage for Deshaun.
Who?
Kelly Clemens.
Kelly
Right.
Clemens. Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's my thing with college careers. I love college football, but I don't think that the careers define the quarterback at all. You look at arguably people that call Tom Brady the GOAT. Even though I don't think he's the GOAT myself.
Fair enough,
You-
Ollie. A lot of time when I'm just gonna point out real quick. A lot of the times a reference can be made when you're talking about two players that played each other or a player that played on a big stage. Like, let's face it, a college championship game or a game that's really important can tend to rise to those levels of lower NFL quality. You know what I mean?
I understand, but I'm just going to give an example. So Tom Brady, for example, went to the University of Michigan, right? And I think I pulled these stats up to Culler to kind of give an example of what I was talking about. Do you think Tom Brady is where do you think he ranks in top 10 quarterbacks from the University of Michigan?
Oh, not very high.
Yeah,
I know I know who was in front of him.
Okay, who's in front of him?
No, I mean when he played, I know who was in front of him.
Okay, who was in front of him?
Wasn't it Gerbach and Stanton?
Okay.
Elvis
Who do you
Gerbach.
think in the history of University of Michigan, let me just give you this. Okay, I'm going to say this right now. Tom Brady, in all the stats and ratings you can give him as a college quarterback, right? he's only ranked number 9 out of 10
Yeah.
all time. Do
He
you know
lost.
who number 1 is?
He lost the quarterback competition. I think once or 2 years in a row. I think.
Do you know who number 1 is?
Ain't it Chad Henne?
That's right.
Chad Henne.
The all-time leading quarterback for the
Yeah.
University of Michigan.
Yeah.
9,000 yards compared to like 4,000, I believe. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, Chad Henne was their number 1 quarterback. He was very good in college.
Yeah, so I don't really. You can only take college as a grain of salt of what really is going to happen. You know, so when we talk about Teddy versus Lamar, I don't really look at that. You know, I don't really look at that. Here's another straight up question for you. Since you think that Kyler Murray is a better quarterback than Lamar, at least that's based on why you'd pick him. Do you think Baker Mayfield is better than Lamar?
No.
So you would pick Lamar over Baker Mayfield?
Yes.
Because I honestly think that Baker Mayfield is just a cheap Kyler Murray, personally. Just saying,
I would agree with that. I agree with that.
Listen, I don't think Baker Mayfield. I don't think Baker Mayfield was a first round pick, let alone the number 1 pick.
I think that Baker Mayfield is a cheap Kyler Murray.
Yep.
They're the same.
I would agree with that, Ollie.
Kyler Murray.
Oh, cheap Kyler Murray. Okay.
Except Kyler Murray is much more mobile. He has a stronger arm.
Yeah.
He's much more mobile. He has a stronger arm, and he's much more accurate.
Okay. I just don't think he's as good as Lamar Jackson. I think if you put him, if there was somehow you could play a one-on-one game, Lamar Jackson's going to take you.
I don't know, man. I think Lamar only beats Kyler Murray in one area of the game, and that's breakdown plays. If a play is broken down, of course, I'd rather have Lamar Jackson. But if that pocket is clean, in the game, you got to give me Kyler Murray.
There's only one part of the game that I feel that Kyler Murray could beat Lamar, and that's at the batting cages, because that's where he should go.
Either you didn't like Oklahoma, or you don't like Arizona. It's something, man.
Well, one, I don't like Oklahoma at all personally. I'm a Buckeye fan. Number 2, I don't like Kyler Murray, nor do I like Baker Mayfield. I dislike both. They're very similar. I really feel that they were.
Do you like Jalen Hurts?
Do I like Jalen Hurts? Not really. He played for Oklahoma and Alabama.
Yeah, it's Oklahoma.
I mean, Tua, I'm okay with Tua. I like him better. He's not my favorite, but I liked him better out of that group of people. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
If I had a choice between Tua and Lamar, I'm sorry, I have to go with Lamar because he's more of a prototypical quarterback. He's faster, dual threat, has much better arm strength. The completion percentage, it's one thing, but the accuracy is still there. You know what I mean? He brings a lot more to the game than Tua does by itself. Personally, if I had to start over with a quarterback and the style of quarterback that I like personally, if we're going to draft a quarterback, it has to be CJ Stroud. I do not care what anybody tells me. CJ Stroud is the next Mahomes. And you heard it from me. That's breaking news.
Yeah, that is breaking news there for you.
So if Lamar, if you have a quarterback, you got Lamar and you got Tua. You in your 4 minutes offense. You're in the 4 minute offense on the 20-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
Game's on the line. Who you taking?
Lamar
Jackson.
Wow. In
Check
the 4 minute offense.
Check this out, guys.
I'm taking Tua all day.
2000
in the 4 minute offense, I'm taking Tua all day.
Hey, check this out.
It won't be no 4 minute offense with Lamar. He'll get there in 2 minutes.
Hold on, Crypto. 2013 All-State Sugar Bowl was a postseason college football bowl game at the Superdome in Louisiana. The game featured the Florida Gators of the SEC and the Louisville Cardinals of the Big East.
Teddy ate their ass up.
The game was broadcast live on ESPN. Louisville was selected to their first Sugar Bowl after a 10-2 regular season that culminated in a share of the Big East title. Florida was picked as the other half of the matchup following an 11-1 campaign. As 2 touchdown underdogs, Louisville Cardinals beat the Gators 33-23. In recognition of his performance during the game, Louisville quarterback Teddy Bridgewater was named the game's most valuable player.
And they got him. And they got him to be a first round pick right there.
Close to the end of the second half, Louisville extended their lead 24-3 on a 15-yard touchdown pass from quarterback Bridgewater to Devontae Parker.
And not only that, I believe, to my memory, Louisville was destroying teams that year.
Yeah, they were up there. They were a hot team that year. I remember.
Here's the other one other thing. One other thing. During his time at Louisville, Bridgewater threw for 9,817 yards and 72 touchdowns while completing 68.4% of his attempts. His career yardage ranks 3rd in school history. The 27 wins University of Louisville racked up during his 3-year career is tied with Dave Ragone for most career wins. Among his career highlights were victories in the Sugar Bowl and the Russell Athletic Bowl. He was the Big East Conference Rookie of the Year in 2011 and was the league's Offensive Player of the Year in 2012.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, not to Big Nick. This ain't to Big Nick. This is to all the other people that we've argued with in the past month or two. Take the hate for this man out your mouth. Take the hate for this man out your mouth.
I don't hate him.
That's why I said it wasn't for you, Nick. I don't believe
I wanted him to be our starting quarterback in 2019. I wanted Teddy in 2019. But Teddy, and I know Teddy. I've met Teddy. I know where his mother's restaurant is in Miami. And I'll never forget, I asked Teddy straight up. Teddy wanted $63 million. And I said, Teddy, tell me the truth. Greer told you no this year, but you coming next year, right? And he just looked at me and smiled. That's what I honestly thought was going to happen. He wanted $63 million, but Greer didn't want to pay him that money.
I mean, I'm just saying that for people to just act like. Go ahead, Lewis. I want to give you a shot. I couldn't hear you a second ago. Go ahead, Lewis. I'll let you respond.
No, I was saying I know Culler was talking to me because it seems like I'm hating Teddy. I'm not hating Teddy. I'm just saying, like,
no, I don't even think that was for you, Lewis. Believe it or not, I don't think I understand your criticisms. I don't think you're one of the haters. But there's people out there. There's people out there. You know what I mean? That are part of this community that say some pretty nasty things about Teddy and just shrug him off because they're so threatened. They're so threatened about Tua anytime we talk about another quarterback.
Well, see, and that's kind of going to my point, like Culler. Like when me and you talk about Teddy, I agree. For this team, he's a great backup. But the conversation, Ali, if you weren't privileged to the conversation the other day, we were talking about if the situation came down. Kind of like take the 52 or 53-man roster out of it. Let's say we try to put Skyler on the practice squad, but he has to clear waivers. I don't think – if Reach the Net – we tried that with Reach the Net last year. If Reach the Net didn't clear waivers, I doubt Skyler Thompson's going to clear waivers. So, again, Ali, I guess this is a question to you. In your opinion, if it came down – if Teddy gave you a pretty good preseason, but Skyler gave you the same kind of preseason, I just think that I already know what I'm going to get from Teddy. And if it's not going to be that much of an upgrade from Skyler, I would rather I know we're going to lose this $6 million guaranteed money, but I would rather because again, I'm not willing to lose Skyler in going not making waivers. I would probably get rid of Teddy and keep Skyler.
Can I say something? Well, Ali, before you respond, can I just say one quick thing that you said that, gosh, man, I lost it. One of the last things you said about Teddy.
Hey guys, fins up.
I just
think talk to you guys later.
Take it easy, Big Nick.
All right, Big Nick.
First of all, if he is able to outperform Teddy, in my opinion, he's able to outperform Tua.
I would agree with that, Color.
And
Absolutely.
I know what it was. I know what it was. We keep you keep pointing out that we know what Teddy is. And if that's the case, given our offense now and our team, defense, everything, then we would say we know what Tua is too.
Absolutely. Listen, you're preaching to the choir with that. You already know how I feel about Tua.
Well, so what I'm saying to you is if Skyler, and this is something I haven't wanted to say, and I think that's why you asked me about it earlier, because you know I haven't really mentioned one way because I pick on his name, you know what I mean? But if Skyler's able to beat out Teddy in a real competition in training camp, then he's able to beat out Tua.
I would agree
because
with that.
I honestly
That's
believe
correct.
Teddy could beat out Tua in a real competition.
Right. You're saying because of the politics of it, he won't have the opportunity to beat out to
Well, if the competition ain't going on at all, then it ain't going on for Teddy either. You know what I mean?
Right. Because they predetermined that fifth pick is not going to be a bust.
Yeah, so this is what we're going to do. First of all, Color, just so you know, we're going to do the rundown before I respond to Lewis. And then after I'm done responding, we can go into final thoughts. Is that okay with everybody?
That's cool.
All right, because we've been going for 6 hours now. Damn. All right, so yeah, so hey, everybody check out TMI Tuesdays with Tonk and Color. Check them out. Definitely at 9 p.m. on Tuesdays. They have some really good content. Don't forget Color Commentary. You never know what Color's going to say next on Thursday nights. Saturday nights, Late Night Exhale. We definitely brought it late tonight. Me and Color. Every other night of the week, you can get El Capitan on the TFTG show at 10 p.m. usually. Definitely check out Fanatics. Get all your Dolphin gear. Teddy Bridgewater jerseys are available there, from what I understand. You can also get a great merch that we have. We have everything from hats, beanie hats, sweatshirts, t-shirts. They got tank tops, yoga pants, even all different color type of hats. The flag is really awesome. I want to get one.
Even Kraft buys TFTG hats.
And no crypto. She doesn't come with a hat. So, just so you know. But check out Venmo and Cash App. Just look up the Finn's Tailgate if you want to subscribe. And we have memberships available. There are 3 tiers. Thank you to all the members who showed up and joined the channel. We really appreciate it. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. Tell your friends, tell your kids, tell your wife.
I saw Chef Jew in here a minute ago or earlier. I don't know if he's still in, but thanks, Chef Jew. We appreciate you, buddy. He's I think he might be confirmed as inaugural member, I think.
Yeah, I think he's one of the original.
I'll have to double check that. Might be somebody else, but either case. Appreciate everybody that's supported us in every way, including liking and sharing and just subscribing. Helps it immensely.
Your question to me, Lewis, is about what are we going to do with Skylar Thompson if he performs as good as Teddy B? And what are we going to do with him since another team could kin him, before he gets on our practice squad? Is that right? Is that your concern?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm glad that you asked. I actually have a response that I prepared for this. So there are ways around the roster to hide players in plain sight, but still keep them on the team without having to affect your roster position. For example, I mentioned one of them earlier today with the running back situation. Mostert might end up on the PUP list to start off the season, even maybe IR to start the season, right? If you have a situation that the backup QB and the third string QB are performing equally, you may need more time to figure it out. I won't even be surprised if we're really going to do something out of the norm with this offense. I wouldn't even be surprised if we actually keep 3 quarterbacks on the roster permanently.
Wow.
That's just my opinion. Especially,
to your point, I'm sorry, go ahead. I'll let you finish and I'll wait till we go our rounds.
Especially since the fact that Tua kind of has a history of not being able to play a full season. Not saying that that's going to happen. I'm not saying all of that his
Teddy
fault.
also. That's what I was going to point out.
Yeah,
There you
both
go,
of them
Culler. Yep.
going to have injury situations. You may want to make sure you have your backup QB in place. Period.
That's not a bad thought.
And that's
That
why
is not
I
a
think
bad thought.
he could actually still make the main roster. Is why. Now
that's a good point.
That's my point of it, and I'm gonna go down to Crypto. We'll come across to Lewis, and then back up to Culler. Go ahead, Crypto, on what your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I agree. You pretty much what you were saying as far as the quarterback position. You know, having a plan B and C and D, because our team is plug and play, so we can't be messing around with experiments and science projects.
I mean, if you look at, and I don't mean to cut you off, Crypto, I know it's your time, but if you look at our roster and how it's built, right? You have the first stringers. The second stringers could actually be first stringers, and the third stringers could actually be second, and sometimes first stringers. They could fill the need without having to go out in free agency to find and hope to God you find somebody. They built it that way on purpose, so you don't have to worry about it. Exactly.
Yeah, makes sense. Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Everything's plug and play. Every position. At least that's the ideal to build any roster. Is to be put yourself in a situation to somebody goes down with a bum knee or cracked skull, they should be able to come in and be able to get the job done at the same level as the guy in front of them. Just saying. Teddy Bridgewater has that capability for a handful of games to be able, no pun intended for his name, to bridge us over for a few more wins. Skyler, there you go, Culler. Culler's favorite guy. He shares my last name. He's going to put us through the sky to get us to more wins. I'm just saying.
Definitely.
Think he'll do it.
I like it. Nah, I mean that was a great answer to the question, Ali. I agree. I always think about Tua's kind of history of being hurt, but I kind of forgot. I just I never think about Teddy being hurt, but yeah, that was a great point. So I could see something like that, maybe putting Skyler. Are you suggesting like maybe starting Skyler on like IR or the pup list?
It doesn't have. No, he could be on the main roster. What
Just
I'm
the 53 in general, right? Yeah, the 53.
Well, here's the thing, and I got an angle on that though. Actually, a strategy that could involve that.
Okay.
Number one, first of all, it looks to me like we're going to try to reserve some kind of money, whatever, for a rainy day when it comes to quarterback or any other player for that matter. But here's the question. Is there a guy that we would put, first of all, do you keep a third quarterback? Let's say the answer is yes. Okay. Now the question is there another guy at another position that's your 53rd guy that you're willing to risk on the waiver wire? And even if they get picked up by another team and you've got to execute that rainy day money down the road, you might be able to go back to that other team and get him for fairly cheap. Likewise, if the answer is no, you're not going to keep three quarterbacks, you could do the same thing with Skylar. Okay, you could let him if waivers if he goes on waivers and somebody else picks him up, they're going to either be in win now mode or they're just trying to whatever. Point is if we have to exercise that rainy day, we could very well go back to that team that picked him up and get him back, depending on their situation at the time. You know what I mean? So I don't necessarily know if it's that, critical. The thing of it is we would only do that. Let's say if we went back to the other team who took him later down the road because the worst happened, then we're only doing that because we know something about him anyway. It's not like the other team is going to rake us over the coals for him. He's still a 7th or late round rookie. You know what I mean?
See, I think Lewis has a good point of putting him on the IR. We could definitely do that. I mean, how many games do you have to be on IR before you're allowed to come back?
Maybe you. Go ahead. Sorry, Lewis.
No, I was saying I think it's once you get I think it's the first 7 games, I believe.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that, but I believe if you get put on IR, or maybe that's the pup list. I think it's a pup list.
To me, it seems like we could still get him back if the worst happened and he was picked up off waivers.
I just don't want to have to give up anything to get him back. That's what kind of works.
Yeah, but if the rainy day happens, we're going to do that anyway. That comes down to the decision, the first decision. Do you keep 3 quarterbacks or not? Or is the guy that you replace, is the guy that you do risk on the waiver wire at whatever other position, is he easier to get back than Skyler would be?
I see what you're saying.
You know, let's say if we have a guy that we really love at wide receiver and we just can't keep him on, you know, over a third quarterback, you know.
Yeah. Well,
that's all going to be determined on Skyler's performance in camp, to be honest with you.
And if he balls out in camp, you could probably do that, make that third quarterback on the roster, because I would be willing to sacrifice an extra running back, because if push come to shove, in this type of offense, we have receivers that can play the running back role.
Right, Crypto. Let Kyler justify himself on the roster. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Or Skyler, I'm sorry.
Yep. And we can
Sky Thompson.
Yep. If we can have it where he's a running back, and we can manipulate them to go on that practice squad or whatever, injury list or whatever it may be.
I mean, how does New Orleans keep what's his face?
Taysom Hill?
Yeah, how do they keep him?
Taysom Hill was the actual backup for a while, though.
Yeah, I think he was. Yeah, I think he was.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying when Breeze was there, they had another quarterback and him.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah,
they had Teddy Bridgewater.
They did have Teddy Bridgewater. Yeah.
Yeah, they did. They kept 3.
Yeah, they kept 3. They had 3.
But back in the day, it's always been 3. It's not until recently.
Oh, isn't that interesting, though? Think about that, though.
That is it. Very interesting.
Sky Thompson.
I forgot about that.
Well, hear me out real quick. Let's say none of this works out, even if it does, but it's mediocre. And everybody knows who we actually were trying to get this offseason. Could we have been setting the stage for him anyway? Like, now you've got Tua, Teddy Bridgewater, and a guy like Taysom Hill, and you know, a scheme sort of like Alvin Kamara runs down there in New Orleans. You know what I mean?
Hey, where's Drew Batron? I think Culler's coming with conspiracies. Where's Drew at?
Ooh, man.
Right.
Well,
Drew?
hey. So if we make a concerted effort to keep Skyler on the roster, that could be a signal.
Sense. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
Drew Batron and Roach, get up here.
All right, guys. So, Lewis, final thoughts. What are your final thoughts for us?
Hey, like always, man, thanks for having me on. I like to come and just shoot the shit. And I like to disagree with Big Nick. Anytime I hear Big Nick, I'm coming on just to disagree. I like that guy.
Man, oh my God.
I'm coming after Big Nick.
You know, Big Nick probably respects the hell out of you for that.
Hey man, like I said, he seems like a good dude. I really appreciate him. But anytime I see him up here, I'm coming for your neck, Big Nick. I just want you to know that.
Yeah.
No, I'm really glad we get to see Big Nick. I think that's a really intelligent mind that
he's coming to our community.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I disagree with him a lot too, but you know what I mean. It's you know, the way he brings it is he don't bring it with hate. You know,
no, definitely
he don't bring it with animosity. You know what I mean?
And actually, I want him to, if he's still listening or he goes back and listens to this stream, I want him to know that when I come at or whoever, it's never with hate. It's always with love. But you know, this is why we up here, man, to disagree, to fight, to whatever, just to throw opinions out there and stuff. So I never mean nothing to nobody, not only Big Nick, but I will come after your head,
Big Nick's definitely on the zombie apocalypse team. Right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we were. Yep, Lewis.
All right.
I was just saying, I
Take it
love
easy,
you
Lewis.
guys, man. Fins up, Color, Crypto, Ali. You know, I
You too,
appreciate you
buddy.
guys, man. Fins up. Later.
Later.
Yeah, man. Love you, man.
Crypto, what do
Yeah.
you got for us?
Yeah, man. Same here, man. Yeah, it's all fun. What as we used to say, well, Big Nick knows because we were both in the Navy. It's all fun and games until someone gets pregnant.
Man, nice.
That was what we used to say when we was in the Navy.
Crypto, another story
Especially if
for
he's
another
one of
time.
your seamates.
Right. It's all fun and games until somebody gets pregnant. But yeah, Big Nick knows. It's been a joyful evening. You know, burning the midnight oil, of course, talking about the coaches, the quarterbacks, the linemen, the wide receivers, even the water boy. You know, who would know that we have a night where Tua gets compared to Forrest Gump, and the coaches get compared to Mr. Rogers on Mr. Rogers. But it's all good.
Was that you, Crypto? Or
Yeah,
Color?
that was him. Somehow, when he gets disconnected, it lets him come right back in the StreamYard without me having to do anything.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I think
I don't
crypto
know.
is part of the establishment, to be honest with you.
Yep. I'm working in my secret bunker in every
He's got
area.
the anti-mute feature whenever we play a meme. He's on like that special internet connection that like doesn't, that none of the software features work on. You know what I mean?
Right. Hey, you got the Area 51 exclusive. You got the exclusive from Area 51, Ali?
I don't think we have that one.
Oh, you don't have what about the untold stories from Cheyenne Mountain?
No. Just play him the Crow. He'll be happy with that, and then it's all good.
You've been asking about the Crow. I think you're a little voyeuristic there, Lou.
Oh, yes, this is just these are rubber bullets, right? For crowd control. They're hard rubber bullets, but listen, these boys ain't made out of crows.
Look like a crow.
Yeah.
These boys aren't made out of crows.
Did you hear what I said?
What's that?
Oh, I said that's a tuneer up there. It looked like a crow.
Wow.
I'm gonna get canceled here.
Oh man.
It was a joke, ladies and gentlemen.
It is a joke. I love everybody here. Good.
I was gonna joke around. You know what I was initially gonna say, Color, when we was talking about movies, comparing a player to movies? I was gonna say this nothing against Tua and his character, who he is. I was gonna see how many people I was gonna spool up. I was gonna say Tua is the character Hooks on Police Academy.
Oh yeah.
Oh, color. Do we have the exclusive footage of dang it. It's the exclusive footage. God, what's his name? The
I was gonna say his character is like Hooks.
What's that, Ollie?
Real soft spoken, but gets the job done.
I'm gonna put it in
Crypto. I was thinking more of the guy that goes in and when the riot's going on and he comes out in the plaid suit, the plaid flannel suit.
Yeah.
You know, the guy whose wife jumped on his hood of his station wagon to follow him all the way to the academy.
Yeah, I think I know you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy. That's Tua.
Not Mahoney, but the other one.
No, the real nerdy guy, like the real business.
The real birds, yeah,
guy.
the nerdy guy, yeah, yeah. I was gonna say between the soft
spoken, everybody's rioting and stealing TVs and shit, and he comes out the store with this plaid flannel suit on, like jerking his tie. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's the calmest of them all, where everything, all the chaos is around him.
The exclusive footage of Tua's trash. Look at the private chat.
Oh, that video? I don't even want to get, man. You're gonna get
not that video. No, not that video. Just look at what I wrote in there. That's what I'm looking for. Do we have that clip of that? What that says?
I don't. Just the one, not a clip. Oh no, I know which one you're talking about with the little dumpster thing.
Yeah, he lives in a trash can. You know who I'm talking about.
But yeah, I was gonna have some fun with the tour people when I brought up Hook. So
Yeah.
Police Academy.
All right, Crypto.
Don't move, dirtbag.
We'll see you backstage, bud.
I'm gonna do Lieutenant Harris.
All right.
Tackleberry.
Tackleberry.
All right, sir. Anything else
All right.
before we put you backstage?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see you backstage, bud.
Okay.
Culler.
Ali.
We made it to the end.
Barely.
And we had a good show, man. We had a lot to talk about. We had a good, healthy discussion about the World Cup. I was very happy about that. We got to talk about Moneyball a bit. We got to talk about QBR. I thought you'd had a lot more to say about that, but Irving really knows about a lot about that stuff. I was very happy to, what his outtake on it was on everything. So,
well, I wanted to argue about it, but it's just too
you're too tired.
People that believe in it are so set in their ways, and people that don't are so set in their ways. One of the things that Irving said, though, that struck me that I never came and pushed back on was something about it not being able to capture situational stuff. And it's like, well, that is football. You know what I mean? You throw one interception for a pick six, and that's the whole game. It doesn't illustrate nothing that happened that whole game.
Yeah, that's true.
Or if you get an incompletion when you needed it to win the game, you know what I mean? Well, that one completion might be the only one you got all year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the part of QBR that I don't like. You know what I mean? There's some other parts too, I'm sure, but
it allows people to just create these platitudes like Tua is the most accurate quarterback in the NFL. No, I'm sorry. First of all, ball placement is different. And secondly, even if you go with that, as soon as you push back on it, you realize that they're speaking about a specific range.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, no, people. And then to your point, I didn't even push back on you, but I plan to go a little harder on it. I didn't want to make the whole show about it. But I pulled up Tyreek's stats as opposed to Waddle's stats in comparison.
I didn't compare those two, but go ahead.
Well, the reason I did it is because most of the time when people start talking about how short Tyreek's passes were on average, they couple that with the average pass, by Patrick Mahomes, and they insinuate that guy is successful doing just the stuff that Tua does. And that's just not true.
Mm-hmm.
When you compare the two receivers, you'll realize that there is a couple striking stats that indicate that's not the picture. You know what I mean? And I'll show you what I'm talking about at a future.
No, we can talk about it on the next show. It's not a problem. My point to bring up the two receivers I did was because they're new additions to our team.
Right.
I only talked.
Well, it was Waddle and who were we comparing?
Cedric Wilson and Tyreek Hill.
No, there was another guy besides Waddle and Cedric. I can't remember, but the point I was trying to make was that while you look at yards, what was the indicator for you of how short average passes were? The yards before
catch, and then
the yards before catch, right?
Yeah.
But that's kind of not really a way to indicate that, because that's also coupled with air yards per throw on the air yards per reception. So in other words, if Mahomes is throwing to Tyreek as an outlet receiver in a broken play situation where he's making something happen, he may throw across the field to Tyreek that is only 10 yards up the field, but it's a 14-yard pass through the air.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying? And that is more of an indicator of the style of play than, do they both throw across the middle for short yardage routes? You know what I mean? Because that's what the yards before catch indicates. You see what I'm saying? I'll show you what I'm talking about next show, man. I'll bring up both of them and illustrate exactly what I'm talking about.
You got something
I
else.
found a flaw in your logic, bro, and I want to exploit it.
Oh man, you're just coming after me, dude. He's like, I'm tired of this show. It's been 6 hours. Let me go after Ali.
We'll talk about it before the show, just so you know where I'm coming from before you have to retort live on the air.
Something else that we gotta go over. I thought Bryson brought up something that.
Oh yeah, there was something else we were gonna go deeper on too next show. Yeah,
I have to rewatch the show now to find out what that was about. You got anything else for us before?
That's it, man. Great show. Appreciate you being a part of the team, making the content better for us all, enriching us all, man. Appreciate what you do.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Well, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out to play with us and have a great debate. Remember, something we learned over and over again with our show is that passion is not a crime. Sometimes we get angry, sometimes we laugh, we love. There you go.
Fins up.
Fins up. That's right. Fins up. But in all honesty, we're one big happy family. And we just show it harder and more than others at times. But the truth is, it's all for fun and games. It's all for fun, man. That's what we're here for. Culler knows that. But till next weekend, we'll have another show lined up for you guys. We're going to be doing some things. Check my Twitter at Ali_DA_Persian. Check out my Twitter. I will advertise some things that are going to be going on the show over the next several weeks. You guys will see little advertisements there, so check that out. Follow me. I'll follow you back. But anyway, thank you for all the comments. Thank you all for the likes. Thank you for all the memberships. Thank you, everything. Fins up. Love you all.